Chapter 1873. Zhuokang was slightly surprised. He wanted to dodge the red line, but he was unable to do so. However, nothing strange happened. Ding! Connection failed. A system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. As expected, he did not succeed due to the huge gap between their realms. Although the Gemini Heartlink pendant did not have any restrictions, it was the same as the magistrate's brush. It could only be used on the same person once a day. Therefore, he could not connect to Zhuokang today. Since he could not do it, he could only try others. The city lord of Biyao City, Yang Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 red lines shot out and shone on Yi Xian and the city lord of Biyao City. The city lord of Biyao City was only a stage 6 half-step true king, 1 realm lower than Zhuokang. Therefore, his success rate would be higher than Zhuokang's. However, Yi Xian's luck was not very good this time. He still did not succeed. Is it not working? Again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on another person. This person was a stage 5 half-step true king, a consecrator of the city lord manor. Ding! Connection failed. Unfortunately, he still failed. What a tragedy. Delete the file and try again. Yi Xian was slightly displeased. With a thought, he used the time reversal skill and returned to the time before he arrived at Biyao City. This way, the time reversal skill would be off cooldown when he was on his way. If it did not work, he could just try again. Soon, Yi Xian charged into the city lord manor and used the Gemini Heartlink pendant on Zhuokang and the city lord of Biyao City. However, he still failed. I don't believe it. Again. Yi Xian did not believe that his luck would be so bad. If he tried a few more times, he would definitely succeed. However, on the 3rd try, Zhuokang failed due to the difference in realms. However, the city lord of Biyao City succeeded. Ding! Connection successful. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt that his realm had increased. The world-extinguishing ghostly dragon, which was originally a 9th stage half-step true monarch, had now become a 1st stage true monarch. As for the Biyao City's city master, his cultivation dropped from rank 6 half-step true king to rank 5 half-step true king. It seemed like it was only a drop in cultivation level, but don't forget, Yi Xian had increased his cultivation level by 1, so the gap between the two of them had shrunk by 2. I've finally succeeded. See if I don't kill you all. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His aura surged as he charged towards Zhuokang. The Gemini Heartlink pendant had a flaw, and that was that there was a distance between the connection. Furthermore, if one party died, then the connection would automatically be severed, and the realm would also be restored. Therefore, Yi Xian could not let Yang Tian die. He had to kill Zhuokang first. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Wave. In an instant, Yi Xian flashed behind Zhuokang and spat out a mouthful of scorching dragon breath. Boom! Zhuokang was unable to react in time and was hit head-on. However, his strength was not weak and he was able to receive the Black Dragon Flame Wave head-on. The Black Dragon Flame Wave that was infused with a large amount of Armageddon attacks was powerful enough to instantly kill a rank 6 half-step true king. Although Zhuokang did not die after being hit, he was heavily injured. Yi Xian used this opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, the city master of Biyao City's attack arrived. If not for the connection, would have killed you first. Yi Xian glanced at the city master of Biyao City before flashing towards him again. Brat, I want you to die. Zhuokang was furious. He directly took out a token from his bosom. In the next moment, the token emitted a dazzling white light. Then, as Zhuokang swung his right fist, an incomparably powerful attack attacked Yi Xian. What a powerful attack! Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. This time, he was unable to dodge and was hit by the attack. Bang! Half of the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon's body was turned into dust. Fortunately, its dragon heart was not damaged. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian, who had the immortal phoenix bloodline, could recover as long as he was not killed instantly. What? Zhuo Kong was shocked. He quickly used the energy of the token to wrap himself up and flew into the distance. This speed was unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, he reached the horizon. Yi Xian did not think that he would be able to catch up. I will remember this grudge. Once I deal with the others, I will hunt you down. Yi Xian thought to himself. Zhuo Kong was already marked by his death hunt command. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he would not be able to escape death. Right now, there was no one in the city master's mansion who could stop him. He would deal with Zhuo Kong first. Eye of assassination. Yi Xian disappeared again and appeared behind the city master of Biyao City, who had been demoted from rank 6 half-step true king to rank 5 half-step true king. Swish. With a crisp sound, the city master of Biyao City's hands were crushed. The yin and yang ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. The city master of Biyao City was the person in charge of the acquisition of Biyao City by the White Dragon Palace. Therefore, he might have a White Dragon token. This White Dragon token could summon the phantom of an expert. Based on past experience, it could summon at least a rank 8 half-step true king. The phantom of a rank 8 half-step true king was comparable to a rank 7 half-step true king. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to get rid of the city master of Biyao City first. Next, it was Yi Xian's free time. He first killed all the rank 5 half-step true kings and rank 4 half-step true kings before summoning a large number of immortal slaughtering puppets. At the same time, his right dragon claw was grabbing Yang Tian, who had been demoted. When the time was right, he would kill Yang Tian. The city master's mansion was covered in a storm of blood. Countless people fled. However, Yi Xian's target was only the half-step true kings. As for the true lords, he could not be bothered with them. Soon, all the half-step true kings in the city master's mansion were killed. This time, Yi Xian's harvest was huge. He obtained a total of 400,000 World Destruction Dragon scales, which allowed the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon to enter the next stage. The 8th stage actually required 2 million World Destruction Dragon scales. It was simply too terrifying. However, from the beginning until now, the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon's strength had increased by 7 times. This was an undeniable fact. You, who are you? Yang Tian, the city master of Biyao City, who was being held in Yi Xian's hand, could not help but ask when he saw all the experts in his mansion being killed. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you are working for the White Dragon Palace. When Yi Xian finished speaking, a popping sound was heard. The city master of Biyao City's body was crushed, and he died just like that. In Yi Xian's opinion, the White Dragon Palace was not a good organization. Moreover, Yi Xian was now considered a member of the Black Dragon sect. He should be fighting for the Black Dragon sect. Chapter 1874. Due to the death of the Biyao City Lord, Yi Xian's realm had also decreased. However, this did not matter as he would be able to break through in a few days. After searching his soul, Yi Xian found out Zhuo Kang's identity. He was the deputy city lord of Flowing Light City. As for the city lord of Flowing Light City, he was an 8th grade half-step true king and also a person in charge of the White Dragon Palace. In the Biyao City Lord's Universe Ring, there was a White Dragon token. If he had crushed it, the expert that would have been summoned would have been the City Lord of Flowing Light City. Since he was also a member of the White Dragon Palace, Yi Xian would not hold back. Zhuo Kong is a 7th grade half-step true king and has extraordinary strength, so he should be able to return to Flowing Light City much faster than me. By then, they will definitely organize their forces and kill their way back to Biyao City. Yi Xian thought to himself. Due to time reversal, the young city lord of Biyao City, Yang Yun, did not return to Biyao City. Furthermore, he was a newly chosen White Dragon Prince, so Flowing Light City wanted to curry favor with him. However, they did not expect that White Dragon Prince Yang Yun would not return, but a murderous god. Therefore, they had to return to Biyao city as soon as possible to prevent anything from happening to White Dragon Prince. During the chase, Yi Xian sensed carefully and found that Zhuo Kang had stopped. According to the map, Yi Xian guessed that Zhuo Kang had returned to Flowing Light City and was beginning to organize his forces. I will break through soon. By then, I will use the Gemini heart-linking pendant. I don't believe that Flowing Light City will not be destroyed. Yi Xian was very confident. Since he had the time reversal skill now, even if he did not succeed, it would not be a bad idea to probe the other party's combat strength. Ding, the host has broken through and is now a 6th grade half-step true lord. Ding, Yanming Ghost Lord, world-destroying ghostly dragon, Wei Zhentian, and sky-breaking ape god have broken through and are now 1st grade true lords. After going through so many things, Old Tree and the others finally broke through to the True Lord realm. Moreover, their strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Back in the day, they could only fight opponents who were 6 or 7 levels higher than them. But now, after Yi Xian and the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon merged, they could actually fight opponents who were more than 20 levels higher than them. He was a monster. Not to mention Bai Longzi, even if Yang Yun's aptitude was 10 times better, he still couldn't compare to Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian came to the vicinity of Flowing Light City. Coincidentally, Zhuo Kang had also organized a group of people and was preparing to head to Biyao City to rescue them. Tisk, TSK, there's actually a 7th stage half-step true king, 5 6th stage half-step true kings, and more than 10 5th stage half-step true kings. This strength is truly formidable, Yi Xian licked his lips. Back then, he hadn't been able to kill Zhuo Kang. Now that his cultivation had increased and there were so many half-step true kings present, he didn't believe that the Gemini heart-linking pendant would fail. If all of them failed, he could just turn back time and try again. World Devastator Ghost Dragon, come on, kill. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He merged with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon and charged forward. Eye of Assassination. In the next instant, Yi Xian flashed behind a 5th stage half-step true king and opened his mouth wide. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Although he hadn't used the Gemini heart-linking pendant yet, his strength was enough to kill a person in a sneak attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian had successfully killed a 5th stage half-step true king. At the same time, the number of killing seals stacked up to 10. 20 times the killing effect. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His aura instantly soared. In the next instant, the Gemini heart-linking pendant also appeared. Last time, Yi Xian had used the Gemini heart-linking pendant for the first time in battle, so he had neglected one point. This time, Yi Xian chose to connect with a 5th stage half-step true king first. Ding. Connection successful. The system notification rang out again. After merging with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, Yi Xian's cultivation level rose to a 2nd stage true monarch. The Gemini heart-linking pendant emitted a red light once again. This time, its target was the 6th stage half-step true kings. Ding. Connection failed. Ding. Connection failed. A series of system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although he didn't know how the Gemini heart-linking pendant increased one's cultivation level, it was already very good if it could reduce the cultivation level of a 6th stage half-step true king. However, it didn't seem to work. While everyone was still in shock, the Gemini heart-linking pendant had already scanned everyone. Not a single one had succeeded. Since that was the case, then it was time to kill. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, instantly killing a second person. The number of killing seals increased to 10 once again. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, activate. The moment the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation was activated, an Immortal Slaying Puppet appeared. Those weaker 5th stage true kings instantly turned into corpses and fell from the sky. However, the number of Immortal Slaying Puppets that appeared corresponded to the number of Immortal Slaying Puppets that appeared. With so many immortal slaying puppets, coupled with the immortal slaying sword formation and Yi Xian, the others had no way of resisting. Even the 7th stage half-step true kings couldn't do anything. At most, they could only protect themselves and then kill their way out of the immortal slaying sword formation. Sure enough, under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, those 6th stage half-step true kings also died. Yi Xian used the killing seal formed after one of them died to activate the immortal slaying sword formation again. This time, it was the immortal slaying sword formation with 10 seals. At this time, only Zhuokang and that 7th stage half-step true king were left. Oh, there was also that 5th stage half-step true king. After all, he was connected to Yi Xian. If he died, Yi Xian's cultivation level would recover. He also didn't know why he hadn't been killed. Eye of assassination. The two of them risked their lives and escaped from the immortal slaying sword formation. However, Yi Xian had already marked them with the death hunt command and instantly flashed behind them. I knew you were coming. The other 7th stage half-step true king growled and turned around to strike with his palm. So what? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The world-destroying ghostly dragon's body had long been covered with a layer of special energy. This palm strike was absorbed by the space-time bloodline's extreme space shield. The space-time bloodline had evolved a few times, so the extreme space shield's absorption ability had greatly increased. In addition, the power of the feedback attack had also increased, reaching 5 times its original power. Boom! The palm strike with 5 times its original power slammed into the 7th stage half-step true king, instantly injuring him. Not good. Zhuokang's expression changed greatly. He couldn't even protect himself in the immortal slaying sword formation, let alone protect another 7th stage half-step true king. This was a good opportunity. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. He quickly flashed behind the other and opened his mouth. Eye of assassination. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Chapter 1875. With just one blow, the 7th grade half-step true king was blown to smithereens. Now that this person was dead, Zhuokang was next. City Lord, save me! Zhuokang shouted, his face deathly pale. The commotion here was so great that the City Lord's residents had already heard it, but had not come yet. Even if the City Lord comes, you will die today. Yi Xian's eyes widened, determined to kill Zhuokang. But at this moment, a powerful aura descended, directly shattering the flying swords that were heading towards Zhuokang. The City Lord of Flowing Lights City had arrived. 8th grade half-step true king. Yi Xian raised his brows. At this time, even an 8th grade half-step true king would not be able to do anything to him. However, he was not afraid of the City Lord of Flowing Lights City, but the White Dragon token in his hand. The City Lord of Flowing Lights City was an 8th grade half-step true king, and the White Dragon token could summon the phantom of a 1st grade true king. The phantom of a 1st grade true king was most likely more powerful than a 9th grade half-step true king. After all, there was a large realm between them. If the phantom of a 1st grade true king were to descend, Yi Xian would have to leave, but at this time, Yi Xian wanted to give it a try. Who are you? How dare you kill the experts of the City Lord's residence? The City Lord of Flowing Lights City asked sternly. If I kill you, can you still be considered an expert? Yi Xian sneered, I don't need a reason to kill the people of the White Dragon Palace. So you are a remnant of the Black Dragon sect. If such talent grows up, you will certainly be a great danger. Today, I will kill you. The City Lord of Flowing Lights City did not waste any more words and directly charged towards Yi Xian. The immortal execution sword formation was nothing in his eyes. However, Yi Xian's current defense was not only the immortal execution sword formation, but also the more than 10 immortal puppets. The effect of the Gemini Heart Link pendant is still there. Let's try the City Lord. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The next moment, 2 thin red lines shot out, landing on Yi Xian and the City Lord of Flowing Light City. Ding, connection failed. It was a pity that the connection failed. If it was successful, the city lord of Flowing Light City would at least be reduced by 1 realm, perhaps even 2. At that time, he would be at his mercy. The city lord of Flowing Light City did not know what method Yi Xian had used, but he immediately launched an attack. With his current realm, he didn't need to use the white dragon token to deal with Yi Xian. Therefore, he wanted to kill Yi Xian with his own methods. However, what he did not expect was that Yi Xian was not so easy to deal with. His various escape techniques gave him a headache. "Bastard, don't hide if you have the guts," the city lord of Flowing Light City said in a flustered and exasperated tone. "When your mother gave birth to you, didn't she give birth to your head?" Yi Xian mocked back. "If I don't dodge, I'll fight you to the death?" What a joke. One was a 2nd stage true monarch while the other was an 8th stage half-step true king. There was a difference of more than 20 realms between them. This was already very heaven-defying. It was precisely because of this that the city lord of Flowing Light City was so eager to kill Yi Xian. Not good, the duration of the slaughter state is about to end. At that time, I won't be able to stop the city lord of Flowing Light City. Yi Xian's face darkened. It seemed that this time, he would have to temporarily retreat. However, he had killed so many people and obtained so many good things. This trip was not a loss. However, just as he was about to use teleportation to increase the distance between them, then use the Void Gate to leave, a black shadow suddenly swept over from the horizon. This black shadow was very fast, arriving in almost the blink of an eye. Who is it? The city lord of Flowing Light City was shocked because the aura of the newcomer was not weak. It was actually a 7th stage half-step true king. Yi Xian also turned his head to look. He discovered that the newcomer was a bald burly man with a simple and honest appearance. He looked to be around 30 years old. However, Yi Xian was very familiar with the aura exuded by the other party. The Pearl of Vanishing. This person was an expert of the Black Dragon sect. Heavens, a 2nd stage true monarch fighting an 8th stage half-step true king. Could it be that you are a genius? The bald burly man was extremely shocked and said, "Lord, let me help you." Before Yi Xian could react, this fellow had already transformed into his true form. He was not a black dragon, but a black single-horned python. In his human form, his aura was only that of a 7th stage half-step true king. However, after transforming into his true form, even the city lord of Flowing Light City was afraid of his aura. Crack. The city lord of Flowing Light City hurriedly took out the white dragon token and crushed it. In the next instant, an illusory figure condensed above his head. Its aura was that of a 1st stage true king. Humph, at most you have the strength of a 9th stage half-step true king. Watch how I kill you. The single-horned black python spoke in human language. Before the illusory figure had completely condensed, it shot out a black ray of light from its horn. Xiao. The black ray of light pierced through the air, instantly piercing through the illusory figure. Then, the illusory figure disappeared. Instant kill. He, who was only a 7th stage half-step true king, was actually able to instantly kill the illusory figure of a 1st stage true king. Moreover, this was not the end. When the illusory figure disappeared, the single-horned black ray of light once again shot out, piercing through the heart of the city lord of Flowing Light City. It was still an instant kill. As for that Zhuo Kong, needless to say, he was also killed. 3 great experts had fallen in an instant. This was also the first time Yi Xian had seen an expert from the Black Dragon cult that could fight so many levels higher than him. After the bald muscular man killed the 3 people, he immediately transformed into his human form and said to Yi Xian, "Lord, you must be Mo Longzi, right?" Mo Longzi? When Yi Xian heard this, he was slightly surprised. Why did this Mo Longzi look so similar to Bai Longzi? Could it be a name from the Black Dragon cult? Lord, you must be Mo Longzi. Otherwise, how could you fight so many levels higher than you? You're too strong. Lord, you must have at least merged with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales, right? The bald muscular man continued. Thank you for this time. However, I am not Mo Longzi. Yi Xian shook his head. As for merging with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales? What a joke. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had almost merged with 1,000,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. What was a genius with 10,000 scales? Not you? That's impossible. With your talent, there will definitely be a Black Dragon envoy who will find you and make you Mo Longzi. Our Black Dragon cult's Mo Longzi is different from the White Dragon palaces by Longzi. He can obtain a large amount of treasures and will even be bestowed with top-grade dragon scales, bones, and blood. The bald muscular man said in disbelief. Supreme-grade dragon scales, supreme-grade dragon bones, supreme-grade dragon blood. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had heard that merging with dragon scales, bones, and blood would greatly increase the effect. If he were to merge with top-grade dragon scales, bones, and blood, how much would he be able to improve? Yi Xian was a little curious. I am really not Mo Longzi. The Black Dragon envoy has not found me yet. Yi Xian shook his head. Not really? Then it doesn't matter. Let me follow you. I am the devouring black-horned python and have already merged with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. Chapter 1876. A genius with 9,000 scales. He's so close to becoming a genius with 10,000 scales, Yi Xian was shocked. Even the branch leader of the Blood Flame Hall, a 9th stage half-step true monarch, had only integrated 600 scales. Even a 9th stage true monarch could only integrate 2,000 scales at most. As for a 9th stage half-step true monarch, 5,000 scales was the limit. After all, each scale was harder than the last. A 9th grade true king would roughly be able to fuse with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. That Black Horn was only a 7th grade half-step true king, yet he had actually managed to fuse with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. He was just a step away from becoming a genius with 10,000 scales. Such a person was actually not Mo Longzi. However, compared to the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, he was too weak. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was now a 2nd stage true monarch. After this, it would be able to integrate 1,000,000 scales. You're not bad either. You're able to fuse with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. Yi Xian said to Black Horn. He reckoned that the reason why the other party was able to fuse with so many World Destruction Dragon scales was related to his devouring of the horned black python's bloodline. Compared to Lord, I'm still lacking. Black Horn smiled honestly. However, it's only been 2,000 years since I was born. My aptitude should be good. Lord, why don't you let me follow you? What? Only 2,000 years? Yi Xian was shocked. He was close to becoming a genius with 10,000 scales in just 2,000 years. How could such a person not be Mo Longzi? If I put this guy in the planting space and let him integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scales, he'll become a genius with 10,000 scales or even 100,000 scales. Yi Xian thought. The current flow of time in the planting space was 100,000 times faster. A day in the outside world was 280 years in the planting space. 10 days was 2,800 years. If Black Horn could integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scales in the planting space, he would definitely become a great killing weapon. It's not impossible for you to follow me, but I have a condition. You have to recognize me as your master. Yi Xian said directly. He thought that Black Cove would hesitate, but he didn't expect Black Cove to nod. Thank you, sir. Black Cove will follow you from now on. Before Yi Xian could react, Black Cove took out a contract. It was a master and servant blood contract. Unfortunately, it was an accident when Yi Xian subdued Luoluo. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to subdue Luoluo. Therefore, this Black Horn was at a much higher realm than Yi Xian. It was only a contract with Yi Xian, so it couldn't be considered Yi Xian's subordinate. It couldn't enjoy the boost from the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Divine Beast Trainer bloodline. Ding! Master and servant blood contract successfully formed. Since Black Cove was the one who used the master and servant blood contract, there was no problem in establishing the contract. As such, Black Cove became Yi Xian's most loyal servant. My lord, can you tell me how old you are this year and how many world annihilation dragon scales you have fused with? After the contract was successfully established, Black Cove couldn't help but ask. This year, I should be 32 years old. However, I didn't fuse with the world annihilation dragon scales. He did. After saying that, Yi Xian and the world annihilation ghostly dragon separated into two. What? 32 years old? Black Cove was shocked. In the next moment, he realized that he had found a powerful backer. 32 years old, more than 2,000 years younger than him. World annihilation ghostly dragon, after this, you should be able to fuse with 1 million world annihilation dragon scales. Yi Xian continued to transmit his voice. What? 1 million. Black Cove almost fainted. He thought that the world annihilation ghostly dragon had fused with 10,000 world annihilation dragon scales. After all, the world annihilation ghostly dragon was only a second stage true monarch. It was not on the same level as a 7th stage true king. He didn't expect the world annihilation ghostly dragon to be so heaven-defying. 1 million world annihilation dragon scales. Let's not talk about this first. If you follow me, you will definitely become a genius with 1 million world annihilation dragon scales in the future. Yi Xian grinned and said, how many world annihilation dragon scales do you have? Give them all to the world annihilation ghostly dragon. Recently, I have also plundered many places belonging to the White Dragon Palace. I have about 6,600,000 world annihilation dragon scales. If you want them, you can take them all. Black Cove threw the universe ring to Yi Xian. 6,600,000 world annihilation dragon scales. Including the city lord of Flowing Light City, I have about 7 million world annihilation dragon scales. Yi Xian was shocked. He was still a few 100,000 world annihilation dragon scales away from the 9th stage. Now that he had 7 million world annihilation dragon scales, he could probably enter the 10th stage directly. Leave 100,000 world annihilation dragon scales behind. I believe you will become a genius with 100,000 world annihilation dragon scales very soon. Also, just call me boss in the future. Don't call me you. Just call me you. Yi Xian reminded him and stored Black Cove in the planting space. In the planting space, the speed at which Black Cove devoured the world annihilation dragon scales would be very shocking. Moreover, like Yi Xian, he had broken through by devouring heaven and earth treasures. It was just that he needed a lot of time to refine them. Now that he had the planting space, his cultivation speed and the speed at which he absorbed the world annihilation dragon scales would definitely not be slow. After that, Yi Xian plundered Flowing Light City and left. This time, Yi Xian had really made a big profit. He had picked up a genius and would have a big helper in the future. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that after the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had completely fused with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales, it was actually unable to fuse with ordinary dragon scales. Next up, it would need top-grade World Annihilation Dragon Scales and top-grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones. What a scam! However, a tenfold increase was already very powerful for the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Ding! Ordinary World Annihilation Dragon Scales can be absorbed into the best quality World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ordinary dragon scales could be absorbed into the best quality dragon scales. This was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. However, when he saw the exchange rate clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. 1 million World Annihilation Dragon Scales could only be absorbed into one best quality dragon scale. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had an extra million World Annihilation Dragon Scales, so he immediately exchanged them for the best quality dragon scales. After the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had absorbed one best quality dragon scale, its increase in power was increased by 5%. This meant that it would need 20 World Annihilation Dragon Scales to reach this level. In other words, it would be equivalent to 20 million ordinary dragon scales. Fortunately, it can continue to increase. As long as it can continue to increase, it doesn't matter how many there are. Yi Xian comforted himself. After all, it was not too difficult for him to obtain the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Speaking of which, Black Horn seemed to know something about the Black Dragon sect. This could answer some questions for Yi Xian. For example, the origin of the Black Dragon sect. Boss, countless years ago, the Black Dragon sect had not yet been established. At that time, a World Annihilation Black Dragon suddenly appeared in this area. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. It destroyed countless forces. After that, the dragon-slaying alliance led by the White Dragon Palace appeared. They fought the World Annihilation Black Dragon. In the end, the World Annihilation Black Dragon was killed and its corpse was divided. After that, everyone discovered that by comprehending the World Annihilation Black Dragon's dragon scale, one could comprehend the World Annihilation attack and increase one's attack power. Later on, someone discovered that they could absorb the World Annihilation Dragon scale into their body. In the end, this mysterious person established the Black Dragon sect and became the first Black Dragon sect leader. Chapter 1877. What was the level of that Black Dragon back then? Yi Xian asked curiously. I heard that it was at the saint level. Black Horn replied. Saint? What's that? Yi Xian raised his brows and asked. After the true emperor level is the half-saint level, and after that is the saint level. Once one becomes a half-saint, the immortal energy in their body will gradually transform into saint energy and become stronger. Black Horn continued. Yi Xian paused after hearing this. He was only a half-step true lord right now, and the old tree was only a low-level true lord. They were still a few realms away from the true emperor level. He didn't expect the Black Dragon Emissary and White Dragon Emissary to be so powerful. He estimated that they were at least half-saints, or even saints. Boss, your Black Dragon has fused with millions of World Destruction Dragon scales. If the Black Dragon Emissary finds out about it, it will definitely become the Demon Dragon's son. At that time, it will definitely be bestowed with supreme-grade dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood. Black Horn suddenly said. I know, but how do we find the Black Dragon Emissary? Yi Xian asked in surprise. I left the tribe this time to go to a place where anyone with 10,000 scales can obtain a supreme-grade dragon bone. Black Horn said. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he asked, where is that place? It's called Misty Wind Forest. There's a Black Dragon Emissary there. I'm planning to find him after fusing with 10,000 scales. Black Horn replied. Misty Wind Forest? How long will it take to get there? Yi Xian asked. About 7 days if we use the teleportation formation continuously. Black Horn said. Okay, then you should fuse with 700 more World Destruction Dragon scales in these 7 days. Yi Xian nodded. 7 days in the outside world was equivalent to 2,000 years in the planted space. This was enough for Black Horn. Yi Xian immediately headed for the Misty Wind Forest. Now that the World Destruction Ghost Dragon had fused with millions of scales, it only needed to disguise itself as a 10,000 scales genius and obtain a supreme-grade dragon bone. During this time, he also broke through again and reached the 8th grade half-step true lord level. During the journey, Black Horn lived up to everyone's expectations. He directly integrated more than 1,000 world-ending dragon scales and became a 10,000 scales genius. At the same time, his cultivation had also risen to stage 9 half-step true king. Black Horn could only feel incredulous. He originally thought that it would take him 1,000 years, but he had done it in just 7 days. He definitely didn't follow the wrong boss. 7 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Misty Wind Forest. Black Horn, where is the Black Dragon Envoy? At the entrance of Misty Wind Forest, Yi Xian could not help but ask Black Cove who was in the planting space. I'm not sure about that. I heard that it was the Black Dragon envoy who took the initiative to come here. Blackhorn shook his head. Is that so? Come out then. Yi Xian released Blackhorn as soon as he finished speaking. At that moment, not only had Blackhorn become a rank 9 half-step true king, but he had also fused with over 10,000 world destruction dragon scales, reaching 11,000. This was already in line with the requirements. If what Blackhorn said was true, then the Black Dragon envoy should come to him. Alright, let's go. Yi Xian said as he led Blackhorn into the Misty Wind Forest. This Misty Wind Forest was a dangerous place. Even a half-step true king would not dare to rashly enter. However, Blackhorn was already a rank 9 half-step true king. His battle prowess had long reached the level of a true king. With him leading the way, it would not be a problem. Moreover, Yi Xian was not weak himself. He still had various trump cards at hand. Nothing would happen to him. Following that, Yi Xian and Blackhorn wandered around the Misty Wind Forest. Originally, there were many immortal beasts in the Misty Wind Forest. However, after the Black Dragon calamity, the Misty Wind Forest was occupied by a group of black dragons. Moreover, the number of black dragons increased by several times. Black dragons could be seen everywhere. Yi Xian and Blackhorn killed every black dragon they saw. After all, these black dragons had destruction dragon scales and destruction dragon bones. They first wandered around the forest for half a day. Apart from black dragons, they only saw black dragons. They did not see the Black Dragon envoy at all. This Misty Wind Forest is quite big. If we want to explore the entire forest, it will take several days. Let's explore it once first. Yi Xian comforted himself. If he went to rob, he could obtain many destruction dragon scales. If they wandered around the Misty Wind Forest without any gains, it would be too much of a loss. Finally, after wandering around the Misty Wind Forest for 2 days, Yi Xian and Blackhorn finally encountered a person. It was a young man. His appearance was ordinary, but he was a rank 1 true king. You are also looking for the Black Dragon envoy? Asked the young man. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. He could sense that the young man also had a Pearl of Annihilation. Moreover, he had fused with many destruction dragon scales. He estimated that there were at least 10,000 of them. I've been searching for more than a month, but I haven't found anything. However, I met someone yesterday. He said that he met the Black Dragon envoy at the northern part of the Misty Wind Forest, said the young man. The northern part of the Misty Wind Forest? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. That's good. Why don't we team up? Blackhorn said. Okay. The young man nodded. Yi Xian didn't have any objections. Who knew, they might encounter the Black Dragon envoy if they stayed together. Of course, if the young man wasn't an expert of the Black Dragon sect, he would have attacked him with Blackhorn already. A rank 1 true king must have a lot of destruction dragon scales in his interspatial ring, right? Then, Yi Xian and Blackhorn went with the young man to the back of the Misty Wind Forest. At first, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to the young man. However, after a while, he felt that there was something wrong with the young man. The young man noticed Yi Xian's gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He asked, "What are you looking at?" He didn't care about Yi Xian at all. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation was so low. What he cared about was Blackhorn, a rank 9 half-step true king. He felt that Blackhorn was a 10,000 scale genius. As for him, he was only a 10,000 scale genius. Moreover, he had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Compared to Blackhorn, he was too weak. Blackhorn, be careful. There's something wrong with this guy. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Blackhorn. When Blackhorn heard this, he replied, "Boss, shall we go on our own?" Okay. After getting Yi Xian's agreement, Blackhorn paused and said, "Sir, we still have some matters to attend to. We won't be traveling with you." Hearing this, the young man also looked at Blackhorn, wondering where he had exposed himself. Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. The young man didn't waste time and directly attacked. The aura of a rank 1 true king instantly spread out, pressuring Yi Xian to the point of suffocation. As expected, the young man had his eyes on Yi Xian and Black Horn. No, to be precise, Black Horn was his target. Trash dares to show off in front of me? Black Horn, kill him. Chapter 1878. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the level 3 Mystic God battle armor and donned it on Black Horn. Black Horn's physique immediately soared. He was now several times stronger than his original form. Demon-breaking fist. The humanoid Black Horn turned into a stream of light and went up to meet him. However, what astonished the young man was that, with his strength of a rank 1 half-step true monarch, he was actually instantly killed by Black Horn, a rank 9 half-step true monarch. Bang! After a muffled sound, the young man looked at his chest and discovered that it was empty. His heart and flesh had all been blown apart. Dead. Although Black Horn is only a level 9 true king, his strength soared after donning the level 3 Mystic God battle armor. He was able to instantly kill his opponent, Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickly collected the corpse and stored it in his planting space for Wei Zhentian to search his soul. This guy is actually a genius of the White Dragon Palace hidden in the Black Dragon sect. He is also fused with 10,000 world-destroying dragon scales. He attacked us this time because he wanted to trap Black Horn. Before us, he had already captured 7 10,000 scale geniuses. Yi Xian immediately understood the situation. Boss, why did he want to capture 10,000 scale geniuses? Black Horn asked in confusion. In this misty wind forest, there's a mid-level true king expert from the White Dragon Palace. The reason why the person we killed captured these 10,000 scale geniuses was to lure out the Black Dragon Special Envoy and then hand them over to the mid-level true king from the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian replied. Can we lure out the Black Dragon Envoy by gathering so many 10,000 scale geniuses? Black Horn asked. I'm not sure. However, I already know where those 10,000 scale geniuses are trapped. The mid-level true king should be nearby. Yi Xian said. Boss, let's leave quickly. We can't deal with a mid-level true king yet, Black Horn said. Although he had killed a level 1 true king, a mid-level true king was at least a level 4 true king. It could also be a level 6 true king. It was not something he could deal with right now. It's fine. Let's go take a look first. I have many life-saving methods. I won't die. Yi Xian shook his head and decided to go take a look at that place. However, at that moment, hoo. A gust of wind entered the ears of Yi Xian and Black Horn. They quickly turned their heads to look and found that the space in the distance suddenly trembled. Then, a phantom gradually solidified and finally turned into a black-robed man. However, this person's aura was much more powerful than that of the young man who had died earlier. Who is it? Yi Xian and Black Horn couldn't help but feel astonished. Do you know who I am? The black-robed man asked. I don't know. Black Cove answered without thinking. Didn't you come to the Lost Wind Forest to find me? The man in black's words made Yi Xian and Black Horn recognize him. It turned out that this man in black was the Black Dragon Special Envoy. Big guy, you should have fused with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, right? The Black Dragon Envoy asked. Yes, Senior. Black Horn nodded. Alright, I'll give you this piece of supreme-grade apocalyptic dragon bone. Without hesitation, the Black Dragon Special Envoy took out a piece of supreme-grade apocalyptic dragon bone and threw it to Black Horn. As for Yi Xian, he didn't take him seriously either. After all, he hadn't fused with a single piece. Since the Black Dragon Special Envoy had given him a piece of supreme-grade apocalyptic dragon bone, it proved that the Black Dragon Special Envoy was the real person and not someone in disguise. Therefore, Yi Xian summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. The Black Dragon Special Envoy was slightly surprised when he saw the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon scales. He asked, "How many World Annihilation Dragon scales has it fused with?" "Senior, it has fused with 12,000 pieces." Yi Xian replied casually. "What? 12,000 pieces?" The Black Dragon Special Envoy was shocked. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was only a third-stage True Lord. However, it had fused with 12,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. It was simply unbelievable. Originally, he thought that Yi Xian was just a bystander. He didn't expect that Yi Xian was a beast tamer. At that moment, his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Such a genius. He can't be a White Dragon Special Envoy in disguise, the Black Dragon Special Envoy thought to himself. He took out 10 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon bones from his Qian Kuan ring. All 10 pieces were supreme-grade dragon bones. One had to know that 1 million pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales were required to fuse with one supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon scale. 10 supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon scales were equivalent to one supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon bone. In other words, one supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon bone was equivalent to 10 million pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. 10 supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon bones were equivalent to 100 million pieces. 100 million pieces. These 10 supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon bones are all yours. The Black Dragon Special Envoy generously threw the items to Yi Xian. If these 10 supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon bones were added to the ones that Black Horn had obtained, it would be a total of 11 supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon bones. This was enough to increase the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's strength by a lot. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This time, he really didn't come to the wrong place. He had obtained so many treasures at once. Work hard and strive to become a true 10,000 scale genius in the future. The Black Dragon Special Envoy solemnly said. A true 10,000 scale genius? Yi Xian and Black Cove looked at each other, not understanding what the Black Dragon Envoy was talking about. The Black Dragon Envoy knew that Yi Xian and Blackhorn didn't understand, so he explained, "The 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales that you have fused with are the lowest grade World Annihilation Dragon scales. A true 10,000 scale genius is also called a top-grade 10,000 scale genius. It refers to fusing with top-grade World Annihilation Dragon scales. If we were to convert, you would need to fuse with 1 billion World Annihilation Dragon scales to be considered a true 10,000 scale genius. 1 billion World Annihilation Dragon scales." Yi Xian and Blackhorn rolled their eyes and almost fainted. However, Yi Xian had used 1 million World Annihilation Dragon scales to fuse with a piece of supreme-grade dragon scale. If one were to calculate, it was indeed 1 billion. None of you are disciples of my Black Dragon sect. To be able to reach the level of 10,000 scales before becoming a true king is already considered to have met the standard. The next stage is to fuse with 100,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales at the True King realm, 1 million at the half-step True Emperor realm, 10 million at the True Emperor realm, 100 million at the half-step True Venerable realm, and 1 billion at the True Venerable realm. 1 billion at the True Venerable realm, which is the top-grade 1,000-scale genius. The Black Dragon Special Envoy continued, "Even I have only fused with a few thousand World Annihilation Dragon scales. If we were to convert them to supreme-grade dragon scales, it's not even one scale." Gulp. After hearing the Black Dragon Special Envoy's words, Yi Xian and Black Horn were speechless. If that was the case, then one who had fused with almost 10 million World Annihilation Ghost Dragons could be considered a 10-scale genius, right? Chapter 1879. The Black Dragon Emissary. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly remembered the Black Dragon Emissary he saw that day. At that time, the Black Dragon Emissary said that he could go find him if he reached 10,000 scales. It turned out that the Black Dragon Emissary was referring to the highest quality and not the normal ones. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had only fused a few scales back then, so it couldn't have attracted such an expert. The reason why the White Dragon Emissary was attracted was because of the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's physique. Yi Xian thought to himself. Moreover, the white dragon emissary took so long to arrive because the world destroyer ghostly dragon's aura spread slowly. Otherwise, an expert like the white dragon emissary would have arrived immediately. He guessed that regardless of whether it was the black dragon's sect or the white dragon palace, the emissaries were at least half saints or saints. A person of this level could travel more than 100 years in a single second. If the world destroyer ghostly dragon's aura could spread quickly, the white dragon emissary would have arrived immediately. But then again, the black dragon emissary said that a half-step true monarch needed to fuse 10,000 world destroyer dragon scales. In other words, a rank 9 half-step true monarch was required to fuse 10,000 normal world destroyer dragon scales. The world destroyer ghostly dragon was only a rank 3 true monarch right now. Even if it was a rank 3 half-step true monarch, it would still exceed the standard. Moreover, it was still 15 levels away from the standard. Most importantly, the world destroyer ghostly dragon had already fused 10 million normal world destroyer dragon scales. This was the standard for a true sovereign. If the world destroyer ghostly dragon goes to the black dragon sect, it will definitely be the number 1 genius. Yi Xian was looking forward to it and hurriedly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Don't worry, I'll report anyone who meets the standard, let alone a genius like you who far exceeds the standard." The black dragon emissary nodded and paused for a moment before continuing. However, before that, there's something that needs to be dealt with. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. The people you killed just now were spies from the White Dragon Palace. Their purpose was to lure me out. Before you came, they also made a few moves and trapped a few ordinary 10,000 scale geniuses. So, we have to rescue them first. The Black Dragon envoy said. Then does Senior know where those people are trapped? Yi Xian asked. I know, but I don't know how many experts they have, so I haven't shown up yet. The Black Dragon ambassador nodded. Yi Xian had seen his methods just now. This Black Dragon special envoy was very good at concealment, which was why he could hide. Senior, if you are not confident, I have a magic treasure here that can help you. Yi Xian said as he transformed Wei Zhentian into a level 3 mystic divine battle armor. What is this? The Black Dragon envoy did not suspect anything and allowed the mystic divine battle armor to be worn. In the next moment, he felt his body become stronger. This was several times more powerful than when he transformed into his true form. With this armor, he was confident that he could rescue all the geniuses. Good, very good. If we succeed this time, I will reward you with 10 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones. The Black Dragon envoy's eyes lit up and said, You too, hide here first. I will set up a formation and wait for my return. Okay. Yi Xian and Black Horn nodded. Then, the Black Dragon envoy set up a concealment formation and asked Yi Xian and Black Horn to hide inside. Then, he went alone to the place where the 10,000 scale geniuses were trapped. With Wei Zhentian's help, the Black Dragon envoy should not have any problems. Moreover, Yi Xian had placed a death pursuit order on him. If he died, Yi Xian would know. Half a day later. From the visions shared by Wei Zhentian, the Black Dragon envoy had killed the White Dragon Palace's mid-stage true king and rescued the 10,000 scale geniuses. Very soon, he returned. Your magic treasure is so useful. It allowed me to kill the opponent who was 2 realms higher than me. The Black Dragon envoy could not help but say. He was only a 4th stage true king, and the White Dragon Palace's 6th stage true king. However, after wearing the mystic divine armor, the White Dragon Palace's 6th stage true king was killed by him. This was really beyond his expectations. Before Yi Xian could say anything, the Black Dragon envoy took out 10 Supreme Grade Dragon Bones and threw them to Yi Xian. Thank you for your reward, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. It's no problem. My Black Dragon sect does not lack these. After all, no matter how talented a person is, he will not be able to fuse with many of them. Just take them, the Black Dragon envoy said with a smile. In this way, Yi Xian had obtained 21 supreme-grade dragon bones. If he were to fuse with all of them, the world annihilation ghostly dragon's strength would increase tremendously. Alright, I have already reported this to my superior on my way here. Now, I will personally escort you to him, the Black Dragon envoy continued. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. It seemed that he was going to soar to the sky. As long as he had a good leader, he would not have to worry about not having supreme-grade dragon scales and supreme-grade dragon bones. Perhaps, he could even get supreme-grade dragon blood. At that time, when all three types of dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood were fused into his body, who knew what would happen? At that moment, the Black Dragon envoy led Yi Xian and Black Horn to the designated location. While they were on their way, Yi Xian asked the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon to fuse with the supreme-grade dragon bones in the planting space. With the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's ribs, fusing with these things was very fast. Not long after, the 21 supreme-grade dragon bones were absorbed by the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. The first 2 supreme-grade dragon bones were enough for the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon to complete the 11th stage. After that, 19 supreme-grade dragon bones and a large number of World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon scales completed the 12th stage. In total, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's combat strength had increased by about 2 times. This is too scary. The 13th stage requires 100 supreme-grade dragon bones, which is 1 billion World Annihilation Dragon scales. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. Right now, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon already had 200 dragon scales, and they were all supreme-grade dragon scales according to the Black Dragon sect's internal calculation. However, the number of dragon scales did not have much to do with the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. After all, the effect of the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon fusing with the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was much smaller than other people. If Blackhorn could fuse with 200 supreme-grade dragon scales, even a high-level true king or a half-step true emperor might not be able to hurt him. However, during the first break on the way, Yi Xian accidentally released the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. Chapter 1880. This was something that Yi Xian, Black Horn, and even the Black Dragon envoy did not notice. As a result, an expert from the White Dragon Hall was attracted. Alright, let's continue our journey. We should be able to hand you over to the Lord the day after tomorrow, the Black Dragon envoy said. The Black Dragon sect had countless branches and countless Black Dragon envoys and Black Dragon envoys. At this moment, he was personally escorting Yi Xian to a high-level true king. Then, this high-level true king would escort him to the higher-level Black Dragon envoy. However, right at this moment. Leave? Do you think you can leave? Suddenly, a strange voice fell into the ears of the Black Dragon Special Envoy. The Black Dragon envoy's body trembled as he hurriedly turned around. However, he was only able to turn halfway when he found himself unable to move. A powerful aura suppressed him and rendered him unable to move. A high-level true king? Or perhaps even stronger? When Yi Xian and Black Horn heard the voice, they hurriedly looked over and saw a white figure standing in the air in front of them. When Yi Xian saw the face of this figure clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. He had seen this white-robed figure before, and more than once. White Dragon Envoy. Yi Xian was frightened. He did not expect that they would meet again after so long. What was going on? It seems that the Black Dragon Envoy did not kill this middle-aged man that day. However, how did he find us? Was it just a coincidence? Yi Xian frowned. He did not know that after the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon merged with the top-grade Dragon Bone, the Pearl of Annihilation could no longer conceal its aura. In that case, even if he used the time reversal skill, it would be difficult for him to escape. He could only try to find another path and see if he could avoid this White Dragon Envoy. I did not expect that you would grow to this level in such a short time. The White Dragon Envoy did not dare to believe it. He remembered that when he first met the Black Dragon Envoy, Yi Xian was only a half-step perfected person, and the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon was only a rank 1 perfected person. However, in such a short time, Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 9 half-step true monarch, and the world destroyer ghostly dragon had become a rank 4 true monarch. Yi Xian stared at White Dragon, waiting to see what he was going to do to him. However, right at that moment, another aura descended. White Dragon Saint, we meet again. A familiar voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Black Dragon Saint. This time, the White Dragon Saint Envoy and the Black Dragon Saint Envoy were drawn over. Could it be that there was going to be another great battle? Last time, the Black Dragon Saint Envoy also arrived later and beat the White Dragon Saint Envoy away. In terms of power, the Black Dragon Saint Emissary was much stronger than the White Dragon Saint Emissary. It seemed that they wouldn't be in danger this time. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to use time reversal, but now, it seemed that there was no need for that. You again. The White Dragon Saint Emissary looked at the Black Dragon Saint Emissary with fear. His cultivation was higher than the Black Dragon Saint Emissary's, but the Black Dragon Saint Emissary had fused with a large number of world-destroying dragon scales. Thus, he was not able to defeat the Black Dragon Saint Emissary in a one-on-one battle. That's me. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary grinned. Then, he glanced at Yi Xian and transmitted his voice to him. Brat, I didn't expect that your dragon would grow to this extent in just a short period of time. You have at least 200 top-quality dragon scales, right? An expert was indeed an expert. He was able to see through Yi Xian with a single glance. Someone like the world-destroying ghostly dragon, who was only a 4th-stage true monarch and had fused with 200 top-quality dragon scales, was something that could not be found in the entire Black Dragon Church. Thus, the Black Dragon Saint Emissary decided to protect Yi Xian with all his might. He even wanted to take him in as a disciple. Although the Black Dragon Saint Emissary's expression remained calm, he was extremely shocked in his heart. If the world-destroying ghostly dragon was able to grow up safely, it might become the second Black Dragon Saint Emissary, or even surpass it. Last time, I felt an unusual aura. At that time, I felt that it was strange. Even a genius with 10,000 scales was like an ant in my eyes. However, although that aura was weak, it was very similar to the aura of the world-destroying ghostly dragon. Thus, I went to look for it. The White Dragon Saint Emissary thought to himself, could this Black Dragon be the descendant of the Black Dragon Saint Emissary? If that was the case, they would have to kill the ghost dragon. Or, they would have to bring the world devastation ghost dragon back. It was precisely because of this that the White Dragon Saint Emissary did not make a move and allowed the Black Dragon Saint Emissary to rush over. Seeing that the White Dragon Saint Emissary was not speaking and his gaze was fixed on the world-destroying ghostly dragon, the Black Dragon Saint Emissary's nerves tensed up. He was prepared to make a move at any moment. Black Dragon Saint Emissary, you've protected it time and time again. What is its origin? The White Dragon Saint Emissary asked. Do you think that I will tell you? Even if it's my illegitimate son, you can't do anything about it. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary sneered. Of course, the hit they were talking about was not Yi Xian but the world-destroying ghostly dragon. What a joke. The aura on its body is very similar to that of the Black Dragon Saint Emissary. It should be the descendant of the Black Dragon Saint Emissary, right? The White Dragon Saint Emissary said. Make a guess. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary continued to laugh. In truth, even he did not know what the world-destroying ghostly dragon was. However, the White Dragon Saint Emissary's guess was indeed possible. The world-destroying ghostly dragon could indeed be the descendant of the Black Destruction Dragon. Last time, he had misjudged it and thought that it was only a black dragon with a decent bloodline. However, in such a short period of time, the world-destroying ghostly dragon had broken through from rank 1 enlightened being to rank 4 true monarch. Most importantly, it was able to fuse with at least 200 supreme quality dragon scales. Apart from the descendant of the Black Destruction Dragon, who else could do such a thing? If that's the case, then I must take it away today. The White Dragon Saint Emissary's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was the descendant of the Black Destruction Dragon, it would be best if he could bring it back to the White Dragon Palace because it would be of great use. If that was not possible, then he would have to kill it. Last time, you were beaten to a pulp by me and ran away like a dog. What else do you want today? The Black Dragon Saint Emissary did not waste any more words and directly attacked. Both of them were super experts surpassing the true Emperor realm. A battle of this level was not something that ordinary people could see. In an instant, the two of them turned into their true forms and began to fight. It's actually Sir Emissary. I can die without regrets. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary looked at the battle in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was unable to see the two figures and could only hear the rumbling sounds. On the other side, Yi Xian was also very happy. He originally wanted the Black Dragon Saint Emissary to introduce him so that he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. However, who would have thought that the Black Dragon Saint Emissary would appear on his own? It seemed that the Black Dragon sect would definitely treat the world-destroying ghostly dragon like a treasure. However, things were not that simple. Black Dragon Saint Emissary, why do you think I didn't leave this time? The White Dragon Saint Emissary suddenly asked. Chapter 1881. When the Black Dragon Emissary heard this, he found it strange. The White Dragon Emissary was already being suppressed by him. If he waited any longer, the White Dragon Emissary would definitely be defeated. However, the White Dragon Emissary knew that he could not defeat him. He did not even have the chance to kill Yi Xian. Why did he choose to stay and continue fighting? The next moment, he knew the reason. Oh no, another one is here. The Black Dragon Emissary's expression changed. He turned around and saw another figure in white. It was another White Dragon Emissary. No wonder the middle-aged man did not leave. He was waiting for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, the middle-aged man in white would definitely not be able to defeat the Black Dragon Emissary. However, if it was a two-on-one battle, it would be a different story. Not only that, the Black Dragon Emissary realized that the White Dragon Emissary who had just arrived looked very similar to the middle-aged man. They were actually twins. It's you guys. The Black Dragon Emissary immediately reacted. In the White Dragon Hall, there was a pair of twins who were adept at joint attacks. If the two of them joined forces, they would be able to fight against 3 people. The middle-aged man in white that Yi Xian had encountered previously was the younger twin, Chao Zhenxiong. The older twin was the one who had just arrived. His name was Chao Zhenying. This was troublesome. Are you the one who severely injured my younger brother previously? Chao Zhenying narrowed his eyes and asked. So what if I am? The Black Dragon Emissary shouted. If that's the case, then, Chao Zhenying's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to attack, he received a message from Chao Zhenxiong. Brother, capture that kid and the Black Dragon first. Their objective was to capture Yi Xian and the world devastator ghostly dragon, not to kill the Black Dragon Emissary. Even if the Black Dragon Emissary could not defeat them, he could still escape. When Chao Zhenying heard this, he could not help but divert his attention. Chao Zhenxiong could still handle the situation now. When the time came, he could still escape. It was better to deal with Yi Xian and the world devastator ghostly dragon first. Oh no. The Black Dragon Emissary's expression changed again. If he brought Yi Xian back to the Black Dragon sect, the Black Dragon Hall would definitely be more powerful than the White Dragon Hall. Yi Xian and the Black Dragon Emissary was very important. He could not let Yi Xian must not fall into the White Dragon Palace's hands. Even if I, Zhao Chong, die today, I will kill the 2 of you. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary roared furiously as blood-red runes appeared all over his body. It's time to go all out. Chao Zhenying and Chao Zhenxiong looked at each other and immediately became cautious. At the same time, a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission, evading the pursuit of the White Dragon ambassadors. The random mission was triggered again. Moreover, just like before, he couldn't use the time reversal skill this time. He had to hide for 3 days, and he would only be considered successful if he couldn't be found by the 2 White Dragon emissaries. What a scam! Senior, help me block their pressure. I can escape on my own. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted a message to the Black Dragon emissary. All right. When the Black Dragon emissary heard this, he quickly moved between Yi Xian and the two White Dragon emissaries. In the next moment, Yi Xian was able to move again. The mark left behind by the White Dragon disappeared. Immediately, he kept the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and the Black Dragon emissary that he had communicated with into the plant dimension. Then, he broke through the void and entered. Not good. Chao Zhenxiong reacted, but it was too late. The void had already closed. Yi Xian had escaped. Once Yi Xian left, the Black Dragon emissary was much more relaxed. He just had to find a chance to escape on his own. However, the Chao Zhenying and Chao Zhenxiong brothers were very difficult to deal with when they worked together. Even if the Black Dragon emissary gave it his all, he wouldn't be able to escape so easily. At the same time, on the other side, the White Dragon emissary was at least a half-sage. He was a few realms higher than Wei Zhentian. The Million Beasts illustration and Mystic Divine armor were useless against him. Luckily, I managed to escape. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. After all, he couldn't use the time reversal skill anymore. If he accidentally died, he would have to use 3 devouring points to repair his 3 avatars. Most importantly, his 4th avatar was in the mortal world. Even if he ascended to the immortal world, he wouldn't know how to return to the holy world. Hence, he had to be very careful. I left a death pursuit order on the Black Dragon emissary. If he dies, I will know. If he really dies, I will definitely avenge him. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. However, it was better for him to hide for 3 days. During these 3 days, it was better for him to keep a low profile. The death pursuit order didn't only allow him to know if the marked person was still alive, it also allowed him to sense the distance. A few seconds after he left, the Black Dragon emissary started to move quickly. It seemed like he was escaping. During these 3 days, Yi Xian was on tenterhooks. He didn't let anyone out and moved alone. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Finally, 3 days had passed. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward, time control advancement. Now, the ratio between the planted space and the outside world was 560 years. 1 day in the outside world was 560 years in the planted space. At the same time, the instant the random mission was completed, he could finally use time reversal. However, he couldn't go back to the previous day. He could only go back to the few seconds after the random mission was completed. Hence, Yi Xian decided to stay for 1 more day. That way, if anything happened, he could use time reversal. During these few days of hiding from the White Dragon emissary, I broke through to rank 1 true monarch. However, this strength is completely useless against an expert of this level, Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked into the distance. In the distant horizon, there was a scarlet word. This meant that the Black Dragon emissary was still alive. He hasn't moved at all. I guess he is treating his injuries, Yi Xian thought to himself and decided to look for the Black Dragon emissary. He estimated the distance and estimated that he would need around 2 to 3 days to find the Black Dragon emissary. Of course, this was under the condition that the Black Dragon emissary didn't move. Furthermore, Yi Xian only hoped that he wouldn't bump into the 2 White Dragon emissaries. Otherwise, he would have to use time reversal. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian had another magical treasure. It was called Flowing Light Invisibility Cloak. This could greatly reduce Yi Xian's sense of existence. It was the most suitable item for concealing himself. Very soon, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian broke through to rank 2 true monarch. Moreover, not long after he broke through, he found the Black Dragon emissary. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon emissary was already on the verge of death. "Senior, how are your injuries?" Yi Xian immediately asked. "Brat, you actually managed to find me. You can be considered to have some ability." The Black Dragon emissary cracked open his mouth and smiled. Then, he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I was hit twice by those two. The holy purifying dragon light is extremely fatal to me. The poison has already spread to my heart. I estimate that I can only last for one more day." Chapter 1882. What? Only one day left? Yi Xian raised his brows. This was a tragedy. He finally met the black dragon emissary, but now there were two white dragon emissaries as well. What should he do now that the emissary could only live for one day? Don't be so surprised. Even though I'm on the verge of death, I still dragged Chao Zhening down with me. The emissary laughed. Chao Zhening was the older twin. If he died, Chao Zhenxiong would go crazy. "Senior, is there no other way?" Yi Xian frowned and asked. "No, you can't cure this level of poison. I can't even move right now, so I'm ready to die." The emissary shook his head. Nevertheless, Yi Xian still took out his blood bottle. Unfortunately, it was useless. He was only a true monarch. After that were half-step true monarchs, true kings, true sovereigns, true sovereigns, true sovereigns, true emperors, and true emperors. It would be strange if the immortal phoenix bloodline was useful with such a huge gap. "Forget it, I know what you're thinking." The emissary shook his head. Yi Xian also felt guilty towards him, because if he hadn't been discovered, the black dragon envoy wouldn't have been besieged and ended up on the verge of death. "Oh right, you were discovered because your black dragon had fused with a supreme-level dragon bone. The low-level pearl of annihilation couldn't hide its aura." The emissary looked at his hand and sighed. "Unfortunately, my spatial ring was destroyed in the previous battle, so I don't have anything left for you. But I do have one last thing." Yi Xian's eyes lit up after hearing this. The emissary was an expert, so his gift must be amazing. "The last thing is my corpse." The black dragon saint emissary said, "I have also merged with many dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood. Although I am not as good as the black dragon of destruction back then, the dragon scales on my body are about the same as the black dragon of destruction scales. When I die, you can take them all." "A corpse?" Yi Xian frowns. The black dragon saint is a zooist, not an immortal beast. The world-destroying ghost dragon cannot fuse with his things. However, he did not say it out loud. After all, this was the black dragon saint's good intentions. "Also, give me a floating image crystal. I want to record something and pass it to my disciple." The black dragon saint said. "All right." Without hesitation, Yi Xian used the immortal grade devouring system to exchange for the highest grade floating image crystal that was currently available. After the black dragon saint finished recording, he handed it over to Yi Xian and said, "My name is Feng Beihan, one of the 9 saint envoys of the black dragon sect. The disciple I just accepted is called Pan Hong, and he has a special body constitution. I originally wanted to nurture him to become the black dragon saint, but it seems like that won't be possible. Take the floating image crystal and find him, he will make the arrangements." "Senior, I will definitely do it." Yi Xian nodded. After that, the black dragon saint taught Yi Xian how to find Pan Hong. It turned out that there was a hidden teleportation array nearby that could only be activated with a supreme grade dragon bone. The teleportation array's final destination was the Pan family's residence. A day later, the black dragon saint died. Yi Xian took his corpse and headed to the teleportation array. However, Yi Xian was extremely worried during this journey. He was afraid that the 2 white dragon saint envoys would discover him. No, the black dragon saint envoys had killed Chao Zhening, so only the white dragon saint envoys were left. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at the teleportation array that the black dragon saint envoys had built. He then used a supreme grade dragon bone to teleport. Hua! The teleportation array activated. This teleportation array could teleport people very far away. As long as he landed, Yi Xian would not have to worry about him anymore. At that moment, a teleportation array suddenly started to activate somewhere in the holy world. The teleportation array has activated. Quick, inform the young family head immediately. This teleportation array was located in the Pan family. Before Yi Xian could land on the ground, Pan Hong had already rushed over. Master is back? Pan Hong raised an eyebrow. Then, he saw a figure appear in the teleportation array. It's not Master. When Pan Hong saw the unfamiliar young man, he was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Who are you?" The person who had appeared in the teleportation array was undoubtedly Yi Xian. He looked around and saw a chubby boy who was about 15 or 16 years old. "I am Yi Xian. I am here to look for Pan Hong." Yi Xian replied. "I am Pan Hong. How did you know about this teleportation array?" Pan Hong narrowed his eyes. When Yi Xian heard this, he was in disbelief. This chubby boy was the Black Dragon Saint Envoy's disciple, Pan Hong? This was completely different from the Pan Hong that he had imagined. However, Pan Hong's strength was so strong that he could not see through him. He was much stronger than the Black Dragon Saint Envoy. "I was asked by Senior Feng Beihan to look for you in the Pan family." Yi Xian did not waste time. He took out the floating image crystal and the Black Dragon Saint Envoy's corpse from his interspatial ring. When Pan Hong saw Feng Beihan's corpse, he was completely stunned. "Master is dead?" Senior Feng Beihan was severely injured by the White Dragon Saint Envoy's twin sisters. In the end, his dragon heart was corroded by the purifying holy dragon light and he died. Yi Xian explained what had happened. "Bastard!" Pan Hong cursed angrily. His aura spread out and suppressed Yi Xian so much that he could not move. After a long while, he finally recovered. By then, he had finished looking at the floating image crystal. He turned to Yi Xian and asked, "My master asked me to make arrangements for you. However, your black dragon is only at the level of a perfected lord. How did it merge with 200 supreme grade dragon scales?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. However, he did not summon the world destroyer ghostly dragon. He was afraid that it would attract the White Dragon Saint Envoy again. At that time, the Pan family would be doomed. Feng Beihan had also mentioned this in the floating image crystal. Therefore, Pan Hong did not ask further. He took out a pearl of annihilation and threw it to Yi Xian. This pearl of annihilation was the highest grade item in the Black Dragon sect. With it, the world destroyer ghostly dragon would no longer have to worry about its aura leaking out. After that, the world destroyer ghostly dragon was summoned by Yi Xian. Pan Hong sensed it. "This is unbelievable. I'm already a rank 9 true king, but I've only merged with 10 supreme grade dragon scales." Pan Hong felt helpless. 10 supreme grade dragon scales was the standard for a true emperor. Pan Hong was able to reach this level when he was only a rank 9 true king. Naturally, his aptitude was not to be underestimated. At first, he felt like he was invincible. However, after seeing Yi Xian's world destroyer ghostly dragon, he only felt ashamed. In front of a monster like the world destroyer ghostly dragon, a genius with 10 scales was nothing. Chapter 1883. Master said that you should come with me to the Black Dragon Institute to cultivate. Meanwhile, Pan Hong spoke abruptly. Black Dragon Institute? Where is that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Feng Beihan had never told him about it before. The Black Dragon Institute is the place where the Black Dragon Institute nurtures geniuses. Only those who have been accepted can enter. Master originally wanted to personally bring me to the Black Dragon Institute when he came back. Pan Hong explained. This Black Dragon Institute is the place where the Black Dragon Institute nurtures geniuses. If I enter in my current condition, I will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of top-grade dragon scales and dragon bones. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Pan Hong felt that this matter shouldn't be delayed any longer. Thus, after giving some instructions, he stepped into the transmission array. It turned out that this transmission array could send them directly to the Black Dragon Institute. Yi Xian had thought that he would be staying at the Pan family's residence. Never would he have thought that he would be teleported to one of the most heavily guarded places in the Black Dragon Institute. Before he could recover from his shock, the transmission array activated once more. This time, the destination was the Black Dragon Institute. Hua. Inside the Black Dragon sect, inside the Black Dragon Institute. The Holy Envoy has returned. Inside a transmission palace, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up and respectfully looked at the transmission array. This was the highest-grade transmission array that only the Black Dragon Holy Envoy, Feng Beihan, could use. However, the people who came out of the transmission array this time weren't the Black Dragon Holy Envoy, Feng Beihan, but two young men. The old man paused for a moment and carefully sized them up. One was a third-grade true monarch and the other was a ninth-grade true king. Who are the two of you? The old man looked at Pan Hong and Yi Xian who had just landed. Greetings to Elder Sun. Pan Hong respectfully cupped his fists and said, I am the ninth holy envoy, Feng Beihan's disciple, Pan Hong. This is my proof. Oh. Lord Holy Envoy's disciple? The old man called Elder Sun's eyes lit up as he received the proof. It was indeed Feng Beihan's doing. Good, come with me. Elder Sun nodded. Feng Beihan had already communicated with him and accepted a new disciple. However, he didn't know that the Black Dragon Holy Envoy had already fallen. This senior is called Elder Sun. He is in charge of receiving geniuses from Master's lineage. Along the way, Pan Hong sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. This time, I'm the only one with the proof. Therefore, the one entering the Black Dragon Institute is me, and you may enter as my attendant. But I'll talk to Elder Sun and see if I can get you in as well. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately nodded. Okay. Not long after, Elder Sun, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Yi Xian in shock. Elder Sun looked at Yi Xian in shock and asked, You have a black dragon that has fused 200 top-quality dragon scales? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Elder Sun, he is a disciple that Master has just accepted. I hope Elder Sun can forgive him. Pan Hong hurriedly said. Elder Sun lightly nodded his head and said, If that is the case, then there is no problem. If the headmaster knows that such a genius has entered the school, he will definitely be very happy. It looked like Yi Xian was no longer a problem. However, his cultivation level was so low. If his aptitude was exposed, there might be many problems. For example, jealousy. Elder Sun's position was quite high, directly helping Yi Xian enter the Black Dragon Institute. After entering the Black Dragon Institute, you must learn to keep a low profile. After all, there are countless geniuses here, and any one of them is much stronger than you too. Although you're currently in the Outer Institute, you can't bully others just because you're Lord Holy Envoy. Elder Sun said to Yi Xian and Pan Hong. Yes, Elder Sun. Yi Xian and Pan Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this Black Dragon Institute was unfathomable. Even if it was just the Outer Institute, there were many true Emperor Realm experts. With their current strength, they were at the bottom of the barrel. Every year, you can receive cultivation resources from the Black Dragon Institute, and the amount is based on your aptitude. Elder Sun looked at Pan Hong, saying, You, a 9th grade true king, have integrated with 10 top-grade dragon scales, 2 ranks higher than the standard. On top of that, you're Lord Holy Envoy's disciple, so anyone who enters under him can receive 3 times the cultivation resources. As for Yi Xian, your black dragon has integrated with 200 top-grade dragon scales, and you're only in the true monarch realm, 5 ranks higher than the standard. The amount of cultivation resources you'll receive will surpass Pan Hong. In truth, Yi Xian didn't have much need for cultivation resources. After all, his cultivation speed was limited. However, Luo Luo and Black Horn could use them. With the help of the planting space, their cultivation would definitely soar. Elder Sun, then how do we distribute the top-grade dragon scales and dragon bones? Yi Xian asked. There's no rule to the distribution of these things. I estimate that you can receive a portion of dragon origin every year. Elder Sun replied, a portion of dragon origin consists of 10 top-grade dragon scales, 1 top-grade dragon bone, and a bottle of top-grade dragon blood. Fusing them together would result in better improvement than fusing them individually. However, dragon blood is relatively rare, so it has not been circulated. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly. However, 1 portion of dragon origin every year was a little too little. Calculating it, it was only 30 top-grade dragon scales. It seems like he had to find another way. Elder Sun, then, can I get dragon origin from other places? Yi Xian asked. Yes, there are many places in the Black Dragon Institute where you can obtain dragon origin, such as the Black Dragon Tower. With your current True Monarch Realm cultivation, if you can pass the first floor, you can obtain 1 portion of dragon origin, 2 portions of dragon origin on the second floor, and so on. Elder Sun explained, however, the Black Dragon Tower changes according to each person's cultivation. In any case, the first floor is 1 realm higher than you, and the second floor is 2 realms higher. If you break through to the next realm, the Black Dragon Tower's floor will be refreshed. After listening to Elder Sun, Yi Xian felt a sense of déjà vu. So, it was similar to the Tower of Trials. He estimated that he could obtain a large amount of dragon origin here and increase his strength. Alright, for other matters, you can read the manual I gave you earlier. If you have any difficulties, you can come find me. With that said, Elder Sun left. Yi Xian and Pan Hong's living quarters had been allocated, so they decided to go back first to take a look. Yi Xian, Elder Sun doesn't know that Master has fallen, but Master had a Life Jade token in the Black Dragon Institute. With his death, the Life Jade token shattered. I'm guessing the Black Dragon Institute's higher-ups are furious. Chapter 1884. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only become stronger and take revenge for him. Yi Xian sighed. That's right. Although Master is an envoy, there's another envoy who is at odds with him. We need to be careful. That envoy is called Su Dong, and he established the Su Alliance. If the Su Alliance finds out that Master is dead, they might come looking for trouble. Pan Hong glanced around and said, that's why I suggest that we stay in seclusion and cultivate less. If we encounter any difficulties, we can look for Elder Sun. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Pan Hong returned to his residence. He had just entered the Black Dragon Institute, so he could receive a dragon origin. However, he was Feng Beihan's disciple, so he didn't care about these things. What he wanted to do the most right now was to enter seclusion and cultivate. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't as rich as Huang Xiaolong, so he naturally went to receive a dragon origin. A dragon origin consisted of 10 top-grade dragon scales, 1 top-grade dragon bone, and a bottle of top-grade dragon blood. A while later, Yi Xian received a dragon origin. I wonder how much the world-destroying ghost dragon will improve with 1 dragon origin. Yi Xian directly threw this portion of dragon origin into the planting space. Unfortunately, 100 pieces of top-grade dragon bones were required for this stage. 1 dragon origin was only equivalent to 3 pieces. However, 1 dragon origin increased the world-destroying ghost dragon's strength by 5%. One had to know that if all the dragon bones were top-grade dragon bones, the increase would only be 3% at most. It seemed like this was the result of combining 3 types of dragon bones. Now that the dragon origin is used up, the cultivation resources are all piled up. I still have to go out and earn them myself. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was a 5th grade genius, which meant that he was 5 grades higher than the standard. Thus, he could receive 5 times the cultivation resources. Adding on the fact that the Black Dragon Envoy had entered, he could receive 8 times the cultivation resources every year. Unfortunately, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, they didn't have much effect on Yi Xian. After leaving his residence, Yi Xian headed for the Black Dragon Tower. Along the way, many people pointed at him and whispered. They probably already knew his identity. Pan Hong was only a rank 2 genius, while he was a rank 5 genius. No, the World Devastator Ogre Dragon was a rank 5 genius. One had to know that the Black Dragon Society had produced many rank 5 geniuses in the past. Their final achievements were at least 100,000 scales, and there were even some who were 1,000,000 scales. With these examples, as long as nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before Yi Xian also became a genius of this level. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of the Black Dragon Tower. With my strength, even if I don't merge with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, it shouldn't be a problem for me to reach the 10th level and above, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. The Black Dragon Tower and the Tower of Trials were similar in nature. However, the Tower of Trials did not allow the summoning of monsters. He just didn't know if the Black Dragon Tower had such a restriction. Yi Xian immediately walked in. The Black Dragon Pagoda was a very powerful magic treasure. Every person who entered was different. When Yi Xian entered the first level of the Black Dragon Pagoda, he would have to face an opponent one realm higher. Furthermore, these opponents were all black dragons. To think that they are all black dragons. This is simply a blessing for me. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Hua! Before he could react, the black dragon in front of him charged over. He raised his hand and instantly killed his opponent with a slash of his sword. Although Yi Xian was only a 3rd stage true monarch, his battle prowess had already reached the level of a half-step true monarch. It was too easy for him to kill a 4th stage true monarch black dragon. However, Yi Xian did not feel complacent because of this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised that Wei Xintian could appear in the Black Dragon Pagoda. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Yi Xian grinned. In this case, with the help of the Mystic God battle armor, his strength would be unparalleled. First level, passed. Second level, passed. Third level, passed through in an instant. Yi Xian's speed of passing through the levels was shockingly fast. Many people had gathered outside the Black Dragon Tower. They could see the battles taking place inside the Black Dragon Tower. In the end, these people's gazes all gathered on Yi Xian. He's actually able to fight so many people above him. Isn't this guy too strong? He seems to be just a human. He hasn't fused with the world-destroying ghostly dragon. I wonder how he's so strong. You guys don't know, right? I heard that he came in with the 9th Sage Emissary. He's the disciple of the 9th Sage Emissary. What? The disciple of the 9th Sage Emissary? No wonder he's so strong. If he had fused with the world-destroying ghostly dragon scale, wouldn't he be even stronger? I wonder why he didn't fuse with it. That's because he's a beast tamer. The black dragon he subdued was only a 7th stage true monarch, but it had already fused with 200 supreme grade dragon scales and reached the level of a half-step true monarch. He's a 5th stage genius. What? 5th stage genius? How is that possible? I didn't expect him to be a 5th stage genius. I wonder where they found him. Outside the Black Dragon Tower, countless geniuses of the Black Dragon sect were sighing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th level and was still going up. 8th level, 9th level, 10th level, with the help of the Mystic God battle armor, Yi Xian relied on his own strength to reach the 10th level and above. Not only that, but his attacks were also amplified against beasts. He estimated that his limit should be around the 13th level. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the old tree, sky-splitting divine ape, and world-destroying ghostly dragon had yet to appear. Soon, he reached the 13th level. However, this time, it was a difficult victory. I've already reached the 13th level. The next level is 14 levels higher than me. It's an 8th stage half-step true monarch. Looks like I'll have to let the world-destroying ghostly dragon go up. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the world-destroying ghostly dragon's current strength, even if it didn't fuse with Yi Xian, it could still easily clear the 14th level. After all, it was 4 levels higher than Yi Xian. The geniuses outside the Black Dragon Tower finally saw the world-destroying ghostly dragon's true body. Looking at the world-destroying ghostly dragon's body, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This was the first time they had seen such a domineering black dragon. With just one attack, it killed the black dragon guarding the 14th level. However, the world-destroying ghostly dragon's strength was far from that. It overcame all the difficulties and directly killed its way to the 20th level. Now, it was facing a 9th stage true monarch expert. If it was before, it wouldn't be able to defeat an opponent of this level. However, now that it had fused with so many world-destroying ghostly dragon scales and its opponent was a black dragon, with Wei Zhentian around, what couldn't the world-destroying ghostly dragon defeat? Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian was now using the method of ending the battle quickly. He opened his mouth and directly killed his opponent. 20th level, cleared. Under the fused state, I can kill the black dragon guarding the 20th level without using the slaughter state. If I use my full strength, I might be able to reach the 25th level. Chapter 1885. From the first floor to the 20th floor, Yi Xian's rewards were continuously stacked. In other words, he had already obtained 210 dragon origins. Right now, he only needed a little more than 10 dragon origins to advance to the next floor. 210 dragon origins were more than enough. However, he was still in the midst of clearing the floors, so he had yet to collect the dragon origins. 21st floor, continue. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and climbed up the stairs to the 21st floor. From this floor onwards, he would have to use his trump cards. Slaughter seals, 10 seals, erupt. Stepping onto the 21st floor, Yi Xian saw the guardian of the 21st floor and directly released 10 slaughter seals, increasing his power by 20 times. Originally, he only had 5 chances to release slaughter seals, but this black dragon tower was very strange. Killing these black dragons would also give him killing intent points. Therefore, his slaughter seals had increased to 10 on the 20th floor. With his strength increased by 20 times, Yi Xian still managed to kill the 21st floor's guardian black dragon in an instant. He then stepped onto the 22nd floor. 22nd floor, still 20 times eruption. 23rd floor, still 20 times eruption. 24th floor, 20 times eruption. However, on the 25th floor, 20 times eruption was no longer enough to kill the guardian black dragon. After all, after merging, Yi Xian was a 7th grade true monarch, whereas the guardian black dragon on the 25th floor was a full 25 levels higher than him, reaching 5th grade true emperor. Moreover, this was also the limit of the myriad beasts diagram suppression. Although he could win this battle, it wouldn't be easy. After a fierce battle, Yi Xian still managed to kill the guardian black dragon on the 25th floor, clearing the 25th floor. At this time, his dragon origins had stacked up to more than 300 dragon origins. Outside the Black Dragon Tower, the group of Outer Palace geniuses were so shocked that they were speechless. Too frightening, he actually passed the 25th floor, what a super freak. 5th grade genius, worthy of being a 5th grade genius. Our Outer Palace's Black Dragon Tower only has 30 floors at most. Until now, no one has been able to reach that floor, but he reached the 25th floor the moment he entered. This is too frightening. If I remember correctly, our Black Dragon Institute's number 1 genius Duanmu Xinghe only reached the 27th floor, right? That's right. Senior brother Duanmu Xinghe is also a rank 5 genius, and he's already a genius with 1,000,000 scales. He's really amazing. These geniuses of the Outer Palace could fuse at most 100 crystals, because once they fused more than 100 crystals, they could apply to be promoted to the Inner Palace. On the other hand, Yi Xian's world-destroying ghostly dragon had fused with more than 200 supreme-grade dragon scales. At this moment, Yi Xian had already given up on the challenge of the Black Dragon Tower and walked down. Everyone looked at his cold face and did not dare to approach him. After all, geniuses like him all had strange tempers. If they angered him, they could forget about surviving in the future. Yi Xian did this on purpose to prevent these flies from coming up to him. After leaving the Black Dragon Tower, he directly went to receive his reward, a total of 325 dragon origins. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Tower's record would be refreshed by the number of dragon origins that could be collected every year. Originally, Yi Xian could only receive one dragon source every year. Now, that number had soared to 325. However, Yi Xian could not wait for a year. Moreover, given a year, he could break through dozens of times, which was enough for him to reach the true Venerable Realm. After receiving the 325 dragon origins, Yi Xian quickly returned to his residence and let the world-destroying ghostly dragon fuse with the dragon origins. A dragon source contained 10 supreme-grade dragon scales, 1 supreme-grade dragon bone, and a bottle of supreme-grade dragon blood. After the world-destroying ghostly dragon fused with the dragon origins, its strength increased by 15 times. However, after the increase, the degree of increase could not be seen, but the increase was still there. The world-destroying ghostly dragon's fusion speed and the planting space are simply too powerful. The current world-destroying ghostly dragon has finally reached the supreme grade 10,000 scales level. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the Black Dragon Institute, supreme grade 10,000 scales was the standard for half-step true emperors. Yet, the world-destroying ghostly dragon had actually completed it in the true monarch realm. However, in order to fuse with so many dragon origins, the world-destroying ghostly dragon had to spend a lot of time. In the outside world, 10 days had already passed. In these 10 days, Yi Xian's cultivation soared to the 5th stage true monarch realm, while the world-destroying ghostly dragon was a 9th stage true monarch. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue challenging the Black Dragon Tower, Pan Hong suddenly transmitted a message to him. Yi Xian, is it convenient now? Pan Hong transmitted. What's the matter? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. After receiving Yi Xian's reply, Pan Hong immediately rushed to Yi Xian's residence. There are some things that I need to tell you. Pan Hong walked in and said, I heard that you recently reached the 25th floor of the Black Dragon Tower. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. This news was already 10 days ago. Pan Hong had been in seclusion for the past few days, so it was normal for him to only know about it now. Master has already fallen. Now, everyone in the Black Dragon Church knows about this matter. Previously, there were already people who came to ask me about it. Thus, the position of the 9th Black Dragon Emissary has become vacant. Pan Hong paused for a moment, then continued, previously, Master instructed me to continue inheriting the position of the 9th Black Dragon Emissary. However, with my current condition, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. After hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat understood what Pan Hong wanted to say. I'm only a 2nd stage genius, while you're a 5th stage genius. Moreover, I've already announced that you're the assistant master's disciple. With your talent, there's a very high chance that you'll become the 9th Black Dragon Emissary, Pan Hong said. Sure enough, Pan Hong wanted him to become the 9th Black Dragon Church's holy emissary. However, right at this moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission. You'll become the 9th Black Dragon Church's holy emissary. A system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although Yi Xian didn't want to become the 9th Black Dragon Emissary, since the mission had already appeared, he couldn't refuse it. But I'm only a true monarch right now. The difference is too great. Yi Xian said. The Black Dragon Emissary has always been judged by one's talent, not their realm. As long as you can pass through the Black Dragon stream and obtain the Black Dragon's inheritance, you'll become the 9th Black Dragon Emissary, Pan Hong said. Black Dragon Stream. After hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Black Dragon Stream? What kind of place is that? Black Dragon Stream is where the Black Destruction Dragon fell. That place contains the Black Destruction Dragon's dragon soul. As long as you can obtain the dragon's soul, you'll become the Black Dragon Emissary. Pan Hong explained, Master also obtained the dragon's soul previously. However, after he died, the dragon's soul dissipated. There's still a dragon soul? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The combination of dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon blood would be better than just one. If there was also a dragon soul, the effect would definitely be better. Chapter 1886. The aura of the World Destruction Ghost Dragon was very similar to that of the Black Destruction Dragon, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain the Black Destruction Ghost Dragon's inheritance. However, the most troublesome thing right now was his cultivation. Seeing Yi Xian in deep thought, Pan Hong said, "Previously, the sealing alliance that my master established had 3 aristocratic families under him. However, after news of my master's death spread, 2 of them defected to the other Black Dragon emissaries, leaving only the Ying family. Then what does becoming a Black Dragon emissary have to do with these aristocratic families?" Yi Xian asked. "My master has died, and my background isn't deep enough. Without the support of these aristocratic families, cultivation resources and dragon origins are far from enough." Pan Hong sighed. "So that's how it is." Yi Xian understood. Although 2 aristocratic families had left, there was still 1 remaining, which wasn't too bad. With these cultivation resources and dragon origins, Yi Xian's strength could increase without limit. "If that's the case, I'll do my best." Yi Xian nodded. Of course, if there wasn't a random mission, he might not have agreed. However, the situation wasn't that simple. Just as Yi Xian agreed, Pan Hong suddenly received a message, causing his expression to change greatly. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian asked. "The last aristocratic family left as well. We're now alone and without help." Pan Hong said a piece of news that caused Yi Xian's heart to turn cold. At first, Yi Xian thought that he still had a backing, but now, it seemed that there was no backing at all. "This really is a difficult problem for me." Yi Xian sighed helplessly. Since that was the case, he would have to earn it himself. The Black Dragon Tower's current rewards are based on my True Monarch rank. If I break through to half-step True Monarch rank, I'll be able to refresh it, and the rewards will also be greater. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Right now, he was only a rank 5 True Monarch. If he wanted to break through to half-step True Monarch rank, he would need close to a month. Since that was the case, he could only cultivate in peace. In less than a month, Yi Xian broke through from rank 5 True Monarch to rank 1 half-step True Monarch. The world-destroying Ghost Dragon also rose to rank 5 half-step True Monarch. Now, he could continue challenging the Black Dragon Tower. I've heard that a half-step True King's challenge is 3 times that of a True Monarch's challenge. If I can reach the 25th floor, I'll be able to obtain almost 1,000 dragon origins. Yi Xian thought to himself. 1 portion of dragon source was equivalent to 30 pieces of supreme-grade dragon scales. 1,000 portions would be 30,000 pieces. It was impossible for the geniuses of the Outer Palace to use so many dragon origins. However, they would usually fail to fuse with the dragon origins, and the failed dragon origins would be consumed. That was why there were so many dragon origins as a reward. What no one knew was that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was already a 10,000 scales genius. This kind of talent was enough to crush any genius in the Black Dragon Institute. Not even the Black Dragon Envoy could compare to it. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the Black Dragon Tower. After breaking through to the half-step True King realm, he had more confidence in his own strength. This time, he might be able to reach the 26th or 27th floor. One had to know that even the number 1 genius in the Black Dragon Institute's history had only reached the 27th floor when he was in the Outer Palace. Very soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Black Dragon Tower. At this time, there were many geniuses challenging the tower, but this did not affect Yi Xian. Yi Xian entered the Black Dragon Tower once again. The 1st floor, the 10th floor, the 20th floor, the 25th floor. These hurdles were unable to stop Yi Xian's footsteps. After fusing with the dragon origins, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The originally difficult 25th floor was easily cleared. Next, it was time for the 26th floor. Quickly look, that 5th-ranked genius is challenging the 26th floor. I remember that he was stuck on the 26th floor the last time. I wonder if he can clear it this time. He definitely can. After all, he actually broke through to the half-step True King realm in a month. He's definitely going to set a new record. Shoo, it's starting. Before everyone's eyes, Yi Xian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon merged. At the same time, Wei Zhentian was also ready. Million Beasts illustration, suppress. In an instant, this 9th-ranked True Emperor Black Dragon's combat strength decreased by 70%, leaving it with only 30%. Killing Seal. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Yi Xian immediately went all out. He flashed behind his opponent and opened his mouth. A scorching dragon's breath directly sprayed onto the black dragon's back, instantly piercing through its body. Instant kill. The 26th floor, cleared. Now, he was only one floor away from the record. Yi Xian estimated that he should be able to clear the 27th floor, but it might be a tough battle. However, it did not matter. After all, he had already reached the 26th floor. Even if he failed this floor, he would definitely be able to clear it after fusing with the dragon origins. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to clear the 30th floor of the outer mansion. Soon, he arrived at the 27th floor. However, this time, many experts had already gathered outside the Black Dragon Tower. Among them were the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect. This time, Feng Beihan has brought back a super seed. Do you guys think he can clear the 27th floor? In the air above the Black Dragon Tower, a long-haired man couldn't resist asking several people around him. I think not. I also think not. This record was set by Duanmu Xinghe, how can it be broken so easily? True, Duanmu Xinghe is the #1 genius since the establishment of our Black Dragon Institute. Many 5th-ranked geniuses can't compare to him. This young man probably won't be able to do it. The people behind the long-haired man shook their heads. None of them had high hopes. This time, I'm afraid you guys are mistaken. This black dragon has fused with the highest grade pearl of extinction. Even you guys won't be able to tell how many top-grade dragon scales he has. The long-haired man chuckled. What does Vice Leader mean? Could it be that in this 1 month, he has fused with more top-grade dragon scales? No one dared to believe it. Outer Mansion geniuses would need to spend a lot of time fusing with a top-grade dragon scale. The unit of measurement was years. Whereas Yi Xian had entered the Black Dragon Institute for less than a month, yet he had already fused with another top-grade dragon scale. This was a little inconceivable. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a half-step true King Realm cultivator. Any random person had a higher cultivation than him. My cultivation is higher than yours, so I can sense a thing or two. I estimate that the number of top-grade dragon scales this kid has fused with has exceeded 1,000, the long-haired man said. Impossible. 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 The moment the long-haired man's words came out, the people behind him shouted the same words in unison. A half-step true King Realm cultivator had fused with more than 1,000 top-grade dragon scales. This was impossible. Chapter 1887. I initially thought that he was only a grade 5 genius when he was in the true monarch realm. Who would have thought that he could still maintain his cultivation after breaking through to the half-step true king realm? The long-haired man chuckled. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but recall the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe. Duanmu Xinghe had also started off as a grade 5 genius, but as his cultivation increased, he began to decline. This was something that was inevitable. However, Yi Xian was actually able to maintain his cultivation. This was truly rare. While they were discussing, the battle inside the Black Dragon Tower ended. Yi Xian had obtained victory with great difficulty. 27th floor, cleared. Cleared, he actually cleared the 27th floor. This is senior brother Duanmu's record. His talent is actually comparable to senior brother Duanmu's. This is too frightening. Quickly look, the vice leader and several holy envoys are here. Hearing this, the geniuses below immediately raised their heads and saw the long-haired man and several people behind him. This long-haired man was one of the Black Dragon Institute's vice leaders. His strength was unfathomable, and he was even stronger than the 9 holy envoys. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had just come out from the Black Dragon Tower and also saw the several super experts in the air. Young man, you're not bad. Continue to work hard and try to clear the entire Black Dragon Tower. The vice leader said with a smile. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. It seemed like he had caught the attention of the Black Dragon Institute's upper echelon. This was also good, maybe they would reward him with something. At that time, even without the support of the aristocratic families, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation resources and dragon origins. It was a pity that the vice leader didn't seem to have such intentions. He only left behind this sentence and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The several Black Dragon holy envoys behind him also gave Yi Xian a deep glance before leaving one after another. Scam, a bunch of stingy bastards, Yi Xian cursed in his heart and quickly left. He first went to collect the reward for clearing the 27th floor before returning to his residence. Last time, he had cleared the 25th floor when he was in the True Monarch realm and obtained 325 dragon origins. This time, he had cleared the 27th floor when he was in the half-step True King realm. He could collect more than 1,000 dragon origins. These dragon origins were enough for him to fuse with for a period of time. He immediately returned to his residence and asked the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon to fuse with the dragon source. More than 1,100 dragon origins, if converted into supreme-grade dragon scales, that would be more than 35,000 pieces. Fortunately, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's realm had increased. Otherwise, with so many dragon origins, even the planting space would not be enough. This time, it took 10 days for Yi Xian to break through to the third stage half-step True Monarch realm. However, just as he was preparing to challenge the Black Dragon Tower again, a person suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Who? Yi Xian asked without waiting for the other party to knock on the door. Master, I am a disciple of the Sealing League. A strange voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Seal the alliance? Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted. Although the Sealing League no longer had the support of the aristocratic families, they still had some disciples. Clang! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian opened the door and asked, "What is it?" A young man walked in and respectfully reported, "Master, the Alliance Chief has fought with someone and is heavily injured." Alliance Chief? Pan Hong? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who fought?" "It was the Su Alliance's Su Jing." The young man replied. Su Alliance. Yi Xian recalled what Pan Hong had told him. The Su Alliance was established by the Black Dragon Holy Envoy Su Dong, and this Su Dong had a grudge with Feng Beihan. Pan Hong had warned him to be careful of the Su Alliance's people. Yi Xian immediately let the young man lead the way. The Black Dragon Institute did not allow life and death battles, so Pan Hong's life was not in danger. However, his injuries had affected his bloodline. When Yi Xian arrived at the Black Dragon battle stage, he saw Pan Hong leaning against the wall on the verge of death. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked at him with a pale face. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian quickly walked over and asked. "My life is not in danger, but," Pan Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, "Master said that if I fully awakened my bloodline, I would be at least a grade 4 genius, but now, even if I fully awakened my bloodline, I would only be a grade 3 genius." "Your bloodline is damaged?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Pan Hong nodded with a dejected expression. Originally, he would be at least a grade 4 genius, but after this battle, he would only be a grade 3 genius at most. This loss was too big. Yi Xian turned to look at the Black Dragon battle stage and saw a young man standing on it, grinning at him. "You must be Yi Xian, right? I finally get to meet you." The young man smiled. "Su Jing, am the Su Alliance's Alliance Chief in the Black Dragon Institute. Now, I sincerely invite you to join my Su Alliance." "Join the Su Alliance?" Yi Xian harumphed coldly, "You injured my friend, and now you want me to join you?" "I only injured him, not killed him," Su Jing replied. Su Jing replied, "Now that the 9th saint has fallen, there is no need for the Sealing Alliance to continue existing. Even the 3 aristocratic families under its command have all defected to the Sioux Alliance. Think about it, what can you do without the support of the aristocratic families? When the Feng Alliance was at its peak, it had the support of Feng Beihan and the 3 aristocratic families. Its strength was ranked in the middle among the 9 holy envoys. But now, Feng Beihan had fallen, the 3 aristocratic families had defected, and the Feng Alliance was on the verge of collapse. There was no need for it to exist anymore. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. Couldn't he be arrogant without a background? You're just a grade 9 true emperor. What are you so arrogant for? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and prepared to teach this guy a lesson. But right at that moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Defeat all the Sioux Alliance disciples on the Black Dragon outer list and complete the mission. Reward, Immortal Slaying Bloodline Upgrade. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. All the Sioux Alliance disciples on the Black Dragon outer list? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Black Dragon outer list was the ranking list of the Black Dragon outer palace. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources they would receive every year. Yi Xian had forgotten about this before. Now that the system had reminded him, it was a good way to take revenge. He had heard that if the disciples on the Black Dragon outer list were defeated by someone with a lower ranking, they would not be able to enter the list for 100 years. If Yi Xian defeated all the Sioux Alliance disciples, they would not be able to receive cultivation resources for 100 years. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to send Su Jing flying with a punch. But now that he had accepted this random mission, he had to act according to the mission. Su Jing, right? I'll let you off for now. Next, you better be prepared to suffer my wrath. Chapter 1888. You're Su Jing, right? I'll let you off for now. You better be prepared to bear my wrath. When he said this, the surrounding people thought that Yi Xian was afraid. However, this was understandable. Although Yi Xian had passed the 27th floor of the Black Dragon Tower, the guardian there was the Black Dragon. The 100 people on the Black Dragon list were all at least grade 3 geniuses. It wouldn't be easy to defeat them all. However, don't forget, who among the people present can catch up to Yi Xian's breakthrough speed? Not even 1% of Yi Xian's speed could surpass him. As they watched Yi Xian, Pan Hong and the others leave, someone leaped onto the Black Dragon platform and whispered to Su Jing, Alliance Master, are we just going to let them leave like that? There's no rush. We still have plenty of time. Furthermore, these 2 people are the 9th sage's disciples. It won't be easy to recruit them. Su Jing shook his head. He believed that he had plenty of time to recruit Yi Xian into the Sioux Alliance. However, he didn't think so anymore. After leaving with Pan Hong, Yi Xian made a careful plan. Pan Hong, give me the information on all the Sioux Alliance's disciples. I want them on the Black Dragon list, Yi Xian said to Pan Hong. Black Dragon list? What are you going to do first? Pan Hong asked in astonishment. I'm going to beat the Sioux Alliance's disciples one by one, of course, Yi Xian said casually. This mission wasn't too difficult for him. He just needed some time. Pan Hong didn't ask any more questions. He was too weak. He was only a grade 9 true monarch. Compared to Yi Xian, he was too weak. After Yi Xian received the information on the Sioux Alliance's disciples, he headed straight for the Black Dragon Hall. The Sioux Alliance had a total of 18 disciples on the Black Dragon list. This was already very good. The last disciple happened to be ranked 100th on the Black Dragon list. Thus, Yi Xian directly requested to challenge him. At first, the administrator thought that Yi Xian was overestimating himself. After all, the 100th ranked disciple was already a grade 6 true emperor. On the other hand, Yi Xian was only a half-step true monarch. The difference was too great. However, when he saw Yi Xian's face, his body trembled. Wasn't this the person who had passed the 27th floor and held the same record as the Black Dragon Hall's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe? Junior brother, you're going to challenge the Black Dragon list now, the administrator asked timidly. Yes, I'm going today. Yi Xian directly nodded. What's 6th stage true emperor? That was only 21 levels higher than him. It was nothing. Yes, yes. The administrator. The manager was shocked. He immediately finished registering Yi Xian and personally went to inform the 100th ranked person. At the same time, Yi Xian was already on his way to the Black Dragon battle stage, waiting for his opponent. When Yi Xian returned to the Black Dragon battle stage, the Su Alliance's people had already left, and there was no one there. After waiting for a while, he saw the administrator return with a young man. Gulp. This young man had no choice but to accept the challenge. After all, if he didn't come, it would be equivalent to him forfeiting. However, even he didn't have the confidence to win against Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had already reached the 27th floor when he was still a grade 1 half-step true monarch. Now that he was a grade 3 half-step true monarch, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with a grade 6 true emperor, right? Junior brother, he's here. The administrator respectfully informed Yi Xian. All right, please. Yi Xian nodded and cupped his fists at the Su Alliance's disciple. Gulp. The Su Alliance's disciple swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although the person standing in front of him was only a half-step true monarch, he felt an endless pressure. If it was outside, even a half-step true monarch would be an ant-like existence in front of him. However, he was in the Black Dragon Institute, and everyone here was a genius, not to mention that the person standing in front of him was a grade 5 genius. The result of this battle was obvious. After the Su Alliance's disciple reverted to his true form, he was first suppressed by Wei Zhentian, then sent flying by the world-annihilating ghost dragon's tail. After this battle, Yi Xian stepped on this Su Alliance's disciple and entered the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list. At the same time, the number of people required to challenge the random mission had decreased by 1, leaving only 17 people. Senior brother, I'm going to challenge the 95th person. I'll have to trouble senior brother to make another trip. Yi Xian said to the administrator. You still want to challenge? The administrator asked in astonishment. That's right. Yi Xian nodded his head. The administrator didn't know about the enmity between Yi Xian and Su Jing, but he knew that Yi Xian was Feng Beihan's disciple. He also knew about the conflict between the Su Alliance and the Feng Alliance, so he didn't say anything and directly left. Next, the 95th Su Alliance's disciple came and was beaten up by Yi Xian. Next, another 2 Su Alliance's disciples were challenged by Yi Xian, and both of them were kicked off the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list. In one day, 4 Su Alliance's disciples were kicked off the outer ranking list, and all the Black Dragon Institute's disciples knew that Yi Xian was going against the Su Alliance. In the next few days, Yi Xian continued to challenge the Su Alliance's disciples. After a few days, almost all the Su Alliance's disciples were annihilated. Now, only Su Jing, who was ranked 3rd on the Black Dragon outer ranking, was left. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation had also broken through from the 3rd stage half-step true monarch realm to the 4th stage half-step true monarch realm. The current him could crush Su Jing to death with one hand. Bastards, all of you are trash. Su Jing's roar resounded from somewhere in the Black Dragon Institute. In just a few days, almost all the Su Alliance's disciples on the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list had been annihilated, and he was the only one left. How could he remain calm? Although the annual cultivation resources of the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list were only a drop in the ocean for the Su family, the fact that the Su Alliance's disciples had been kicked off the outer ranking list was a disgrace to the Su family. This enmity had to be avenged. Just as Su Jing was in a rage, the administrator of the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list came looking for him. Junior brother, Yi Xian wishes to challenge you. The voice of the administrator of the outer ranking list entered Su Jing's ears. Challenge me? When Su Jing heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. It seemed like he could take revenge. If it was before, he would have been afraid that he wouldn't have been able to teach Yi Xian a lesson. After all, the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list didn't allow private battles. Last time, Pan Hong had been beaten up because he had challenged him. Now, Yi Xian had delivered himself to his doorstep to be beaten up. What a coincidence. Su Jing immediately left his residence and headed to the Black Dragon Arena. When he arrived, he saw that Yi Xian was already standing on the Black Dragon Arena, waiting for him. How audacious! Su Jing shouted in a low voice. Chapter 1889. Yi Xian had already defeated the 9th-ranked disciple of the Su Alliance, who was an 8th-stage true emperor. However, that disciple was only a 3rd-stage true emperor at most, while Su Jing was a 4th-stage true emperor at most. Yi Xian was simply courting death by challenging him. Su Jing jumped onto the stage. He first glanced at Yi Xian, then glanced at Pan Hong, who was behind Yi Xian. As long as I send him flying, I can complete the random mission. Yi Xian thought to himself. If he defeated Su Jing, he could complete the random mission and take revenge for Pan Hong. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If it was before, Yi Xian wouldn't have had much confidence. After all, Su Jing was the Su Alliance's spokesperson in the Outer Palace, so he definitely wasn't weak. But now that he had broken through, he no longer feared Su Jing. Brat, are you doing this to prove your strength to me so that you'll be valued after joining my Su Alliance? Su Jing suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, what you're doing is useless. With your aptitude, you'll definitely be heavily nurtured after joining my Su Alliance. You're thinking too much. Hearing this, Yi Xian only shook his head indifferently. Prove himself? He didn't need to. It seems like you're determined to go against my Su Alliance. Su Jing said. I haven't met someone as humorous as you in a long time. Could it be that I'm just putting on an act? Yi Xian laughed. Since that's the case, I won't say anything else. Come. Su Jing didn't waste any more words and made his preparations. Gemini Heart Link Pendant. Yi Xian quickly summoned Wei Zhentian and connected with him. Unfortunately, Su Jing's cultivation was too high, so the Gemini Heart Link Pendant was useless. Since that was the case, he would use the soul-sucking bell. Ding! When a crisp sound rang out, Yi Xian had already fused with the world-destroying ghost dragon. Moreover, Yi Xian had already raised many immortal beasts in the Black Dragon Institute. These immortal beasts were all stored in a space, and when the time came, Yi Xian would directly kill them. Now, the time had come. 10 slaughter seals were instantly formed. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, / Yi Xian directly used up 10 slaughter seals and activated the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The Immortal Slaughtering Puppet also appeared and attacked Su Jing. The Black Dragon battle platform was only so big. The Banishing Immortal Sword Formation enveloped the entire platform. Su Jing's expression changed. He'd long since heard of Yi Xian's prowess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but have an ominous premonition, then. After all, Yi Xian was the one who challenged him first. All he had to do was make up a reason to cripple Yi Xian so that he wouldn't grow up and become a threat to the Su Alliance. After Yi Xian. Yes Yi. If he was at his peak, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, his main body was a frost iron black dragon, and his defense was astonishing. Long God. Million Beasts Diagram. Suppress. The moment Su Jing transformed into his original form, Wei Zhentian also transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. In an instant, Su Jing's combat power dropped by 70%. What? Su Jing was shocked. Yi Xian did not use the Million Beasts diagram when he challenged others. Hence, no one knew what kind of treasure it was. It was all for this moment. Su Jing was no longer a threat to Yi Xian after his combat power dropped by 70%. Death Hunting Order. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, Yi Xian quickly flashed behind Su Jing and opened his mouth to release a scorching dragon breath. This attack directly melted Su Jing's powerful dragon scales and blasted half of his body into smithereens. Instant kill. This scene happened so suddenly that no one present expected such a result. The manager of the Black Dragon Outer Leaderboard immediately activated the defensive formation and rushed forward to stop Yi Xian. Although Su Jing was only a 9th grade true emperor, he was a direct descendant of the Su family. Otherwise, how could he be the leader of the Su alliance? However, Yi Xian did not intend to kill Su Jing. He just wanted to win this battle. Of course, with the manager's strength, even 10 Yi Xian would not be able to kill Su Jing. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Immortal Slaying Bloodline Upgrade. This random mission was too easy for Yi Xian. He completed it easily. At the same time, he avenged Pan Hong. Cough. Yi Xian, from today onwards, you will not be able to move an inch in the Black Dragon sect. Su Jing, who was seriously injured, had transformed into his human form. He said to Yi Xian in a threatening tone after coughing up blood. Oh. Then I'll show you. Yi Xian snorted and left the Black Dragon battle platform. In the Black Dragon sect, Su Meng was not the only one who could control everything. The 2 deputy leaders were still the most powerful. As for the leader of the Black Dragon sect, no one had seen him before. They only knew that he was very mysterious and very powerful. In Yi Xian's eyes, Su Meng was just a stepping stone. Although this stepping stone was very big now, when he grew to a certain level, he would still be able to crush it. After leaving the Black Dragon battle platform, Yi Xian went to collect the reward for the 3rd place on the Black Dragon Outer Leaderboard. With his half-step True King Realm cultivation, he could collect 1,000 dragon origins every year. These 1,000 dragon origins were not much of an improvement for him now, but it was better than nothing. Then, he went back to cultivate in seclusion. A few days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 5th grade half-step True King. Ding! Yan Ming Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th grade half-step True King. At the same time, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had integrated with all the dragon origins he had obtained. The number of dragon scales had exceeded 60,000. I heard that no one has reached the 30th floor of the Black Dragon Tower yet, so no one knows what the reward is. But with my current condition, I can reach the 28th floor at most, still 2 floors short. Yi Xian thought to himself as he picked up the Black Dragon manual and skimmed through it. There were many places in the Black Dragon Institute that he had not been to yet. If he wanted to obtain the dragon origins faster, there was one place that was very suitable for him. That place was called the Black Dragon Battlefield. There were a large number of black dragons in this Black Dragon Battlefield. All of them were the descendants of black dragons that had integrated with top-grade World Annihilation dragon scales. Many Black Dragon Institute disciples went in to hunt black dragons, obtaining top-grade World Annihilation dragon scales and dragon bones. When they returned, they would exchange them for top-grade World Annihilation dragon scales and integrate them with the Black Dragon Institute. However, Yi Xian did not need to do so, because the immortal grade devouring system was enough. Chapter 1890. However, as soon as he left his mansion, a few people came up to him. You are Yi Xian? The leader of the group, a long-haired young man, looked at Yi Xian coldly. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at the long-haired young man and asked. He felt like he had seen this long-haired young man somewhere before. However, the other party's aura was so strong that even he could not sense it. This meant that he was at least a half-step true venerable. The first and second on the Black Dragon outer ranking were only 9th stage true emperors, but their fighting strength was stronger than Su Jing's. However, the long-haired young man in front of him and the 2 followers behind him had surpassed true emperors. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that these 3 people were not from the outer palace, but from the inner palace. Su Yang, from the Su Alliance. The long-haired young man said directly, Su Jing is my younger brother. I'm here today to see what the 5th stage genius who injured my younger brother looks like. No wonder I felt like I've seen your face somewhere before. So you are Su Jing's older brother. I've heard so much about you. Yi Xian immediately grinned and cupped his fists. I only injured him, not killed him. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? Su Yang smiled and said, I have to thank you for helping me teach that good-for-nothing younger brother of mine a lesson. However, a lesson is just a lesson. You injured a member of my Su alliance, so I can't just let this matter go. If that's not the case, then what do you want to do? Yi Xian asked curiously. Now that sacred emissary Feng Beihan has fallen, the Su alliance only exists in name. Although you are his disciple, you don't have any backing. Joining the Su alliance is the best choice. Su Yang said. Your younger brother said so, but I still refused. Yi Xian shook his head. It seems like you are determined to go against the Su alliance. Fine, then you should just stay in the outer palace. If you are promoted to the inner palace in the future, I will let you know the consequences of rejecting the Su alliance. Su Yang said coldly, then turned and left. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. So what if he did not join the Su alliance? When he was strong enough, the Su alliance was nothing. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. He immediately rushed toward the teleportation point of the Black Dragon battlefield. The Black Dragon battlefield has one for each realm. With my current strength, I should have entered a half-step true king level battlefield, but since I'm so strong, I should enter a true emperor level battlefield. Yi Xian thought to himself. The true emperor level Black Dragon battlefield was perfect for outer palace disciples to gain experience. Fortunately, the people at the teleportation point knew Yi Xian. Otherwise, they would have stopped Yi Xian from going in to die. What a joke. Even Su Jing had been crippled by Yi Xian. Would there be any danger in entering a true emperor level Black Dragon battlefield? Hua. The teleportation array began to operate and Yi Xian disappeared. However, after he left, Su Yang had also received news that Yi Xian was heading to the true Emperor Black Dragon battleground. He thought for a moment, then immediately said to someone beside him, inform the Ying family. Tell them to send some people in and give this kid an accident. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the Black Dragon battlefield. This was the place where the Black Dragon Institute's disciples trained. Other than the Black Dragons, there were only the Black Dragon Institute's disciples. There was no one else. Only those below the true Emperor level could enter this true Emperor level Black Dragon battlefield. Half-step true venerables were not allowed to enter. Therefore, with Yi Xian's strength, he would not encounter any danger here. Without merging, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon could fight against a true Emperor level 9th stage half-step true Emperor. When it merged, it could easily kill a true Emperor level 9th stage half-step true Emperor. The reason Yi Xian entered the true Emperor level Black Dragon battlefield was because he wanted to follow a plan. If he didn't make a profit for a year, then he would eat for a year. Simply put, he would hunt down black dragons while he was merging. After the merging time passed, he would stop and rest. In any case, he had all kinds of trump cards. It was impossible for him to die. Alright, let's get to work. Yi Xian ordered the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon to transform into its true form and started searching. Chapter 1891. Assassin. Yi Xian reacted in an instant. This 9th grade true Emperor Black Dragon Institute disciple was here to kill him. Dodge. Yi Xian was enraged. He used Blink to escape while summoning the Myriad Beasts diagram. This person's combat strength dropped by 70% in an instant. However, Yi Xian couldn't merge with the world-destroying Ghost Dragon at this time, so he could only use the Death Hunting Order to mark the other party and escape through the void. This way, he would be able to escape this calamity. Although the other party's strength has dropped by 70%, his strength is still not something I can contend against when I can't merge with the world-destroying Ghost Dragon. Yi Xian breathed out in relief. He didn't expect to run into an assassin in the Black Dragon battlefield. As for who sent this assassin, it was needless to say, it was definitely Su Meng. I've already used the Death Hunting Order to mark you. Wait until my skill recovers, then I'll kill you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continued on his way. Fortunately, this black dragon battlefield only allowed true emperors and below to enter. Half-step true venerables and true venerables couldn't enter, otherwise, he would have no choice but to use the time reversal skill. One day later, the body fusion skill's cooldown was over. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky, and a light flickered in his eyes. This guy is a 9th grade true emperor, there should be a large amount of dragon origin in his spatial ring. If I kill him, I might gain more. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurried on his way, preparing to take down that guy. The other party had also left a mark on his body. Yesterday, he had used the void gate to move continuously to avoid the other party's pursuit. Today, he took the initiative to meet the other party. He's charging at me? The assassin from yesterday was slightly surprised when he sensed Yi Xian's aura, but he didn't think too much about it. Soon, he met up with Yi Xian, but today, he had brought 2 helpers with him. Yi Xian had the strength to kill Su Jing in 1 hit. It was a little difficult to deal with him alone, so it was safer to bring 2 more helpers. 3 people? Yi Xian's eyes glimmered as he coldly harumphed, today, even if you bring 30 people, you won't be able to escape death. After saying that, his aura skyrocketed. Merge. In an instant, Yi Xian merged with the world devastator ghostly dragon, and his aura skyrocketed. Last time, after defeating Su Jing, his immortal slayer's bloodline had leveled up. There were 6 slaughter seals at the start, and they could be stacked up to 11. Each slaughter seal could increase one's strength by 2 times. Most importantly, Yi Xian had subdued a large number of black dragons in his planting space. Any one of them would be enough to fill up 11 slaughter seals. 11 slaughter seals, explode. Yi Xian's eyes widened as his aura surged for the 2nd time. 24 times. The 3 9th stage true emperors were shocked. They suddenly felt that they had offended the wrong person. The next moment, the Yi Xian in their eyes disappeared. Eye of assassination. Black dragon flame wave. This angle was just enough for the 3 of them to erupt. By the time the 3 of them reacted, they had already been enveloped by the black dragon flame killing wave and were instantly killed. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications rang out, and the 3 of them were instantly killed. Humph. You overestimate yourselves. Yi Xian snorted coldly as he kept the 3 Qian Kun rings. The 3 of them were actually stronger than Su Jing, but they were still vulnerable in front of him. Yi Xian immediately checked their Qian Kun rings, but there was no identification of the 3 of them. It seemed that they had all been removed in case something unexpected happened and exposed. Yi Xian also found a large number of dragon origins in the Qian Kun rings. There were more than 5,000 of them. He had really struck it rich. As long as he absorbed these, the world devastator ghostly dragon would be a genius with 200,000 scales. Wei Zhentian, search their souls. Yi Xian immediately put the 3 corpses into his planting space for Wei Zhentian to search their souls. It really is Su Yang. However, I didn't expect these 3 to be from the Ying family. After searching their souls, Yi Xian felt that Feng Beihan had raised an ingrate. After Feng Beihan's death, the Feng alliance had almost collapsed. 2 families had left, and only 1 family was left. However, this family had also left in the end. It was the Ying family. Who would have thought that after the Ying family had changed sides, they would accept orders from their new master to kill him? Since that was the case, when the other 2 families left, they should have left together. Why did they have to put on an act? The Ying family? Yi Xian looked at the sky, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He guessed that the people coming to kill him would not only be these 3 Ying family disciples. There would be more. I don't care. Let's continue killing. Yi Xian did not want to care about this for the time being. He planned to use up the time he had to merge with the world devastator ghostly dragon first. After another round of killing, Yi Xian obtained a large number of Supreme Destruction Dragon Scales. He then exchanged them for Supreme Destruction Dragon Scales. After that, he found a place to merge with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. This time, the merging process took about 5 days. This allowed Yi Xian to break through to 6th grade half-step True King Realm, and the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon finally reached 1st grade True King Realm. The Black Dragon Institute's entrance requirement was to merge with 10,000 ordinary dragon scales before reaching half-step True King Realm. However, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon had already merged with 300,000 top-grade dragon scales. The difference between top-grade dragon scales and ordinary dragon scales was 1 million. Even if all the Black Dragon Institute's top geniuses were added together, they would not be able to match up to 1/10 of the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon scales. In these 5 days, once the cooling down period for merging with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon was over, Yi Xian would merge with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon and go out hunting. Thus, he still had 300,000 top-grade dragon scales in reserve in his devouring space. Today, the cooling down period for merging with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon was over, so Yi Xian came out to hunt. What he was thinking now was to let the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon merge with 1 million dragon scales before going out to find trouble with Su Meng. However, he had only wandered around for a while. He did not discover the Black Dragon Institute's group, but he did see several Ying family members. The reason he recognized them was because he had searched the souls of the 3 Ying family members before. This time, the 3 Ying family members were still the ones he bumped into. Die. Without another word, Yi Xian merged with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon and killed the 3 Ying family members. Then, he used the remaining time to hunt and obtain a large number of dragon scales. In the following days, Yi Xian did the same as before. When the cooling down period for merging with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon was over, he would go out to hunt. Otherwise, he would stay in seclusion. In less than a month, he broke through from 6th grade half-step True King Realm to True King Realm. At the same time, the number of top-grade dragon scales the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon had merged with had reached 1 million. A genius with 1 million dragon scales. It's a pity that the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon's fusion with top-grade dragon scales is too little compared to others. But, he has the advantage of being able to merge with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon faster. Chapter 1892. Since he had achieved his goal of entering the Black Dragon battlefield, the next step was to leave and find trouble with the Su Alliance. Yi Xian passed through the Void Gate and quickly returned to the entrance of the Black Dragon battlefield, then teleported back to the Black Dragon Academy. However, he did not look for Su Yang or Su Jing directly. Instead, he went straight to Elder Sun. Yi Xian, do you need something from me? Elder Sun was surprised to see Yi Xian here. This was the first time Yi Xian came looking for him. Elder Sun, there are some things I want you to take a look at. Yi Xian took out several floating image crystals from his devouring space without hesitation. Elder Sun curiously looked at them and his expression changed. Bastard, they actually dared to send people to harm you? Elder Sun was enraged. Yi Xian was Feng Beihan's disciple, yet the Ying family dared to do such a thing. They were really courting death. However, a problem arose. Elder Sun suddenly thought of something and said, Yi Xian, it's not that I'm suspecting you, but these floating image crystals can't be used as evidence. Why? Yi Xian's eyebrows raised. Because their memories might have been altered. Even if we search their souls, we won't be able to prove anything. Elder Sun shook his head. After Elder Sun's reminder, Yi Xian also reacted. If these people's memories had been altered, then it really couldn't prove that the Su Alliance was the culprit. Since that's the case, then forget it. Yi Xian shook his head, but he was referring to the matter of the evidence. The enmity of the other side sending people to kill him, he couldn't not take revenge. Don't go out for the time being, cultivate properly. If possible, go to the Black Dragon Tower's outer tower. This way, no matter how bold the Su Alliance's people are, they won't dare to touch you. Elder Sun said. Elder Sun, what's the reward if I pass the 30th floor? Yi Xian asked curiously. Most people don't know about this reward, but I can tell you. Elder Sun paused for a moment before continuing. If you can pass the 30th floor, then the sect leader will personally accept you as his disciple. Sect leader? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The sect master of the Black Dragon Church would personally accept a disciple. This was extremely awesome. At that time, not to mention Su Meng, even the Black Dragon Saint Emissary Su Dong and the two vice sect masters would not dare to touch him. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian was a little agitated and quickly left. Elder Sun looked at his departing figure, and his figure flashed quickly. He had previously heard that Yi Xian had reached the 27th floor. This time, after returning from the Black Dragon battlefield, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He wondered what floor he could reach. Last time, I was only a rank 3 half-step true monarch, but I reached the 27th floor. This time, I'm already a rank 1 true king, and the world-destroying ghostly dragon has more than 1,000,000 scales. I don't believe that I won't be able to ascend. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he was going all out. Even if he had to spend the 3 Devourer points, he had to reach the 30th floor. If he could become the disciple of the Black Dragon cult's leader, he would be able to achieve meteoric success in the future. Soon, he arrived in front of the Black Dragon Tower. As long as he became the Black Dragon cult's leader, the people of the Su Alliance would have to avoid him. At that time, he would be able to easily take revenge and demand an explanation from Su Dong. Thinking of this, Yi Xian entered the Black Dragon Tower. This time, he still cut through all obstacles like before and easily cleared the stage. The Black Dragon guarding the 27th floor, which he had struggled to defeat last time, was instantly defeated by him today. At this time, he had already reached the 28th floor. Outside the Black Dragon Tower, there was already an uproar. Heavens, he's actually going to challenge the 28th floor. I wonder if he can pass today. The strength of the Black Dragon guarding every floor of the Black Dragon Tower is several times stronger. He had a hard time winning last time, so it shouldn't be possible today, right? Why not? When you saw him reach the 25th floor, did you know that he would reach the 27th floor like senior brother Duanmu Xinghe? These words left that person speechless. Indeed, things always exceeded their expectations. Yi Xian was always able to create miracles and broaden their horizons. They just didn't know if he would succeed this time. At this time, on the 28th floor, Yi Xian had already made his move. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian only used one move, but it was this move that killed the Black Dragon guarding the 28th floor. Cleared. The Black Dragon Tower's record was set. Outside the Black Dragon Tower, everyone was dumbfounded. Cleared. The 28th floor of the Black Dragon Tower was cleared. The Black Dragon Institute's number 1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe's record was broken by Yi Xian. Oh, this kid is really amazing. He actually broke Duanmu Xinghe's record. The Black Dragon cult's vice leader raised his eyebrows and laughed. He had thought that no one would be able to break the record in 100,000 years. Feng Beihan died a good death this time. To be able to bring back such a genius, the heavens are really protecting our Black Dragon cult. That's right. If this kid grows up, not to mention the White Dragon Hall, he won't be inferior to the entire Dragon Slaughtering Alliance. This Dragon Slaughtering Alliance is afraid that we'll create a second Black Dragon of Destruction, so they want to kill a second dragon. Let's see if we don't teach them a lesson. Several Black Dragon holy envoys discussed in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian had already stepped onto the 29th floor. Without saying a word, he directly started the battle. In a few seconds, he cleared the 29th floor. Everyone was shocked once again. While they were still in shock, Yi Xian had already reached the 30th floor, which was also the final floor of the Black Dragon Tower. When he was on the 29th floor, he seemed to be at ease. Could it be that he's going to become the first super genius to clear the Black Dragon Tower since the establishment of our Black Dragon Institute? Black Dragon Tower's 30th floor, ah. That's crossing 30 realms. Although his opponent is a black dragon, with the difference in realms, it's impossible. It's already very good for a grade 3 genius to reach the 10th floor and above. Grade 4 geniuses rarely reach the 20th floor. Even grade 5 geniuses, other than senior brother Duanmu Xinghe, only a few have reached the 25th floor. This Yi Xian is going to defy the heavens. Ah. I heard that there's a special reward for clearing the Black Dragon Tower. I wonder what the reward is. The people below were shocked beyond words. Not only that, but the several Black Dragon holy envoys and vice leaders in the air were also shocked. Vice leader, if he really cleared the Black Dragon Tower, will the leader descend? One of the Black Dragon holy envoys asked. Leader? Even I haven't seen him before. Isn't he a little too mysterious? I'm not sure either, but I'll report this matter to him. To be honest, even I don't know what he looks like. Perhaps, only vice leader who knows. The long-haired man shook his head. What? You haven't seen Vice Leader Chen before? The several Black Dragon holy envoys couldn't help but feel astonished. Chapter 1893. While they were talking, Yi Xian was already fighting with the Black Dragon guarding the 30th floor. This battle was extremely intense. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's current strength was still insufficient and he failed to clear this floor. Did he fail? When the people outside saw that Yi Xian was killed by the Black Dragon guarding the 30th floor, they couldn't help but reveal disappointed expressions. However, when they saw Yi Xian fighting the Black Dragon guarding the 30th floor, they felt that Yi Xian had a chance of clearing the floor. Although he had failed, perhaps Yi Xian would be able to clear the floor in the near future. I didn't expect to fail. Yi Xian also didn't expect this. However, he was now a rank 1 true king, and the Black Dragon Tower had already refreshed. After clearing the 29th floor, Yi Xian could obtain more than 4,000 dragon origins. He estimated that it would be enough after fusing with these dragon origins. He immediately left and went into seclusion after obtaining so many dragon origins. Several days later, ding! Host broke through and is now a rank 2 true king. Ding! Infernal Ghost Lord, world-destroying Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and heaven-breaking Divine Ape broke through and are now rank 6 true kings. Yi Xian had broken through and the world-destroying Ghost Dragon had also fused with the 4,000 dragon origins. Today, he was going to challenge the Black Dragon Tower again. He was determined to clear the 30th floor and become the sect master's disciple. When the Outer Palace disciples saw Yi Xian, they all followed him. They only had respect for Yi Xian. Thinking back, when Yi Xian first joined the Black Dragon Institute, he was only a rank 3 true monarch. But now, he had broken through and become a true king. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that after becoming a rank 2 true king, he was still able to maintain his rank as a rank 5 genius. He was simply a monster. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the bottom of the Black Dragon Tower and directly walked in. The 10th floor, the 20th floor, the 25th floor, the first 29 floors were completed in one go without a trace of sloppiness. Everyone could also see his growth. His strength was clearly much stronger than 5 days ago. Next was the 30th floor. Slaughter mode. Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Yi Xian used his trump card and directly clashed with the Black Dragon guarding the 30th level. Fortunately, Yi Xian could now obtain the Slaughter Seal at any time. Last time, he had used the Human Wave tactic to fight against the Guardian Black Dragon of the 30th level. Today, he was still using this tactic. Countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal exterminating arrows attacked the Black Dragon. Apart from that, there was also a celestial slaying sword formation that was continuously operating. Violent winds howled. The group of geniuses outside the Black Dragon Tower, as well as the Black Dragon Saint and Vice Sect Leader Chen, all held their breaths as they watched this battle. This battle did not disappoint everyone's expectations. The final victor was Yi Xian. Although his battle tactics were not very good, he had indeed obtained victory and cleared the 30th floor of the Black Dragon Tower. He actually managed to clear the Black Dragon Tower. This is too inconceivable. Doesn't this mean that senior brother Duanmu Xinghe is much weaker than him? How can senior brother Duanmu compare to senior brother Yi? The crowd below had an urge to hug Yi Xian's thigh. At this time, Yi Xian came out from the Black Dragon Tower. The several Black Dragon Saint and Vice Sect leaders also descended from the sky. Not bad. I didn't expect that a super genius would appear in my Black Dragon Institute who could clear the Black Dragon Tower. Vice Sect leader Chen landed on the ground and looked at Yi Xian with a face full of joy. Greetings Vice Sect leader, greetings holy envoys. Yi Xian also understood who these people were and hurriedly greeted them. Since the establishment of my Black Dragon Institute, no one has ever been able to clear the Black Dragon Tower. Even my Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe, couldn't do it. I didn't expect that you would be able to do it. Vice Sect leader Chen said with a smile, I'm sure everyone knows that there is a reward for clearing the Black Dragon Tower's 30th floor. Next, I will tell everyone that this reward is to become the sect leader's disciple. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Being accepted as the sect leader's disciple after clearing the Black Dragon Tower's 30th floor? This was soaring to the sky. Next, I will report this matter to the sect leader. Please wait here for a moment. Vice Sect leader Chen said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. He wanted to see who would dare to harm him now. Who would dare to touch the sect leader's disciple? Among the group of Black Dragon Institute disciples below, there were many from the Su Alliance. When they saw that Yi Xian had cleared the Black Dragon Tower's 30th floor, their expressions turned extremely ugly. They hurriedly reported to the rest of the Su Alliance. This time, they were in trouble. While these people were reporting, Vice Sect leader Chen also sent a message to the Black Dragon Institute sect leader, but he did not receive a reply. The sect leader is really too mysterious. He actually didn't reply to me even once. Vice Sect leader Chen shook his head helplessly. However, right at this time, the other communication crystal in his spatial ring lit up. The sect leader is in seclusion, I'll take his place. A voice entered Vice Sect leader Chen and the other holy envoy's ears. This voice belonged to the other sect leader of the Black Dragon Institute, Hu Feng. Who would have thought that Vice Sect leader who would be together with the sect leader? What was the relationship between the two of them? Before Vice Sect leader Chen and the other holy envoys could react, a black figure flew over from the horizon. Greetings, Vice Sect leader Hu. The several Black Dragon holy envoys hurriedly greeted him. The newcomer was the other Vice Sect leader of the Black Dragon Institute, Hu Feng. When he arrived, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and he asked, Is it him? Yes, he's the one who cleared the Black Dragon Tower's 30th floor. Vice Sect leader Chen nodded. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. Master is in seclusion, so I'll take his place. Today, I'll accept you as my junior brother on behalf of Master. Vice Sect leader Hu said. Master? When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. Even Vice Sect leader Chen Xian, was shocked. No wonder only Hu Feng could become the Black Dragon Institute's sect leader. It turned out that Hu Feng was the Black Dragon Institute's sect leader's disciple. This was the first time they had heard of this matter. Yi Xian did not understand this. When he heard this, he hurriedly greeted Hu Feng, Greetings, senior brother. Good, when Master comes out of seclusion, you'll be able to see him. Here are some gifts for you. Take them. After Hu Feng finished speaking, he threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. When the latter caught it, he was shocked. There were so many dragon sources. Damn, there's 1,000,000 dragon sources? Yi Xian was shocked. The World Devastator Ghostly Dragon had already merged with more than 1,000,000 Supreme Dragon Scales. 1,000,000 dragon sources were equivalent to 30 million Supreme Dragon Scales. This Hu Feng was too generous, wasn't he? The dragon sources have been greatly depleted. Take these and use them first. We'll talk after you've used them up. Hu Feng emphasized. Chapter 1894. Alright, cultivate well. Come back to me after you enter the inner palace. After Hu Feng said this, he left again. Although he was a little cold, the fact that Yi Xian had obtained 1 million dragon origins was a big surprise to him. 1 million dragon origins, 30 million top-grade dragon scales. If the world-destroying ghost dragon could integrate with all of these, its strength would definitely soar. However, with so many dragon origins, the time needed to integrate them was a problem. Without further ado, Yi Xian left the others behind and returned to his residence, entering seclusion. This time, he spent a long time in seclusion, more than a month. When the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had fused with all the top-quality dragon scales, Yi Xian's cultivation had just broken through to the first stage of half-step True Emperor, while the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had reached the 5th stage of half-step True Emperor. In the Black Dragon Institute's outer palace, this level of cultivation was still the lowest level. Even so, no one dared to doubt Yi Xian's strength. Finally, the integration is complete. The world-destroying ghost dragon's current strength is at least 10,000 times stronger than it was a month ago. Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock. In this 1 month, the world-destroying ghost dragon had integrated with all 1 million dragon origins, and the total number of dragon scales had reached 30 million. What Duanmu Xinghe? What genius with 1 million dragon scales? Before the world-destroying ghost dragon, all of them were trash. Initially, the Black Dragon Institute's people thought that Yi Xian would be in seclusion for a long time, at least in years. Who would have thought that he would come out in a little over a month? Moreover, when he came out, his cultivation had actually improved by leaps and bounds. This was too terrifying. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that when he came out, there were many people waiting for him. Who is it? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, falling on one person, Su Yang. The people waiting outside his residence were at least half-step True Venerable Realm and above, most likely inner disciples of the Black Dragon Institute. At this time, Su Yang was following behind a young man. Young lord, you've come out of seclusion. Ah, young lord. The young man walked up to them with a smile. Yi Xian glanced at him and asked, who are you? Young master, I am Su Chong, the Inner Mansion Alliance chief of the Su Alliance. The young man smiled and said, previously, I heard that my Su Alliance's members had offended the young master, so I brought them here today to apologize. Oh. Inner Palace Alliance leader? Yi Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. That Su Jing from before was the leader of the Outer Mansion Alliance. At the same time, he was also Su Yang's younger brother. And now, there was another Inner Mansion Alliance leader. This Su Yang is quite bold. He said that if I enter the Inner Palace, he will let me know how serious the consequences of offending the Su Alliance are. Yi Xian said with a smile that was not a smile. Bastard. Su Chong was furious. He directly grabbed Su Yang and raised his hand to hit him. Pa! A vicious slap landed on Su Yang's face. The Vice Alliance leader of the Su Alliance had been slapped in public. He had probably lost all his face. Su Yang also knew that he had offended the wrong person. If he had known that Yi Xian had the ability to pass through the Black Dragon Tower, he definitely would not have found trouble with Yi Xian, let alone recruit him. What a joke. Yi Xian was now the disciple of the Black Dragon sect's leader. Even the Black Dragon Saint had to be respectful when he saw Yi Xian, let alone these disciples. Young master, you see. Su Chong smiled and looked at Yi Xian. Then let's forget about the matter of threatening me, Yi Xian said casually. When he said this, Su Chong, Su Yang, and the surrounding disciples of the Su Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions stiffened. However, we can't just let the matter of the Su Yang faction's Ing family's disciples chasing me to kill me, Yi Xian suddenly said. Su Yang sent people to kill you? Su Chong's body trembled when he heard this. How come he did not know about this? Not good. Su Yang's expression changed greatly. This matter had become serious. Even the Black Dragon Saint might not be able to protect him. Before he could say anything, Yi Xian took out the floating image crystal. This was something he had extracted from the memories of the Ying family's disciples. When Su Chong saw it, he wanted to kill Su Yang on the spot. Who gave you the guts? Su Chong looked at Su Yang and asked. Be big brother, I was blinded for a moment. I will take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Su Yang looked as if he was prepared to die. Yi Xian could be said to have no background at all. However, no one in the Black Dragon sect dared to touch Yi Xian now. After all, Yi Xian was the disciple of the Black Dragon sect's leader. Since the Black Dragon sect's leader had established it, his strength was naturally above the two vice leaders. If they dared to touch Yi Xian, it would be equivalent to slapping the leader's face. Even Vice Leader Chen wouldn't dare to do anything to Yi Xian, let alone the Black Dragon Saint. Although this matter happened before I became the leader's disciple, I can't just let it go like this. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, I can't be bothered to kill you. This Su Yang is a member of the Su Alliance. Compensate him with dragon origins and cultivation resources. Compensate? When they heard this, Su Chong and Su Yang's eyes lit up. The former asked curiously, how much? Oh, at least 300,000 dragon origins and cultivation resources of equivalent value. Yi Xian said casually. 300,000 dragon origins. This wasn't a small amount for the Su Alliance. However, if Yi Xian revealed this matter to Hu Feng, then the Su Alliance would no longer have any reason to exist. Even Su Dong wouldn't be able to protect it. Alright, 300,000 dragon origins and cultivation resources of equivalent value. Su Chong gritted his teeth and agreed. Before Yi Xian could be pleasantly surprised, he took the dragon origins out of his universe ring. Damn, that's the Alliance Lord for you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If he didn't know, Su Jing, Su Yang, or Su Chong were all Black Dragon emissary Su Dong's sons. Therefore, Su Dong would definitely be willing to part with 300,000 dragon origins. Outside of Su Jing, Su Yang and Su Chong were both true emperors. This bit of dragon origins for Su Yang's life was worth it. After accepting the compensation, Yi Xian scowled and said, the matter is settled, get out of my way. Yes, we'll leave right away. The group nodded and quickly left, not daring to disturb Yi Xian. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up as he watched them leave. Just a slap and some compensation to appease him? What a joke. The vengeful Yi Xian had never let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. However, in his current state, he couldn't deal with Su Meng. Although the Black Dragon sect leader was his backer, Hu Feng didn't seem to be very friendly. Thus, Yi Xian wanted to take revenge for himself. Another 300,000 dragon origins. I can continue to fuse with the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon. Chapter 1895. Initially, Yi Xian had planned to go to the Black Dragon battlefield for another round of slaughter, but now that someone was giving him money, it saved him a lot of time. As his cultivation increased, the world-destroying Ghost Dragon's speed of merging with the dragon roots would also increase. It only took the world-destroying Ghost Dragon 3 days to completely merge with the 300,000 dragon roots. His strength had increased once again. Based on my current situation, there won't be any problems if I want to be promoted to the Black Dragon Institute. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he applied to the Black Dragon Institute. At this point, who in the Black Dragon Institute didn't know Yi Xian? Even in the inner palace, there were many people who personally came to meet Yi Xian, including many female disciples. If they could climb up to Yi Xian, they would soar to the sky. However, Yi Xian already had 2 wives in his family, so he did not dare to flirt anymore. His cold face directly cut off these female disciples. Soon, Yi Xian was promoted from the Black Dragon Institute's outer palace to the inner palace. Senior brother, I've entered the inner palace. After entering the inner palace, Yi Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to Hu Feng. Good, come and find me. Hu Feng replied. After asking around, Yi Xian found out where Hu Feng lived and immediately rushed over. When he arrived at Hu Feng's residence, Hu Feng happened to be walking out. "It's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has actually broken through a lot. Amazing, amazing." Hu Feng couldn't help praising. "Senior brother is overpraising me," Yi Xian humbly replied. "Master is still in seclusion. He said that he'll come back to see you after you obtain the Black Dragon's inheritance," Hu Feng said. In truth, Yi Xian was not interested in this Black Dragon Institute's chief, but the Black Dragon's inheritance that Hu Feng mentioned attracted his attention. "Senior brother, what is the Black Dragon's inheritance?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "I know that you can obtain the Black Dragon's inheritance by passing through the Black Dragon stream. In other words, you've obtained the Dragon Soul's approval," Hu Feng explained. The Dragon Soul was the Black Destruction Dragon's soul from countless years ago. "Then, how can we enter the Black Dragon stream?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "Only half-step true venerables can enter the first layer of the Black Dragon stream, the second layer is true venerables, and so on. The Black Dragon Ravine has a total of 5 levels. Only by entering the third level, the Black Dragon Ravine, can one possibly encounter a Dragon Soul," Hu Feng answered. "The first level is a half-step true sovereign, the second level is a true sovereign, then wouldn't the fifth level be a half-step saint?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The third level was at the half-step true emperor level. He should be able to reach it if he went all out right now. "There's no need for you to challenge the Black Dragon Tower. The inner tower is the same as the outer tower, with a total of 30 floors. If you need the dragon origin, feel free to come find me, or enter the first and second layer of the Black Dragon stream and obtain it yourself," Hu Feng said. In fact, Yi Xian had already spent all of the dragon origins. However, he didn't want to ask Hu Feng for it now. After all, the other party might be suspicious. Thus, his plan was to enter the Black Dragon stream and obtain the top-grade dragon scales himself. "Senior brother, I'll take my leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fists at Hu Feng and left. This Black Dragon stream was a pretty good place. The first 2 levels shouldn't be a problem for Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian would have to do it himself. The Black Dragon Institute had several 100,000 outer disciples and close to 100,000 inner disciples. With Yi Xian's cultivation, it was impossible to find anyone lower than him. However, there was no one who didn't know his face. After asking around, Yi Xian made a beeline for the Black Dragon stream. He was going to enter seclusion again. The outer palace was called the Black Dragon Battlefield, while the Black Dragon stream was called the Black Dragon stream. When Yi Xian arrived at the Black Dragon stream through the transmission array, he was a little surprised. The Black Dragon Battlefield was filled with dragon roars, but there was no sound in the Black Dragon stream. It was a little strange. However, he soon found out. "Right now, I'm at the first level of the Black Dragon stream. The Black Dragons here are at least half-step true venerables," Yi Xian was thinking in his heart when he saw a black shadow flying over from the horizon. However, when he squinted his eyes, he discovered that it wasn't a black dragon. It was a strange dragon. To be more precise, it was a Kirin dragon. It didn't have any life and was actually a Kirin dragon formed by some top-grade dragon scales and ordinary dragon scales. "This is convenient, I don't have to fuse with them." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly went up to meet the Kirin dragon. He estimated that this Kirin dragon was a 6th-grade half-step true venerables. With the world-destroying ghostly dragon strength, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with it. Sure enough, the world-destroying ghostly dragon killed the Kirin dragon in one strike. However, Yi Xian also noticed something. This Kirin dragon wasn't affected by the myriad beasts diagram. After all, it wasn't a beast. It seems like this Black Dragon stream isn't that easy to pass. Yi Xian sighed and collected the scattered dragon scales, then continued on his way. This Kirin dragon brought him a lot of benefits, relatively more than the Black Dragon. In the following days, Yi Xian also spent his time in the first layer of the Black Dragon stream. He stayed there for more than a month. In this 1 month, he had lost count of how many Kirin dragons, bone dragons, and blood dragons he had killed. Not only did he break through to first-grade true emperor, but the number of top-grade dragon scales he had fused with the world-destroying ghostly dragon had also reached 60 million. This was a terrifying number because even the holy envoys might not have more than the world-destroying ghostly dragon. The world-destroying ghostly dragon's bloodline feels similar to the Black Destruction Dragon's bloodline. I wonder if I can encounter a dragon's soul. Yi Xian thought to himself. If he could obtain the Black Dragon's inheritance, the world-destroying ghostly dragon's strength would definitely soar. However, he was currently in the first layer of the Black Dragon stream. The chances of encountering a dragon's soul were 0 because dragon souls would only appear in the third layer of the Black Dragon stream. Thus, Yi Xian decided to continue on his journey. Many of the other geniuses of the Black Dragon Institute were also in the Black Dragon stream. However, as their cultivation increased, their ability to challenge those with higher realms would decrease. The world-destroying ghostly dragon, on the other hand, was able to maintain this record. Of course, when the world-destroying ghostly dragon reached the true emperor realm or half-true saint realm, it would no longer be able to challenge those with higher realms. He had a feeling that there was a limit to the number of top-grade dragon scales he could fuse with, although he didn't know what it was. At this time, he was already on his way to the second layer of the Black Dragon stream. The Kirin dragons, bone dragons, and blood dragons here were at least at the true venerable realm. The benefits he obtained from killing them were also much better than the first layer. Following that, he continued to kill, and the world-destroying ghostly dragon's strength continued to increase. After fusing with so many top-grade dragon scales, the world-destroying ghostly dragon's strength continued to increase. Yi Xian estimated that the number of top-grade dragon scales the world-destroying ghostly dragon had fused with was close to 100 million. Chapter 1896. A genius with 100 million scales. Not to mention 100 million scales, no one in the Black Dragon Institute had ever reached 10 million scales. Only the 8 Black Dragon Holy Envoys had reached 10 million scales. As for Hu Feng and that vice leader Chen, Yi Xian had no idea. During his time in the Black Dragon stream, Yi Xian had run into quite a few fellow disciples, but they spent most of their time in the Black Dragon stream, thus they did not recognize Yi Xian. However, this time, Yi Xian ran into someone while he was hunting a dragon. It was a young man with a strong aura, but Yi Xian couldn't tell what realm he was at. With the previous experience, Yi Xian kept his distance from this person, guarding against him. "Junior brother, there's no need to be so cautious," the young man said. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked directly. "It's like this, I'm called Yuan Lai, and I'm here specifically to look for junior brother." The young man grinned, then transmitted his voice. "I wonder if junior brother Yi wants to climb even higher?" "Climb even higher, what do you mean?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. "Climb even higher means that you can change to a new environment, one that's better than the Black Dragon Institute." Yuan Lai transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. What did this Yuan Lai mean? Could it be that he was, "You're from the White Dragon Hall"? Yi Xian guessed the other party's identity. This Yuan Lai was most likely a spy from the White Dragon Hall. Hee, that's right. Yuan Lai laughed. The White Dragon Hall is much stronger than the Black Dragon Institute, and they're from the righteous path. If a genius like you is willing to join my White Dragon Hall, you'll definitely be valued. The White Dragon Hall's people have actually infiltrated the Black Dragon Institute, truly negligent. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before replying, "What's in it for me?" "Unlimited dragon source," Yuan Lai stated. Unlimited, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If it was before, he would definitely be tempted by these words. However, he now felt that the world devastator ghostly dragon was about to reach its limit after fusing with the supreme grade dragon scale. Even if he was given more dragon origins, he might not be able to fuse with it anymore. Moreover, he could earn dragon origins on his own now, so why should he join the White Dragon Palace? The Black Dragon sect also treated him well. "Sorry, I refuse." Yi Xian shook his head and refused. Junior brother, do you know the consequences of your refusal? Yuan Lai's face suddenly darkened. I know. Didn't you kill him? Yi Xian nodded. I don't want to kill you, so please come with me until you decide. Yuan Lai said and was about to make a move. It won't be that easy for you to capture me. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Just as he was about to leave, he realized that he couldn't use the eyes of the void. Not good. His expression changed greatly, but before he could react, Yuan Lai had already reached out and grabbed him through the air. I'm a true emperor. If I let a true emperor like you escape, I might as well kill myself. Yuan Lai's voice entered Yi Xian's ears. True emperor. Yi Xian didn't expect Yuan Lai to be a true emperor. Shouldn't someone like him be heading to the Black Dragon Stream? Wasn't a true emperor afraid of attracting unwanted attention by staying in the second stream? One had to know that the Black Dragon Institute was a sealed place. Yuan Lai, right? I'll remember you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he thought of something. Time reversal. In the next instant, Yi Xian returned to the previous day. He then broke through the void and left the Black Dragon Stream. I didn't expect the White Dragon Hall to infiltrate the Black Dragon Institute. It seems like I need to be careful. Yi Xian thought to himself after leaving the Black Dragon Stream. He first stayed in the inner mansion for a day to recover from the cooldown of time reversal. Then, he went to investigate and found Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai would never have thought that Yi Xian would investigate him for no reason. With a true emperor eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, Yi Xian was a little afraid. Fortunately, he had the time reversal ability. Unless he triggered a random mission, nothing would happen to him. I'm only a first-grade true emperor while Yuan Lai is a first-grade true emperor. He's several dozen realms higher than me. I can't beat him for the time being. Yi Xian thought to himself and decided to enter seclusion. The cultivation resources he obtained from Su Meng were enough for him to break through to the true emperor realm. Thus, he didn't need to worry. In the following days, he would go to the Black Dragon Stream once a day. However, he would stay at the first level of the Black Dragon Stream. As soon as the fusion ended, he would break through the void and return to the world-destroying Ghost Dragon to fuse with the Dragon Origin. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a first-grade half-step true sovereign. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. You are now a fifth-grade half-step true sovereign. At this time, Yi Xian's strength was many times stronger than it was a month ago. In any case, there was a gap of 9 realms between them. With his current strength, he should be able to fight Yuan Lai if he met him again. However, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Lai. After all, Yuan Lai used to be a 4th-grade genius. As his realm increased, his ability to challenge those of a higher realm decreased. However, it was still not something that Yi Xian could handle. Today, Yi Xian was going to the Black Dragon Stream again. The world-destroying Ghost Dragon has fused with 150 million Supreme-Grade Dragon Scales. It doesn't seem to be the limit yet. Not bad. Yi Xian thought to himself. He originally thought that 100 million would be the limit. After all, the Black Dragon Emissary was only at 10 million. He didn't expect it to exceed that. This was a good thing for him. However, on his way to the Black Dragon Stream, he suddenly met someone. Every time he came out, he would become the center of attention. This time was no exception. However, this time, he saw Yuan Lai among the crowd. It was the same person who had tried to kill him before he reversed time. I finally see you. Death warrant. At that moment, Yi Xian glanced at him and quickly used the death pursuit command to mark him. After marking him with the death warrant, he didn't have to worry about being killed. Of course, since the White Dragon Hall could plant a spy, they could plant a second one. Therefore, Yuan Lai definitely wasn't the only spy in the Black Dragon Institute. Forget it, I'll continue sweeping through the Black Dragon Stream. Yi Xian thought to himself. In any case, he had the time reversal skill, so he wasn't afraid of Yuan Lai. However, just as he entered the Black Dragon Stream, the ground of the Black Dragon Stream suddenly began to tremble violently. What's going on? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Not only that, but the disciples who wandered around the Black Dragon Stream all year round were the same. Before Yi Xian could react, a dark shadow flew over from the horizon. Then, with lightning speed, it entered the world-destroying ghost dragon's body. What the hell? Chapter 1897. What? You're saying that shadow was a dragon soul? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The world-destroyer ghostly dragon had fused with that dragon's soul. That's why its aura was so much stronger. But why would this dragon's soul come to him on its own accord? Didn't they say that dragon souls would only appear from the third level onwards? Could it be because the world-destroyer ghostly dragon had fused with a large number of supreme dragon scales? Yi Xian didn't understand. You're saying that you can faintly sense the location of the other dragon souls? Yi Xian was surprised after communicating with the world-destroyer ghostly dragon in his mind. It was the same as when the world-destroyer ghostly dragon fused with the world-destroyer dragon scale. Great, this is great. Yi Xian was excited at the thought of fusing with a large number of dragon souls. He quickly headed for the second level. This time, he wanted to challenge the third level. The third level was a half-step true sovereign. However, Yi Xian was now a first-rank half-step true sovereign while the world-destroyer ghostly dragon had obtained a dragon soul. Its combat power had reached the same level as a true emperor. The triple Black Dragon Stream shouldn't be much to him. There were actually quite a few shortcuts in the first and second levels of the Black Dragon Stream, so Yi Xian quickly arrived at the second level. This time, he didn't plan to wander around the second level. Instead, he headed straight for the third level. The third level is filled with half-step true emperors. The harvest there will definitely be more than before, but Yi Xian pondered for a moment before looking at the sky. The scarlet kill word suddenly crossed a large distance and arrived at a black dragon ravine. That Yuan Lai really did come in. Very well, wait until I break through and I'll kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself. He estimated that after entering the third level, he would be able to become a second-rank half-step true sovereign. At that time, if Yuan Lai dared to come, he would kill him. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the third level of the Black Dragon Stream from the second level. It will probably take another day for them to catch up. Let's kill them first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After the World Devastator ghostly dragon had fused with the dragon's soul, it was able to sense other dragon souls. Right now, it could sense 3 of them. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian hurried on his way. Relying on the World Annihilation ghostly dragon's ability to sense dragon souls, he quickly found the second dark shadow. It was another dragon soul. Of course, this dragon soul was similar to the previous one. It was just a wisp of the Black Destruction dragon's soul. After the World Devastator ghost dragon absorbed the soul, its aura surged once again. How many dragon souls were there in the Black Dragon Stream? That guy is finally here. After the World Devastator ghostly dragon absorbed the dragon soul, Yi Xian realized that Yuan Lai had finally caught up with him from afar. Yi Xian was certain that the other party had not left a mark on him. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the Black Dragon cult's experts. Therefore, he was curious as to how the other party had managed to catch up to him. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian shouted from afar. Yuan Lai rushed over and said, Hello, junior brother Yi Xian. My name is Yuan Lai. I know. Yi Xian nodded. This answer surprised Yuan Lai. This was because this was the first time he had met Yi Xian. How did Yi Xian know him? What Yuan Lai didn't know was that he had already met Yi Xian once before. He had also tried to recruit Yi Xian, but had failed. In the end, Yi Xian had used time reversal to return to the past. Following that, Yuan Lai had tried to recruit Yi Xian again as a spy of the White Dragon Hall. Senior brother, you're probably here to test my loyalty, right? Your methods are too crude. After Yi Xian heard this, he only shook his head and smiled. Yuan Lai blanked for a second. It turned out that Yi Xian thought he was a spy sent by the Black Dragon cult's higher-ups to test Yi Xian's loyalty. Junior brother, I can seriously tell you that what I said just now is the truth. Yuan Lai said. Hee, how could it be so easy to infiltrate the Black Dragon cult? If you're really from the White Dragon Hall, how could you not be discovered? Yi Xian continued. Yuan Lai explained, Junior brother, you're right to not believe me. After all, the Black Dragon Institute is heavily guarded. However, I know a secret passage that leads out of the Black Dragon Institute. If you agree, I'll bring you out immediately. That won't do. I still need to collect dragon souls. Yi Xian shook his head. Dragon souls, I have them here. Yuan Lai said. How many do you have? I've been searching the Black Dragon Stream's third layer for many years and have found 10 strands of dragon souls. If you need them, I can give them all to you. Yuan Lai said generously. For most people, even if they found a dragon soul, they wouldn't be able to sense the other dragon soul's location. The world-annihilating ghost dragon was an exception. Moreover, Yi Xian had heard that dragon souls usually came to him on their own accord. It was very rare to find one on their own. This Yuan Lai being able to find 10 strands of dragon souls was already very good. Then give me the dragon souls, I'll go with you 10 days later. Yi Xian suddenly said. 10 days, all right. Yuan Lai nodded and directly threw the bottle containing 10 strands of dragon souls to Yi Xian. He had obtained these strands of dragon souls after walking the Black Dragon Stream for nearly 10,000 years, and now, he had given them all to Yi Xian. He was thinking, if Yi Xian was lying to him, he would forcefully abduct him. However, if he could forcefully bring Yi Xian back to the White Dragon Hall, it would be a great merit. Perhaps he wouldn't obtain the dragon souls, but he could obtain a large amount of precious treasures to increase his cultivation. Compared to jumping ranks to challenge, one's cultivation was more attractive. However, Yi Xian wasn't a 3-year-old child, he wouldn't be tricked so easily. Tisk, tsk, tsk. 10 strands of dragon souls is enough. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and immediately kept the World Destroyer ghostly dragon in the planting space, then let it refine the dragon souls. With so many dragon souls, the World Destroyer ghostly dragon's strength would increase significantly if it refined all of them. Most importantly, after 10 days, Yi Xian's cultivation level would increase again and reach rank 4 half-step true venerate. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Yuan Lai and follow the clues to find the other White Dragon Hall spies. Time passed day by day. During this time, Yuan Lai was guarding Yi Xian. 10 days later. Ding. Host has broken through. Current cultivation level is rank 4 half-step true venerate. Ding. Yanming Ghostly Lord, World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Current cultivation level is rank 8 half-step true venerate. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Breakthrough. Moreover, the 10 strands of dragon souls were almost completely refined. After sensing the change in Yi Xian's aura, Yuan Lai was deeply shocked. 2 breakthroughs in 10 days. What a monster. Thinking back, Yuan Lai's breakthroughs were also measured in years. No, to be precise, it was measured in centuries. Chapter 1898. Junior brother Yi Xian, can we go now? Yuan Lai asked. Senior brother Yuan Lai is indeed sincere. All right, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Good, this is really good. Yuan Lai was very happy and didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, he had been keeping an eye on Yi Xian for the past 10 days and the latter didn't do anything strange. Moreover, he was a rank 1 true emperor. How could he not be able to deal with Yi Xian? Although Yi Xian had cleared all 30 floors of the Black Dragon Pagoda, there were only black dragons inside. How could they compare to a Xiaoyao? However, what Yuan Lai didn't know was that the world-destroying ghost dragon's cultivation had also risen to rank 8 half-step true venerable. The difference between a rank 1 true emperor was only 20 levels. Challenging someone 20 levels higher was a piece of cake. Just as Yuan Lai was about to leave the Black Dragon Institute with Yi Xian through the secret passage, the world-destroying ghost dragon was suddenly summoned by Yi Xian. The two of them quickly merged. Slaughter mode. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian opened his mouth and spat out without hesitation. A scorching dragon breath instantly passed through Yuan Lai's back and burned his dragon heart to ashes. Yuan Lai never expected that Yi Xian would actually launch a sneak attack on him. Even more so, he didn't expect that Yi Xian would have the strength to kill him in one hit. If he had known the result would be like this, he would have taken action 10 days ago and forcefully taken Yi Xian away. It was a pity that he had suffered a double loss after giving away the bride. He had given Yi Xian the dragon's soul and also protected Yi Xian. In the end, he was killed in one hit. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. In fact, he hadn't used his full strength in that attack. Otherwise, Yuan Lai would have been burned to ashes. After Yuan Lai died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected his corpse and spatial ring. Aside from the dragon origin, there was no dragon soul or anything else in the universe ring. As for his corpse, Yi Xian threw it into the planting space for Wei Zhentian to search his soul. Strange, why is this guy's memory so strange? Could it be that it was erased? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought. Since this Yuan Lai was a spy sent by the White Dragon Hall to infiltrate the Black Dragon Institute, he should have some memories related to this matter. However, Yuan Lai did not, so his memories must have been erased. A mysterious person gave him instructions to recruit me or kill me. He used black and white as a secret signal. Who is this mysterious person? Yi Xian could not figure it out. In the past, it was always the mysterious man who found Yuan Lai and gave him the task, so Yuan Lai didn't know who the mysterious man was. As a result, the clues were cut off. Looks like I have to be more careful. Once Yuan Lai dies, the White Dragon Palace Hall and the Black Dragon sect will notice. Yi Xian thought inwardly. When Yi Xian joined the Black Dragon Institute, he had also condensed a life jade token somewhere. Yuan Lai definitely had one as well. Once Yuan Lai died, it would definitely attract attention. Yi Xian looked around, then tore through the void and left. Whatever, it's not like I really agreed. Even if the Black Dragon sect's higher-ups come looking for me, I'll just give them the corpse. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then continued to move. The third layer Black Dragon stream, there were many dragon souls here. The world-destroying ghost dragon had integrated with so many top-grade dragon scales, so there should be some dragon souls coming to him, right? Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. After the world-destroying ghost dragon entered the third layer Black Dragon stream, it was like a giant magnet. When it moved, the dragon souls would follow it, and they were all coming for him. In less than a day, 3 dragon souls had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. Tisk, TSK, TSK, this is great. If the third layer Black Dragon stream is already like this, wouldn't the fourth layer Black Dragon stream and fifth layer Black Dragon stream be awesome? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With his current strength, he would have no problem running rampant in the third layer Black Dragon stream. However, after Yuan Lai's death, more White Dragon Hall spies had entered the third layer Black Dragon stream. There are suddenly so many people in the third layer Black Dragon stream? Yi Xian, who was looking for dragon souls and hunting Kirin dragons, bone dragons, and blood dragons, suddenly felt that something was amiss. He was holding the Black Dragon sect's Dharma treasure, which could detect the whereabouts of nearby Black Dragon sect disciples. Previously, Yuan Lai had used this to catch up to him. After all, he was the weakest in the entire third layer Black Dragon stream. At this moment, Yi Xian saw a large number of inner mansion disciples approaching him from the Dharma treasure that resembled a radar. I'm afraid these people don't have good intentions. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. His position was not the shortcut to the fourth layer Black Dragon stream, so why were there so many people coming for him? There must be something fishy. These people might be White Dragon Hall spies who infiltrated the Black Dragon sect. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he couldn't be 100% sure, Yi Xian was 90% sure. Back then, Yuan Lai was only a first-grade true emperor and wasn't very strong. He had killed Yuan Lai back then, but that guy was only a first-grade true emperor. However, the people coming for him next should be stronger than Yuan Lai. Otherwise, why would White Dragon Hall send them? If a high-level true emperor came, Yi Xian would be done for. Right now, there's no one I can trust in the Black Dragon sect. How should I deal with this? Yi Xian carefully pondered in his heart. Elder Sun, Pan Hong, and Vice Leader Hu Feng were not completely trustworthy. Black Dragon Saint Feng Beihan was someone Yi Xian absolutely trusted. After all, White Dragon Hall didn't need to put on a show of suffering. Although Elder Sun and Pan Hong were related to the fallen Feng Beihan, Yi Xian didn't trust them. Some time ago, he had entered the Black Dragon Tower in the Outer Mansion and became a disciple of the Black Dragon sect's chief. However, it was Hu Feng who took him in. As for Hu Feng, Yi Xian still couldn't completely trust him. Perhaps, the only person in the entire Black Dragon sect that he could completely trust was the chief. The Black Dragon sect and White Dragon Hall were mortal enemies. It couldn't be that the chief was a spy, right? Since others can't trust me, I should rely on myself. Yi Xian thought to himself as he headed for the fourth layer Black Dragon stream. There were Qilin dragons, bone dragons, and blood dragons at least at the true emperor level. At the very least, they could delay these people. As for him, he had the flowing light invisibility cloak. These lifeless Qilin dragons shouldn't be able to discover him. While he was on his way to the fourth layer Black Dragon stream, the Black Dragon Institute disciples couldn't help but stop. Why is that brat going to the fourth layer Black Dragon stream? This brat is really courting death. Does he really think that he can go to the fourth layer Black Dragon stream just because he can challenge so many levels higher? Does he want to die? Quickly chase him. Not good, he disappeared. Magic treasures can't find him. Chapter 1899. Before this group of people were shocked, Yi Xian had worn the flowing light invisibility cloak, which was why he was able to avoid being tracked by magic treasures. The cloak was very useful. After all, it was a level 3 treasure and coincidentally appeared today to solve Yi Xian's emergency. This flowing light invisibility cloak can be fixed. Yi Xian thought to himself. He still had 3 Devourer points, which he kept in reserve. After all, he couldn't use time reversal at times. If his avatar was destroyed, he would have to use the points to revive it. Ding! Lightstream cloak fixed. A system notification sounded. From now on, Yi Xian's concealment ability had reached a new level. In fact, he could continue to stay in the third layer of Black Dragon stream with the cloak. However, there were too many people here, making it difficult for him to move around. He just took a shortcut to the fourth layer of Black Dragon stream, making the other party think that he was going there. However, when people thought about it, would Yi Xian dare to go to the fourth layer of Black Dragon stream with his current cultivation? Impossible. Coincidentally, Yi Xian's whereabouts had disappeared, so many people thought that going to the fourth layer of Black Dragon stream was just a ruse. Yi Xian would definitely stay in the third layer of Black Dragon stream or even escape to the second layer. This move was called creating a diversion. The fourth layer of Black Dragon stream had at least the power of a true emperor. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, it would be a bit difficult for him to enter. However, he had the light stream cloak. If he met a strong opponent, he would hide and kill the weak. Next, he would mingle in the fourth layer of Black Dragon stream. If he could stay here for a month, he would definitely be able to sweep through the fourth layer of Black Dragon stream. Yi Xian, where are you now? While Yi Xian was in the fourth layer of Black Dragon Stream, someone suddenly sent him a message. It was from Elder Sun. Elder Sun, you're asking where I am? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Elder Sun wouldn't take the initiative to send him a message, so it was a bit strange for him to ask where he was at such a crucial time. Elder Sun, what's the matter? Yi Xian asked in return. Someone wants to see you. Elder Sun replied, are you training in the Black Dragon Stream? Yes. What level? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback by this question. He answered, Triple Black Dragon Stream. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to stay in the Triple Black Dragon Stream. However, you should come back when you have the time. Elder Sun said. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Although it was just a short conversation, the more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Wasn't asking him to go back now just like walking right into a trap? What a coincidence. There must be something fishy going on. Elder Sun, he might be a spy sent by the White Dragon Palace to infiltrate the Black Dragon Church. Who would have thought that the White Dragon Palace would infiltrate the Black Dragon Church so thoroughly? Yi Xian couldn't believe it, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with the other party. Leveling up was his priority. Given more time, not to mention those true emperors, even the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe, would be trampled under his feet. Time slowly passed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a second-grade half-step true venerable. System notifications rang one after another. Yi Xian's cultivation was continuously rising. From a first-grade half-step true venerable when he had just entered the Triple Black Dragon Stream, he had broken through to third-grade half-step true venerable. At the same time, the number of top-grade dragon scales he had fused with the world-extinguishing ghost dragon had reached 500 million, and he had also collected more than 100 dragon souls. It's time for a massacre. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already made a plan in his heart. This time, he was going to return to the Triple Black Dragon Stream and pull out the White Dragon Palace's spies one by one. Whoosh! The void gate opened, and Yi Xian entered it. Soon, he was back in the Triple Black Dragon Stream. The massacre had begun. After returning, he quickly took off the flowing light invisibility cloak, exposing himself. He then observed the movement of the magic treasure. At this time, there were 6 people coming toward him. They're probably from the White Dragon Palace. Let's see how strong you are first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He then went forward to meet them. Using the magic treasure, he skillfully moved and gathered the 6 people together. Judging from their movement speed, they were all mid-level true emperors, around the 4th grade true emperor level. They weren't weak at all. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't someone they could provoke right now. World-extinguishing ghost dragon, it's time for a massacre. Kill them all. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He fused with the world-extinguishing ghost dragon and went forward to meet them. After fusing with so many dragon scales and dragon souls, the world-extinguishing ghost dragon's strength had reached a terrifying level. It wouldn't be difficult for it to kill these geniuses. Found him. The mid-level true emperors were very happy to see Yi Xian. But in the next moment, nightmares descended. Slaughter mode. Eye of assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly killed his way to the back of a person and opened his mouth wide. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Boom. This was Yi Xian's all-out attack. It instantly killed 3 people at the right angle. Only their chests were blown off, leaving their heads and interspatial rings intact. After they died, Yi Xian quickly went to collect their corpses. TSK, so many dragon souls and dragon origins. Yi Xian couldn't stop smiling. However, there were still 3 more that he hadn't dealt with yet. When the 3 of them saw Yi Xian instantly kill their companions, they immediately pissed their pants in fear and turned around to leave. How dare you kill your fellow disciples? One of them asked. You remnants of the White Dragon Palace, did you think you could hide from my eyes? Yi Xian coldly snorted and reaped the lives of the 3 people one after another. The 6 interspatial rings gave Yi Xian a lot of benefits. He gained another 100 dragon souls. As for the 6 corpses, Yi Xian threw them into the planting space for Wei Zhentian to search their souls. Sure enough, these 6 people were the same as Yuan Lai. They were all instructed by the mysterious person to capture him. Who the hell is this mysterious person? Could it be Elder Sun? Yi Xian raised his brows. He couldn't help but associate this matter with Elder Sun. It was too much of a coincidence. Of course, Elder Sun might be at the bottom like these 6. Then, the real spy was at least at the Black Dragon emissary level. I don't care who it is, I'll find you in the end. Yi Xian thought to himself. He put on the Lightstream cloak and decided to hide for a day before cleaning them up. After a day, Yi Xian took off the cloak and exposed himself to the treasures of the enemies. This time, there were only 5, but one of them seemed to be a high-level true emperor. They're really putting in a lot of effort. But why are so many true emperors staying in the 3rd layer Black Dragon stream? Yi Xian was surprised. He decided to avoid the high-level true emperor and kill the other 4 mid-level true emperors first. Chapter 1900. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang in Huang Xiaolong's ears. 4 mid-level true emperors were killed by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and disappeared without a trace. With so many people dead, that mysterious person from the White Dragon Hall should know about it, right? Yi Xian thought to himself as he found a place to hide. Another day passed and he reappeared, killing the White Dragon Hall spies who were chasing after him. Days passed in this manner. Yi Xian made breakthroughs in his cultivation, and the number of top-grade dragon scales the world-extinguishing ghost dragon had merged with increased greatly. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation was already at the 5th grade half-step true venerable realm, whereas the world-extinguishing ghost dragon had merged with 900 million dragon scales and over 1,000 dragon souls. The current Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a high-level true emperor. In these few days, the White Dragon Hall had restrained themselves. There weren't as many people chasing after Yi Xian. This was because there weren't many disciples who had broken through to the half-true saint realm. With so many people dead, how could the higher-ups not know? After eliminating a few more people, Yi Xian headed to the 4th layer Black Dragon Mountain stream to collect more dragon souls. In this kind of isolated and helpless situation, believing in oneself was the way to go. However, not long after Yi Xian entered the 4th layer Black Dragon Mountain stream, no, to be more precise, it was when the world-extinguishing ghost dragon that had merged with 1 billion top-grade dragon scales was summoned by Yi Xian. The entire Black Dragon Mountain stream shook once again. What's going on? Yi Xian and the other Black Dragon Institute disciples turned around and discovered that the source of the tremors was at the 5th layer Black Dragon Mountain stream. What was going on there? Before Yi Xian could even think about it, a large shadow light attacked him. An aura that Yi Xian was familiar with spread out. World-extinguishing aura. What a huge dragon soul! Yi Xian was terrified. Even if he added up all the dragon souls he had collected before, it wouldn't even amount to 1% of this dragon soul. At this time, this dragon soul suddenly swooped down and entered the world-extinguishing ghost dragon's body. In the past, Yi Xian had encountered many dragon souls. But this time, such a huge amount of them all at once. A great opportunity. These 5 words in Yi Xian's mind. Most importantly, this enormous dragon soul did not require the world devastation ghost dragon to refine it. It instantly merged with the dragon soul in the world devastation ghost dragon's body. Young man, immediately after, an old voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Who? Yi Xian's body, of you. Hearing this, Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly said in his mind, Black Destruction Dragon, didn't you die? It's true that I died, but the people from the Dragon Slaughtering Alliance didn't capture my dragon soul. What you refined before was just a remnant soul. The real dragon's soul is my sovereign dragon's soul. The Black Destruction Dragon said. Sovereign dragon soul? Yi Xian asked in surprise. In the fifth layer of the Black Dragon Mountain Stream, whether it's a Kirin dragon, a bone dragon, or a blood dragon, they're all at the sovereign dragon level. They're all controlled by my sovereign dragon soul. These are actually my natal dragon scales, natal dragon bones, and natal dragon blood. It's just that you people from the Black Dragon sect named them sovereign dragon souls. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, natal dragon scales. Looks like they're better than supreme grade dragon scales, right? Young man, I came here because your black dragon has an aura similar to mine. Perhaps we're from the same race. The Black Destruction Dragon said. The same race? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Black Destruction Dragon and the World Destruction Ghost Dragon should be considered the same race. However, the Black Destruction Dragon would never have guessed that the World Destruction Ghost Dragon had evolved into a World Destruction Ghost Dragon by fusing with its dragon scales. To tell you the truth, I don't know what race I'm from. I was born without any inherited memories. When I finally grew up, I was killed by the Dragon Slaughtering Alliance. The Black Destruction Dragon sighed. No inherited memories? How is that possible? Yi Xian didn't quite believe it. At his current level, any random immortal beast would have inherited the memories of the past. The Black Destruction Dragon was so powerful that it couldn't not have one. Then there was only one explanation: the Black Destruction Dragon's inherited memories had been sealed. The outside world is saying that Senior created the Dragon Slaughtering Alliance because of your wanton destruction. Yi Xian said. That's right. I did cause a lot of destruction, but that can't be helped. I can't suppress the mark of destruction in my body. Every time it erupts, it's on the verge of destroying the world. I'm the only one who's safe. The Black Destruction Dragon sighed again. Mark of destruction? Yi Xian muttered. Young man, that dragon's soul just now contained my own dragon soul. I've already passed on the mark of destruction to you. The Black Destruction Dragon's words shocked Yi Xian. The mark of destruction was passed on to him? Ding! The World Destruction Ghost Dragon has obtained the mark of destruction. Ding! The World Destruction Ghost Dragon has comprehended the skill Divine Power of Destruction. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian sensed it himself and discovered the Divine Power of Destruction. The Divine Power of Destruction was the attack that the Black Destruction Dragon had automatically unleashed. Its power was obvious. However, there was a drawback. The Divine Power of Destruction could be used by the Black Destruction Ghost Dragon, but it would automatically be used once every 3 days. If one wasn't careful, they could kill their own people. Fortunately, the one who automatically used the Divine Power of Destruction was the World Destruction Ghost Dragon and not Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble. As for the World Destruction Ghost Dragon's Black Dragon Wave, it had also evolved into the World Destruction Roar. Although the names of the other skills hadn't been changed, their power had greatly increased after fusing with the Mark of Destruction. A fortuitous encounter. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Fortunately, I have the planting space. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. In the planting space, he was the ruler. The World Destruction Ghost Dragon's realm wasn't as strong as the Black Destruction Dragon's at its peak, so the Divine Power of Destruction shouldn't be that strong. If that was the case, Yi Xian should be able to handle it. Actually, I've noticed you for a long time. You can store it in one place, so you should be able to deal with the Mark of Destruction. The power of the Mark of Destruction will increase as one's realm increases, and the duration of each eruption will also increase. If you can control the Mark of Destruction in the future, then your strength will be very strong. Sigh, back then, I still couldn't control it. That's why it led to such a disaster. Chapter 1901. Yi Xian no longer cared about the world-destroying Ghost Dragon's concerns. After all, the world-destroying Ghost Dragon had already grasped the world-destroying imprint, which was the world-destroying divine might. However, the world-destroying ghost dragon still didn't know about it. This junior will do his best, Yi Xian said. Now that it has merged with the world-destroying imprint, you can come and take my supreme dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon bones, and even my supreme dragon soul at any time. Come to the 5th layer Black Dragon Stream. You'll be safe here, the world-destroying ghost dragon said. Okay, this junior will go right away. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. The supreme dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon soul were all his. The so-called Black Dragon inheritance in the Black Dragon School was actually just a remnant soul. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would actually obtain the world-destroying ghost dragon's recognition and obtain its supreme dragon soul. This was probably heaven-defying awe. Yi Xian immediately headed toward the 5th layer Black Dragon Stream. This path was quite long. Even though there were shortcuts, it still took him several days to reach the destination. Several days later, Yi Xian arrived at the 5th layer Black Dragon Stream. At the same time, his cultivation had risen to 6th grade half-step True Venerable. As for the world-destroying Ghost Dragon and the others, they were already 1st grade True Venerables. Senior, I've arrived. After entering the 5th layer Black Dragon Stream, Yi Xian said in his mind. Wait a moment, there are a few brats who want to forcefully take my supreme dragon soul. What wishful thinking! The world-destroying ghost dragon suddenly said. Brats? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be that they were the top geniuses of the Black Dragon Institute? In this Black Dragon Stream, half-step saints were allowed to enter at most. Saint Realm experts like the Black Dragon Saint Envoy were unable to enter. A while later, all right, I've chased those brats away. Follow your senses and come here. Those supreme Qilin dragons along the way will ignore you. The world-destroying ghost dragon said. The 5th layer of Black Dragon Ravine was filled with supreme Qilin dragons, supreme bone dragons, and supreme blood dragons. These were all at the half-sage level, so they could easily discover Yi Xian. However, since the Black Destruction Dragon had said so, Yi Xian believed it for now. After all, these supreme Qilin dragons, supreme bone dragons, and supreme blood dragons were all under the control of the Black Destruction Dragon's supreme dragon soul. Yi Xian asked the World Devastator ghostly dragon to follow his senses. Along the way, they did encounter many powerful Kirin dragons, but none of them attacked him. Furthermore, a bone dragon appeared and carried Yi Xian over. This was a privilege. Very soon, Yi Xian saw the Black Destruction Dragon's supreme dragon soul. At the time, Yi Xian only had one word in his mind. Big. This supreme dragon's soul was much larger than the dragon's soul he encountered when he first entered the 4th layer of the Black Dragon Mountain Stream. It was at least 10,000 times larger. You've come. The Black Destruction Dragon's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. As Senior Long, Yi Xian hurriedly called out. I've already gathered a large number of supreme Qilin dragons, bone dragons, and blood dragons. You can even take this last supreme dragon soul of mine. The Black Destruction Dragon cut straight to the chase. However, I hope that you can help me fulfill a wish. A wish? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his brows and said, Annihilate the Dragon Slaughter Alliance? That's right. The Black Destruction Dragon replied. I will definitely fulfill Senior's last wish. Yi Xian solemnly declared. Then I can rest easy, the Black Destruction Dragon said. Now that you've fused with the Supreme Dragon Soul, the Supreme Qilin Dragons, Bone Dragons, and Blood Dragons in the 5th layer of the Black Dragon Mountain Stream will all listen to your orders. You can even destroy the entire Black Dragon Mountain Stream if you want to. However, if you do that, saints will be able to enter. Understood. Yi Xian faintly nodded. He had heard that the Black Dragon Mountain Stream was the place where the Black Destruction Dragon had fallen. After the Black Destruction Dragon's death, the Destruction Mark had activated once more, and the Black Dragon Mountain Stream had appeared. All saint-level experts could not enter. No, to be more precise, no one could enter. One had to use a teleportation array to reach the Black Dragon mountain stream. If one wanted to enter, they had to use a teleportation array. At the same time, one had to be below the saint level. The dragon-slaying alliance also knew of the Black Dragon mountain stream, but the teleportation array was constructed by a mysterious person within the Black Dragon cult, so they could not reach it. Young man, it's best that you don't trust anyone in the Black Dragon cult. The only person you can trust is the cult leader. Back then, he tried to save me. Although he didn't succeed in the end, he preserved my dragon soul. I am very grateful to him. If you see him in the future, remember to thank him for me. The Black Annihilation Dragon said earnestly. The cult leader of the Black Dragon cult? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the person who had constructed the teleportation array was the cult leader of the Black Dragon cult. But this cult leader was so mysterious. Just who could he be? Once this junior arrives. Yi Xian nodded his head. Good, then I won't say any more. After the Black Destruction Dragon finished speaking, the giant Supreme Dragon soul above Yi Xian's head directly swallowed the World Destruction Ghost Dragon. In the next second, the Supreme Dragon soul began to shrink. With the Black Destruction Dragon's help, the World Destruction Ghost Dragon rapidly absorbed the Supreme Dragon soul. At the same time, the World Destruction Ghost Dragon's aura grew stronger. At the same time, the Black Dragon Institute's disciples around the Black Dragon mountain stream also felt this aura. What's going on? Such a powerful aura, it seems to be coming from the fifth layer of the Black Dragon mountain stream. Could it be that a senior brother obtained a Supreme Dragon soul? Heavens, there are countless remnant souls, but there is only one Supreme Dragon soul. Could it be senior brother Duanmu Xinghe? Let's go and take a look. Many Black Dragon Institute's disciples gathered and headed toward the fifth layer of the Black Dragon mountain stream. Some of them were not strong enough, but because they were all geniuses, if they gathered together, they would be a force to be reckoned with. At this time, in a certain corner of the fifth layer of the Black Dragon mountain stream. Such a powerful aura, someone obtained a Supreme Dragon soul. Who is it? A young man suddenly looked into the distance, thinking to himself. He was the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe. It had been 100,000 years since he entered the fifth layer of the Black Dragon mountain stream. In this 100,000 years, he had obtained many dragon souls, but he had only encountered a Supreme Dragon soul a few times. The most recent time, he had almost subdued the Supreme Dragon soul, but it still managed to escape in the end. Who would have thought that someone would be able to obtain a Supreme Dragon soul before him? Who was it? Immediately, Duanmu Xinghe flew in that direction. And that direction was precisely where Yi Xian was. Fuse with them. After fusing with them, the Black Dragon mountain stream will be your world. The Black Destruction Dragon's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What Black Dragon Institute's genius? What Duanmu Xinghe? In the Black Destruction Dragon's eyes, they were all trash. Chapter 1902. I, Black Mist, have cultivated for so many years. Just as I was about to transform into my human form, I was killed by the Dragon Slaughtering Alliance. Young man, after you accept my inheritance, please fulfill my wish. The Black Destruction Dragon's aura grew weaker and weaker, and its voice became softer and softer. In the end, it was completely refined by the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. With its help, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was able to fuse with such a powerful Supreme Dragon soul. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the true Venerable Realm. Otherwise, even with the Black Destruction Dragon's bloodline, he wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful Supreme Dragon soul. Is the fusion complete? After that, Yi Xian sensed that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. At the same time, it gained the ability to control other undead creatures. Right now, I am the master of the Black Dragon Stream. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With a single thought, the bone dragon flew towards him and landed in front of him like a puppy. In the next moment, the bone dragon that was comparable to a half-saint fell apart. A section of supreme dragon bone fell into Yi Xian's hand. Unfortunately, after the world annihilation ghost dragon had fused with the supreme dragon soul, this section of supreme dragon bone was useless to it. The fusion had reached its limit. After fusing with the supreme dragon soul, the world annihilation ghost dragon can sense all the undead creatures in the black dragon stream. Yi Xian casually threw the section of supreme dragon bone out and formed a new bone dragon. He then let the world annihilation ghost dragon sense it carefully. Heavens, there are actually 99 half-saint undead creatures. Among them, there are 33 bone dragons, Qilin dragons, and blood dragons. This is too terrifying. Yi Xian was terrified. Now that he was the master of the black dragon stream, whether it was these 99 half-saint undead creatures or others, they all obeyed his orders. If he didn't leave the black dragon stream, who could be his opponent? Even if a true saint expert descended, they would still be wary of him, right? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took out the Black Dragon School's treasure and glanced at it. He discovered that a large number of experts were approaching him. It was said that the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe, was already a grade 5 half-true saint, and his strength had already reached grade 9 half-true saint. Facing these supreme Qilin dragons, bone dragons, and blood dragons, Duanmu Xinghe had no fear at all. At the thought of this, Yi Xian quickly tore through the void and left. As long as the world destroyer ghostly dragon hid in the planting space, no one would be able to find it. At the same time, Yi Xian ordered the world destroyer ghostly dragon to gather all the high-rank half-saint undead creatures. The current world annihilation ghost dragon can no longer integrate with its dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood. It can only strengthen its dragon soul. Therefore, I must place my attention on these Black Dragon Institute's elite disciples. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although they were family, he didn't want to kill them. He just wanted to rob them. No matter how powerful Duanmu Xinghe was, it was impossible for him to deal with so many 9th grade half-saint undead creatures, right? Previously, the sovereign dragon's soul had refused to do so because it didn't need to obtain anything from these geniuses, but Yi Xian did. Therefore, Yi Xian planned to set up a trap. Soon, he gathered the 99 9th grade half-saint undead creatures. Other than that, he also gathered a large number of 7th and 8th grade half-saint undead creatures. The total number of undead creatures had exceeded 1,000. Such a huge army, if I bring it out, I can kill even gods and Buddhas if they block my path. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. However, he still had a mission after entering the Black Dragon Institute, and that was to become the Black Dragon Holy Envoy. Therefore, he couldn't leave just yet. These 99 9th grade half-saint undead creatures were lying in ambush in the surroundings. Then Yi Xian suddenly summoned the world destroyer ghostly dragon and released its aura. He reckoned that it was fortunate that they were in the Black Dragon stream. Otherwise, the moment this aura appeared, the White Dragon Hall's experts would definitely come to kill them. Soon, more and more half-saint Black Dragon Institute's elite disciples arrived, but they fell into Yi Xian's trap. When these 99 9th grade half-saint undead creatures appeared, they nearly pissed their pants in fright. 99 9th grade half-saint undead creatures, even a saint expert would have to flee upon seeing them, right? Just like that, these elite disciples were robbed and trapped by Yi Xian. There weren't many of them, only 20 of them. Strange, why haven't I seen that Duanmu Xinghe? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had indeed sensed that aura, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of approaching. Could it have discovered something? If that was the case, then Yi Xian would take the initiative to attack. That direction, I happen to have a lock on the void. Watch me surround and kill them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly tore a hole in the void, leading half of the high-level undead creatures into it. Then, he spread out and gradually surrounded that area. Duanmu Xinghe raised an eyebrow as he suddenly sensed something. As the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, he hurriedly rushed in the direction where the aura was weaker. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had come prepared this time. Moreover, no matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to be faster than the bone dragon and other undead creatures that were infinitely close to the Saint Realm. A day later, he was surrounded by so many undead creatures, unable to move an inch. "Senior Dragon Soul, are you taking revenge on me?" Duanmu Xinghe suddenly asked. A few days ago, he and some of his fellow disciples had come across the Supreme Dragon's soul by chance and wanted to subdue and refine it. At that time, the Supreme Dragon's soul happened to be paying attention to Yi Xian, which was why Duanmu Xinghe had encountered it. Therefore, this time, Duanmu Xinghe thought that the Black Destruction Dragon was taking revenge on him. Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light invisibility cloak, did not answer Duanmu Xinghe's question. Instead, he directly ordered the undead creatures to attack. Damn it! Duanmu Xinghe's expression changed greatly, and he quickly launched an attack in a certain direction. Unfortunately, with his 5th grade half-saint strength, he could only fight against 2 or 3 9th grade half-saint undead creatures. There were so many of them that he couldn't do anything. In the blink of an eye, he was severely injured and knocked unconscious. Even his spatial ring was stolen. "Go, knock out everyone in the 3rd and 4th layer Black Dragon Mountain stream and bring them here." Following that, Yi Xian issued an order to the undead creatures. There were still many disciples in the Black Dragon Mountain stream. Yi Xian captured all of them and looted them. There was no other way. For the sake of strength, Yi Xian had no choice but to do this. After all, it wouldn't harm his life. While he was at it, he could also check how many of them were spies of the White Dragon Hall. Naturally, the shocking changes in the Black Dragon Mountain stream did not escape the eyes of the Black Dragon cult. Not long after, the Black Dragon cult sent experts into the Black Dragon Mountain stream. Chapter 1903. In this regard, Yi Xian also had a solution. After all, he had the flowing light invisibility cloak and the Black Dragon cult special searching treasure. These Black Dragon cult experts couldn't possibly all gather together. At that time, Yi Xian only needed to use the Void Gate to capture them one by one. Yi Xian's cultivation resources and dragon origins continued to increase. As for the dragon souls he obtained, he used them all on the world-annihilating ghost dragon. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached 9th grade half-step True Venerable. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to True Venerable. Moreover, his captives had reached over 1,000 people. His wealth was so great that it could even tempt saint experts. A huge change happened in the Black Dragon stream. The people outside must be scared out of their wits, right? In the Black Dragon stream, Yi Xian grinned. But this time, other than cultivation resources, he had other gains. Among the Black Dragon Institute disciples and Black Dragon cult experts he had captured, many were actually spies of the White Dragon Palace. These people were called subordinates by that mysterious person. If there was a mission, that mysterious person would appear and give them instructions. Unfortunately, these people's memories had been erased. They also didn't know the identity of that mysterious person. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe, was also a spy of the White Dragon Palace. The Black Dragon cult is really nurturing a tiger nurturing geniuses for the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. Then, he thought of a person. Elder Sun. After thinking for a while, he decided not to leave through the Black Dragon stream, but through the small path that Yuan Lai had mentioned. This small path was actually a transmission array. However, due to the Black Dragon stream's influence, it could only be used to leave and not enter. Of course, before Yi Xian left, he had sent a message to Elder Sun, asking him to provide support at the small path. As for the reason, it was that he was being hunted down and had no choice but to agree to the other party's request. He was being held hostage. Elder Sun didn't think too much and followed Yi Xian's instructions. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the small path that Yuan Lai and the other White Dragon Hall disciples knew. I'll pretend to submit to the White Dragon Palace and inform Elder Sun. Now, let's see if Elder Sun will make a move. Yi Xian thought to himself as he activated the teleportation array and started the teleportation. Hua! With a flash of white light, Yi Xian left the Black Dragon Ravine. At the same time, he left with a large number of undead creatures. At the same time, a high-level true emperor from the Black Dragon Institute left with him. He was a spy from the White Dragon Hall under Wei Zhentian's control. Hua. Somewhere outside the Black Dragon stream, a hidden teleportation array suddenly began to operate. Finally, two people walked out. Yi Xian looked around. Previously, he had left a target with a death warrant at Black Dragon Stream. After the teleportation, he sensed that this place was quite far from Black Dragon Stream. I just don't know if Elder Sun has arrived yet. Great, this is great. Suddenly, an aged voice drifted in. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard this voice before. Elder Sun. As expected, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he saw Elder Sun walking in with a smile on his face as he looked at Yi Xian. Elder Sun, save me ah. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Elder Sun for help. Brat, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Elder Sun shook his head. What do you mean? Yi Xian looked like he didn't understand the situation at all. Although I am a member of the Black Dragon Institute, my heart belongs to the White Dragon Hall. Elder Sun said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He said in shock, Elder Sun, you are also. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Elder Sun helplessly shook his head. You're still too young ah. You're being chased, and I just happened to ask about your location. Don't you have any doubts? However, I'm a little curious about your ability to escape. I didn't expect Elder Sun to be a spy from the White Dragon Hall. Yi Xian said in disappointment. Hee, are you still waiting for me to save you? Elder Sun laughed. Give up. Joining my White Dragon Hall is the best choice. The Black Dragon Institute will be destroyed soon. Why? Yi Xian asked with a frown. The reason why the Black Dragon Institute has survived until now is because of the Dragon's Soul inheritance in the Black Dragon Stream. Now that the Sovereign Dragon's Soul has been obtained by Duanmu Xinghe, there is no need for the Black Dragon Institute to exist anymore. Elder Sun said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips slightly curled up. It turned out that everyone thought that the Sovereign Dragon's Soul had been obtained by Duanmu Xinghe. After all, he was the most likely person to obtain the Sovereign Dragon's Soul. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, Elder Sun continued, All right, I will take you back to the White Dragon Hall. At that time, the Hall Master will personally brainwash you. Don't worry, your achievements in the future will definitely not be lower than in the Black Dragon Institute. Oh? Is that so? Yi Xian's eyes slightly narrowed as the expression on his face suddenly turned cold. What kind of expression is that? Elder Sun was a little confused. Elder Sun, let me tell you a secret. Yi Xian's lips split into a wide grin. In fact, the one who obtained the Sovereign Dragon's Soul is not Duanmu Xinghe, but me. Elder Sun was visibly shaken, exclaiming in shock, What, impossible? Nothing is impossible. What Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius Duanmu Xinghe was captured by me a long time ago. Now, I will let you experience what it means to be ganged up on. Before Yi Xian's words fell, a large group of figures appeared around him. 33 Supreme Qilin Dragons, 33 Supreme Bone Dragons, and 33 Supreme Blood Dragons appeared at the same time. Other than that, there were also over 1,000 undead creatures with half-true saint strength surrounding Elder Sun. Most importantly, Yi Xian's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Elder Sun understood that Yi Xian was telling the truth. The Sovereign Dragon's Soul was actually obtained by Yi Xian. Otherwise, how could there be so many high-level half-true saint undead creatures here? Only by obtaining the Sovereign Dragon's Soul could one control these undead creatures. I'm only a 9th grade half-true saint. Although I'm stronger than Duanmu Xinghe, I can't stop so many undead creatures. Elder Sun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly turned around to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He quickly ordered the undead creatures to chase after Elder Sun. If Elder Sun returned alive, it would be disastrous. However, Yi Xian was too careless just now. In the end, Elder Sun still managed to break out of the encirclement and escape. I don't believe you can continue to escape. A light flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. He directly used his time reversal skill to return to the day before. One day later, he left the Black Dragon Stream and met with Elder Sun. This time, Yi Xian pretended to compromise and approached Elder Sun. Chapter 1904. This time, Yi Xian did not inform Elder Sun that he was the one who obtained the Supreme Dragon Soul. Thus, Elder Sun assumed that Duanmu Xinghe was the one who obtained the Supreme Dragon Soul. 99 Dragons Demonization Formation. Elder Sun did not understand how these undead creatures managed to leave the Black Dragon Stream, but under the joint attack of so many super experts, he couldn't do anything. In the end, he was blasted to death. Before he died, he saw the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curl up slightly. Only then did he realize who had summoned these undead creatures. So, it was Yi Xian who obtained the Supreme Dragon Soul. Elder Sun, you can rest in peace. I will destroy the White Dragon Hall. Yi Xian said slowly. By the time these words fell into Elder Sun's ears, he had already closed his eyes. Elder Sun, 9th grade half-saint, dead. Wei Zhentian, search his soul. Without further ado, Yi Xian threw Elder Sun's corpse into his space for Wei Zhentian to search his soul. Initially, Yi Xian assumed that Elder Sun was the mysterious person who had issued the order. However, after searching Elder Sun's corpse, he discovered that this was not the case. Elder Sun was actually the same as the Black Dragon Institute disciple beside Yi Xian, a spy planted by the White Dragon Hall. The mysterious person who had issued the order was not Elder Sun, but someone else. Elder Sun, a 9th grade half-saint, his status in the Black Dragon Institute was not low. However, this kind of existence was actually a subordinate. This was a little scary. A 9th grade half-saint who is infinitely close to entering the saint realm is only a subordinate. That mysterious person is definitely stronger than a saint. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. There were not many saints in the Black Dragon Institute. Other than the dead Feng Beihan, there were only the 8 Black Dragon Institute holy envoys and the 2 vice sect masters. Judging from this, that mysterious person was very likely to be one of the 8 Black Dragon Institute holy envoys. Of course, the 2 vice sect masters were also possible. Too scary, Yi Xian shook his head. After all, vice sect master Hu Feng was his senior brother. If Hu Feng was that mysterious person, then the Black Dragon Institute was too dangerous for him. That's not right. Senior brother Hu Feng is the sect master's disciple. The chances of him being a spy for the White Dragon Hall are relatively small. After all, I've been alone with him before. With his cultivation level, if he wanted to capture me, no one would know. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that it was impossible, so for the time being, he believed that Hu Feng was not the mysterious man. However, he still had to be careful. Fortunately, he still had the time reversal skill, thus he could return to the Black Dragon Institute to take a look. The Black Dragon Institute's security is very tight, and it's also very secluded. However, it just so happens that I've left a space tracker in my residence. When the time comes, I can directly send myself back. If someone asks, just say that I've left the Black Dragon Stream long ago. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on with his journey. This journey was not short. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people from the White Dragon Palace. However, Yi Xian had disguised himself and was wearing the flowing light invisibility cloak, so no one discovered him. Soon, he arrived in the vicinity of the Black Dragon Institute. He directly tore open a space tunnel and returned to the Black Dragon Institute. From Elder Sun, Yi Xian had learned that the White Dragon Palace was aware of the Black Dragon Institute and Black Dragon Cult's locations, but they had not attacked because they wanted to obtain the Supreme Dragon Soul. However, now that the Supreme Dragon Soul had been obtained, a great battle would probably break out soon. Senior brother, what happened? After returning to the Black Dragon Institute, Yi Xian hurriedly sent a message to Hu Feng. "You're not in the Black Dragon stream?" Hu Feng asked in astonishment. "I came out a long time ago and have been in seclusion since then." Yi Xian replied. "There's a sudden change in the Black Dragon stream. A large number of undead creatures attacked my Black Dragon Institute's disciples. I wonder if it was Senior Black Dragon or the Supreme Dragon's soul that was." Hu Feng did not continue. However, Yi Xian interjected, "Senior brother thinks that the Supreme Dragon's soul was obtained by the White Dragon Palace's spy, who then controlled those undead creatures." "You actually know?" Hu Feng was a little surprised. Because the Supreme Dragon's soul was obtained by me. Those things were done by me." Yi Xian nodded and told Hu Feng the whole story. In any case, he had the time reversal ability. If this Hu Feng was a spy from the White Dragon Palace, he would definitely take action. Yi Xian was using himself as bait, testing the waters. "What, it's actually you." Hu Feng found this inconceivable. What realm was Yi Xian at? How could he obtain the Supreme Dragon's soul? However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Since the Supreme Dragon's soul has been obtained, the White Dragon Palace will definitely make a big move. They have many spies in our Black Dragon cult. "Be careful, I'll send the 6th Holy Envoy to protect you," Hu Feng warned. Subsequently, Yi Xian told Hu Feng about Elder Sun and the others, letting Hu Feng understand that there might be Saint Realm spies in the Black Dragon cult. They actually hid so deeply. The Black Dragon Institute's matters have always been handled by Vice Leader Chen, while I am in charge of the Black Dragon cult. If this is the case, Vice Leader Chen is very suspicious. Hu Feng narrowed his eyes as he thought inwardly. If this was the case, then it would be troublesome. This time, the purge lasted for several days. They had dug out many spies from the White Dragon Palace, and there were even high-level half-true saints among them. However, Hu Feng did not take any action against the 8 Black Dragon Holy Envoys. "Yi Xian, if what you said is true, that the mysterious person who gave the order is one of the 8 Black Dragon Holy Envoys or Vice Leader Chen, we won't be able to find anything if we continue to search like this," Hu Feng transmitted. "Then what should we do?" Yi Xian's eyebrows raised. "Master wants me to immediately pass down the order to confer you as the 9th Black Dragon Holy Envoy. He wants me to lure the other Black Dragon Holy Envoys out one by one for me to search their souls," Hu Feng said. "The 9th Black Dragon Holy Envoy." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was the target of one of his random missions. "All right." Yi Xian immediately agreed. Hu Feng did not waste any time and directly gathered all the experts to pass down the order. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, time control advancement. The system notification sounded. The reward for this random mission was actually time control. This was really not bad. Originally, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 560 years in the space. But now, it had increased to 1,120 years. 1 day, 1,000 years. This was simply too awesome. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had already become the 9th Black Dragon Holy Envoy. Moreover, he was also the youngest Black Dragon Holy Envoy in the history of the Black Dragon religion. Currently, he was only a 3rd-grade True Venerable. Even if he went all out, he could only fight against a 9th-grade True Emperor. The reason why he was able to capture so many half-true saints was because of the 99 9th-grade half-true saint undead creatures. Chapter 1905. I have a protective token here. It's enough for you to withstand 3 attacks from a saint expert. Later on, lure the other 7 saint envoys out and see if they are spies from the White Dragon Hall. If they attack you, I will immediately appear and save you," Hu Feng said. "All right." Yi Xian nodded. With this protective token, everything would be much easier. Although he might not need it, it's not a bad idea. This protective token is not bad. Just keep it. I have the time reversal ability. At most, I can reverse time a few times and test everyone. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent a message to one of the Black Dragon envoys. This Black Dragon envoys was the 8th envoys, the founder of the Su Alliance, Su Dong. This brat is calling me out? Somewhere in the Black Dragon Institute, Su Dong opened his eyes with a strange expression on his face. In fact, he had never met Yi Xian before. They had only met once when Hu Feng appointed Yi Xian as the 9th Black Dragon envoys. Why was Yi Xian calling for him? He didn't think too much about it. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation was so low. He couldn't be a threat to him, right? Perhaps, he was looking for him because of the Su Alliance. Without further ado, Su Dong left the Black Dragon Institute, flying toward the designated location. Soon, he saw Yi Xian. He directly asked, 9th envoys, why are you looking for me? 8th envoys, since everyone understands, let's not beat around the bush. Yi Xian paused for a moment and said, you should know about the strange changes in the Black Dragon stream, right? How could I not know? We even sent many half-sages into the 4th and 5th layers of the Black Dragon stream, but they didn't find the Supreme Dragon Soul. However, those who woke up said that Senior Dragon's soul controlled a large number of undead creatures to attack them. Su Dong nodded. Then I'll tell you now. The person controlling the undead creatures isn't Senior Dragon's soul, but me. By the time Yi Xian finished speaking, many huge figures had already appeared in the surroundings. Thousands of undead creatures suddenly appeared, catching Su Dong off guard. It's you? Su Dong was shocked. Yes, the one who found the Supreme Dragon Soul was not Duanmu Xinghe, but me. Yi Xian nodded and smiled, 8th Saint Emissary, I know your true identity. That's why I asked you to come here alone. I want to surrender to you. Surrender? I don't understand. Su Dong's expression changed. 8th Saint Envoy, you should be from the White Dragon Palace, right? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Su Dong's face stiffened, and he said, don't slander me. Yi Xian looked at him and said, isn't it you? If that's the case, then die. In the next moment, a strong wind blew. The 99 undead creatures formed the 99 Dragon Demonization Array and charged at Su Dong. Who was Su Dong? He was a saint. Moreover, the ones attacking him were just a group of undead creatures. Even if they formed a large formation, they would not be able to threaten him. However, when he saw what Yi Xian was doing, he immediately shouted, wait. Su Dong, do you have any last words? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. I only want to ask one thing. Why do you think I'm from the White Dragon Palace? Su Dong asked. That's because I said so. Suddenly, a voice entered Su Dong's ears. When he heard the voice, he trembled. Hu Feng. That was Hu Feng's voice. Su Dong had just reacted, and before he could turn around, he was restrained by an expert who suddenly appeared behind him. Deputy Leader Hu, you? Su Dong said in surprise. 8th Black Dragon Emissary, I'm sorry to offend you. In order to investigate, I can only use the method of searching your soul. Hu Feng slapped Su Dong's head with one hand and began to search his soul. Ha ha ha, Deputy Leader Hu, you're just a second stage saint. You want to search my soul? You're not. Su Dong laughed, and his face stiffened. He said in surprise, Third stage saint? Hu Feng was already a 3rd stage saint. At first, everyone thought that Hu Feng was just a 2nd stage saint. They did not expect that Hu Feng had already broken through to the 3rd stage saint. Originally, even if the 9 Black Dragon emissaries joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to Hu Feng. Now that Hu Feng had broken through to the 3rd stage saint, even the 9 Black Dragon emissaries were like ants in front of him. It was just a simple soul search. Su Dong, you are indeed a spy from the White Dragon Palace. Hu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, so what if I am? Su Dong grinned and laughed. Anyway, Hu Feng had already found out about this through the soul search, so there was no need to hide it anymore. That's right, Su Dong was the mysterious person who gave orders to Elder Sun, Yuan Lai, and the others. He was the spy that the White Dragon Palace had planted in the Black Dragon Valley. Yi Xian did not expect that he would be able to find the mysterious person among the 8 Black Dragon emissaries in one go. Hu Feng did not waste any time and stopped the soul search. He first dislocated Su Dong's limbs so that he would not have much fighting power before continuing the soul search. About half a day later. I see. The White Dragon Palace is going to launch a large-scale attack on the Black Dragon sect. Hu Feng's expression turned serious. He immediately took out a communication token and sent a message to the Black Dragon sect's leader. As for Su Dong, he captured him alive and carefully investigated him. Yi Xian, you have done well this time. However, there might be a huge battle coming up. Even if you participate in it, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. I will send the 6th emissary to protect you. Hu Feng said to Yi Xian. Why the 6th emissary? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Last time, Hu Feng also said that he would send the 6th emissary to protect him. Why? Because the 6th emissary is my son. After Hu Feng said this, he turned around and left with Su Dong. I see. Yi Xian finally understood. Perhaps even the other Black Dragon emissaries did not know about this. The 6th emissary had really hidden it well. He had even changed his surname. Yi Xian remembered that the 6th emissary was called Gu Tao. It seemed that he had changed his surname from Hu. If that was the case, then the 6th emissary could be trusted. Moreover, Yi Xian also knew that Hu Feng was not a member of the White Dragon Palace. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to drag out Su Dong and put on such a show for him. After Hu Feng left, Yi Xian also rushed back. He was going to seclude himself for a period of time. After all, there might be a huge battle coming up. Although he had 99 ninth stage half-saint undead creatures protecting him, his own strength was still the most important. This time, he would only be in seclusion for about 5 days. 5 days later, Yi Xian broke through to the 4th stage True Venerated Realm. His strength had increased by another step. The 6th emissary, Gu Tao, had already hidden himself and was secretly protecting Yi Xian. However, today. Rumble. Chapter 1906. Who's fighting? Who dares to make a move in the Black Dragon Institute? They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In such a tense situation, they actually dared to provoke conflict. Which blind bastard, this person no longer dared to continue speaking. Because he saw that the several figures fighting in the air were not people he could afford to provoke. The 6 holy envoys had actually joined hands with Vice Leader Hu Feng, and their enemy was Vice Leader Chen. What was going on? What did Vice Leader Chen do? Chen Xian, you ingrate. The sect leader conferred you the position of vice leader, but you chose to side with the White Dragon Palace. Today is the day you die. Hu Feng's voice fell into everyone's ears. Vice leader Chen Xian was actually someone from the White Dragon Palace. The White Dragon Palace had infiltrated so thoroughly. That was a vice leader. Some time ago, Hu Feng had caught the spy Su Dong. He had thought that Su Dong was the mastermind, but who would have thought that Chen Xian was also involved? This was simply out of everyone's expectations. In truth, Yi Xian was not surprised by this. After all, he had thought that one of the 2 vice leaders would be a spy. Of course, Hu Feng was the sect leader's disciple, so his suspicion was lower. Relatively speaking, vice leader Chen Xian was more suspicious. Today, he had finally caught the spy. Ha, Hu Feng, you think you're the only one hiding your strength? Chen Xian roared with laughter. In the next instant, his aura soared. 2nd grade saint? No, he was the same as Hu Feng, a 3rd grade saint. Moreover, his battle prowess was exceptionally strong. He was actually able to face Hu Feng and the other 6 saint envoys on his own, and he still looked like he was handling them with ease. Today, none of you should think of keeping me here. Instead, you'll have to pay a price. Chen Xian sneered. No one knew what this price was, but they soon found out. Chen Xian's strength was simply too strong. He was much stronger than Hu Feng. Before he escaped, he had actually killed the 7th Saint Emissary before escaping without a trace. Hu Feng and the others were dumbfounded. 7 against 1, not only were they unable to do anything to Chen Xian, they even allowed him to kill one of their own. How was this possible? A 3rd-grade saint, we can't let him return to the White Dragon Palace. Chase. Hu Feng's expression darkened. He immediately led the remaining 5 sacred envoys to chase after Chen Xian. The Black Dragon Institute's geniuses swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a sense of foreboding. Now that something had happened to the Black Dragon Stream and the White Dragon Hall's spy had been exposed, would the Dragon-Slaying Alliance gather again and exterminate the Black Dragon sect? No one could say for sure. However, things were not that simple. While Hu Feng and the others were chasing after Chen Xian, the 6th Holy Envoy stayed behind in the Black Dragon Institute to protect Yi Xian. However, not long after Hu Feng left, another Holy Envoy actually returned. 3rd Saint, why are you back? The 6th Saint Emissary, Gu Tao, couldn't help but ask as he looked at the 3rd Saint Emissary, whose mouth was stained with blood. Deputy Sect Leader who asked me to come back and inform you that you are about to die. Before the 3rd Saint Emissary finished speaking, he suddenly revealed his fox tail and struck the 6th Saint Emissary, Gu Tao. Sneak attack. The 3rd Saint had actually launched a sneak attack on Gu Tao. 3rd Saint Emissary, you? Gu Tao was shocked. Before this, he had a pretty good relationship with the 6th Saint Emissary. Why did he suddenly launch a sneak attack? He immediately understood that this fellow was probably a spy from the White Dragon Hall. Who would have thought that Hu Feng would be so careless as to think that there was only Su Dong and Chen Xian? The 3rd Saint Emissary wasn't injured at all. Just now, he had joined hands with the other holy envoys and Hu Feng. After Chen Xian left, they had split up to chase after him. However, the 3rd Saint Emissary suddenly turned back with the intention of killing Gu Tao. This plan could be considered to be half completed. Damned White Dragon Hall spy, die. Gu Tao was enraged. He directly transformed into his true form and charged toward the 3rd Saint Emissary. Yi Xian also didn't expect that there would be another enemy. He couldn't care about anything else and directly summoned 99 half-true saint undead creatures. 99 Dragons Demonization Formation. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. Gu Tao and the 3rd Saint Emissary, who had already transformed into their true forms, instantly lost 70% of their combat strength. What? Gu Tao and the 3rd Saint Emissary were shocked. Yi Xian quickly sent a telepathic message to Gu Tao and then ordered the 99 undead creatures to attack. Even though the 3rd Saint Emissary was a saint and his injured state was just a disguise, under the suppression of the Myriad Beasts diagram, the two of them couldn't immediately determine the victor. Most importantly, Yi Xian had already told Gu Tao the effects of the Myriad Beasts diagram. If Gu Tao had the chance later, he could transform into his human form and kill the 3rd Saint Emissary. Of course, during this time, Yi Xian had to use the 99 dragons to restrain the 3rd Saint Emissary. Rumble. Loud noises continuously sounded in the sky. The 99 half-true saint undead creatures formed the 99 Dragons Demonization Formation. Together with Gu Tao, they started an intense battle with the 3rd Saint Emissary. Since Gu Tao was severely injured by the 3rd Saint Emissary, the two of them were evenly matched. However, there was still a more difficult opponent who was continuously accumulating power. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. Yi Xian used the immortal beasts that he had stored in the planting space to continuously use his ultimate moves. In the blink of an eye, countless immortal slaying puppets and countless immortal slashing arrows flew towards the 3rd Saint Emissary. The 3rd Saint Emissary couldn't understand why his strength had suddenly decreased by 70%. However, the current situation didn't seem optimistic. After all, there were still many high-level half-true saints in the Black Dragon Institute. If these people were to join forces, they would be extremely terrifying. Go! The third saint emissary immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack to kill Gu Tao. However, he didn't expect that he would fail to kill the latter in one strike. However, he also didn't expect that he would die soon. Gu Tao, kill him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly transmitted a message to Gu Tao. He and Gu Tao's father, Hu Feng, were martial brothers. Therefore, he could be considered as Gu Tao's father. Okay. After Gu Tao heard Yi Xian's words, he instantly transformed from his original body into his human form. Without being affected by the 10,000 beasts diagram, his speed soared as he directly flashed in front of the third saint emissary and fiercely smashed his fist down. Bang! The third saint emissary opened his dragon mouth and let out a deafening roar. He didn't understand why Gu Tao's strength had suddenly increased after transforming into his human form. No, it wasn't that his strength had increased. It should be said that his strength had recovered. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he realized this. The 99 half-true saint undead creatures had already launched a joint attack. Not only that, there were also countless immortal slaying puppets, immortal slashing arrows, and Yi Xian's move. Chapter 1907. Boom! With a loud bang, the third saint fell. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's head. A saint was dead. The third saint definitely did not expect to die here. Even Gu Tao did not expect to be able to kill the third saint. This was all thanks to Yi Xian. I didn't expect the third saint to be from the White Dragon Palace too. How many people did they send in? Gu Tao could not help but ask. Senior brother and the others went to chase after Chen Xian. Will there be any accidents? Yi Xian frowned. The original vice leader, Chen Xian, was also a spy from the White Dragon Palace. What if he deliberately exposed himself and lured Hu Feng into a trap? Right now, Hu Feng, a third-grade saint, was the strongest person in the Black Dragon sect. The mysterious leader had never shown himself. If Hu Feng died, the Black Dragon sect would probably be disbanded. Gu Tao immediately sent a message to Hu Feng, but he did not get a reply immediately. However, he got one after a while. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Your leader Hu Feng has fallen. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian and Gu Tao were very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the White Dragon Palace's spy, Chen Xian. Hu Feng was dead. Impossible. How could father? Gu Tao's eyes widened. He could not believe this fact. However, since Chen Xian had received the message, it meant that he had obtained Hu Feng's interspatial ring. Right now, there were only two possibilities. First, Hu Feng was severely injured by Chen Xian and his interspatial ring was taken. Second, Hu Feng was really dead. Release the other saint envoys. Yi Xian immediately said. Unfortunately, they were going to be disappointed. Don't bother. Other than the first and second saint envoys who surrendered, everyone else is dead. This voice was still Chen Xian's. It seemed that they were in trouble. A third-grade saint is indeed a threat to the White Dragon Palace. However, Hu Feng is dead. Your mysterious leader has never appeared. The Black Dragon sect is almost destroyed. You should surrender. When this voice entered Yi Xian and Gu Tao's ears, they both trembled. This was because this voice did not come from the communication token. It came from the sky. They abruptly turned their heads and discovered that there were 3 additional figures in the air. Chen Xian, the first and second Black Dragon emissaries. 1 third-stage saint and 2 first-stage saints. The Black Dragon sect was finished. Looks like we can only use the time reversal skill. However, we don't need to use it so soon. Let's wait and see. Yi Xian watched with a serious expression. Who would have thought that the third saint would fail? What a piece of trash. Chen Xian looked at the corpse on the ground and said, Gu Tao, the Black Dragon cult is almost annihilated. I'll give you a chance to surrender now, how about it? He did not know that Gu Tao was Hu Feng's son, so he extended an olive branch. After all, he was also a saint and was not weak. Don't even think about it. When Gu Tao heard this, he immediately replied. What a joke. Chen Xian had killed his father. How could he possibly submit to the White Dragon Palace? Since that's the case, there's no need for you to live. You too, go and kill him. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he glanced at the first and second emissaries. These two people had just surrendered midway, which was why Chen Xian was able to kill Hu Feng. Since the first and second saint envoys had decided to surrender, they had to show their sincerity. Damn it. Gu Tao's expression changed drastically. He sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian, if I die in battle later, you can join the White Dragon Palace. If you have the heart, then grow up and destroy the White Dragon Palace to avenge us. He was already heavily injured. Moreover, the first and second saint envoys were stronger than him. In addition, there was a third-grade saint, Chen Xian, behind them. There was no way he could survive. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian was so talented and had obtained the Dragon Soul inheritance. The White Dragon Palace would definitely focus on nurturing him. The reason why the White Dragon Palace did not destroy the Black Dragon cult was because of the Dragon Soul inheritance. Now that the Dragon Soul inheritance had been obtained, there was no need for the Black Dragon cult to exist. However, at this moment, the first and second saint envoys were about to attack when they suddenly sensed four powerful auras. They immediately stopped. Who's there? Chen Xian turned his head and saw four figures in the sky. These four people were all dressed in black, and only their eyes were exposed. Xiao. 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 Before he could finish speaking, the four figures charged towards Chen Xian at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast, which made Chen Xian feel a little surprised. These four people were all second-grade saints. Where did you come from? You're courting death. Chen Xian's expression changed. He immediately transformed into his original form and charged forward. However, what was surprising was that the four of them were actually able to force him back. What a joke. He was a third-grade saint. How could he be forced back by four second-grade saints? Where did these four people come from? Chen Xian's expression changed. The next moment, he transformed into his original form. The original vice leader of the Black Dragon cult was a third-grade saint. However, he had fused with many supreme-grade dragon scales and dragon souls. His strength was actually comparable to a fourth-grade saint. After transforming into his original form, his strength skyrocketed. Formation. Seeing that Chen Xian had transformed into his original form, the four of them immediately formed a sword formation. They were actually able to fight evenly with Chen Xian's original form. One should know that these four people were humans. However, they were facing a third-grade saint, Chen Xian, who had fused with countless supreme-grade dragon scales. Square sword formation. Seeing this, Chen Xian knew who they were. He exclaimed, the four generals of the Four Directions Pavilion. What are you doing? As soon as he said that, the battle instantly stopped. Since we've been recognized, there's no need to hide anymore. The leader took off his mask and revealed his true face. So it's you guys. Why did you stop me? Chen Xian couldn't help but ask. The pavilion master is also interested in the Black Dragon cult. Of course, he won't let the White Dragon Palace monopolize it, Feng Jiang said. Didn't the Four Directions Pavilion say that you won't interfere in this matter? Chen Xian asked again. Feng Jiang snorted coldly. Then you'll have to ask our pavilion master. Anyway, you can't touch anyone in the Black Dragon cult now. Just the four of you? Chen Xian's huge dragon eyes scanned the surroundings. I, Chen Xian, willingly fused with the world-destroying dragon scale. I went from a noble white dragon scale to a disgusting black dragon scale. I've been waiting for this day. Now that you dare to stop me, don't blame me for not giving face to your pavilion master. That's your own problem. If you want to fight, then fight. When the time comes, don't blame us for not showing mercy and injuring you. Feng Jiang continued to snort. You're courting death. Chen Xian was furious and charged forward again. Below, Yi Xian and Gu Tao were at a loss for words as they watched the battle in the sky. Chapter 1908. The Four Directions Pavilion is also a part of the Dragon Slaughter Alliance. Yi Xian was astonished hearing this. However, he had already obtained the Dragon's Soul Inheritance. Perhaps it was still useful to the White Dragon Hall, but to the Four Directions Pavilion, it was nothing. Could it be that they had taken a fancy to him, a genius with outstanding talent? In any case, Yi Xian didn't understand, so he decided to just wait and see. No, he couldn't just watch with folded arms. If Chen Xian won, Gu Tao would most likely die, and the Four Directions Pavilion would be better off compared to the White Dragon Hall. Thus, Yi Xian decided to make a move. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress for me. In an instant, Chen Xian's strength decreased by 70%, even weaker than his human form. What? Chen Xian widened his eyes in shock. In the next moment, he saw his body being slashed by the four wind, lightning, rain, and lightning generals. The pavilion master has ordered, his life is to be taken, behead. The wind general suddenly spoke, although he had no idea why Chen Xian's strength decreased. What, you dare? Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes widened. Unfortunately, it was too late to save himself. His dragon heart was directly cut in half. Third-grade Saint Realm expert Chen Xian fell just like that. Chen Xian probably didn't expect that he would die here. After all, he was the White Dragon Hall Master's younger brother. However, no one knew about this. After Chen Xian died, the Four Directions Pavilion people collected his corpse and captured the two white-eyed wolf holy envoys. Then, the leading wind general turned around, looking at Gu Tao and Yi Xian, Pavilion Master, please invite everyone from the Black Dragon cult. Invite everyone? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Before he could react, the four generals of wind and thunder slapped out with their palms, causing the ground to crack. Immediately after, a teleportation array rose up. Even Gu Tao didn't know about this transmission array. Why is there such a transmission array in the Black Dragon Institute? Where does it lead to? Gu Tao exclaimed in shock. No one in the Black Dragon Institute dared to be negligent, except for Gu Tao. However, the other side didn't seem to have any hostility, and they even helped him take revenge, so he didn't refuse, deciding to wait and see. Soon, everyone from the Black Dragon Institute stepped into the transmission array. Hua! The huge teleportation array began to operate. Due to the large number of people, the teleportation took some time. After an unknown period of time, the teleportation array finally stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others were standing on top of a mountain peak. This is, Gu Tao asked in shock. Four Directions Pavilion. The Wind General replied. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. How could there be a transmission array under the Black Dragon Institute that connected to the four-way pavilion? How was this possible? Even Gu Tao didn't understand this. Greetings, Pavilion Master. At this moment, the four generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning suddenly cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. Everyone looked over and discovered that a figure was slowly walking out of the clouds. This was a white-haired old man. He wore white clothes, but the aura on his body overshadowed everyone from the Black Dragon Church. So strong. The Pavilion Master of the Four Directions Pavilion? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He suddenly had a guess in his heart. The Black Dragon Institute was a place where the Black Dragon Church nurtured their elites. However, why would there be a transmission array under the Black Dragon Institute that connected to the four-way pavilion? Could it be that the Black Dragon Church was related to the four-way pavilion? On top of that, the four generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning's actions convinced Yi Xian. Let me introduce myself, I am the four-way pavilion master, Qi Song. The white-haired old man paused for a second, then added, at the same time, I am also your Black Dragon Church's leader. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This wasn't a joke, right? The four-way pavilion master was the Black Dragon Church's leader? How was this possible? In your impression, the Black Dragon Church's leader is very mysterious, but there's a reason for that. After all, it's not good for me to show my face in public. Thus, I accepted Hu Feng as a disciple to represent the Black Dragon Church. Qi Song added, unfortunately, when he was sending me the message, he was killed by Chen Xian. Fortunately, the four generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning arrived in time, otherwise, the Black Dragon Church would have been annihilated. You're really the sect leader? Gu Tao found it hard to believe, and so did the others. After all, the four-way pavilion master was once the vice leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. How could he be the one who established the Black Dragon Church? Unbelievable. Back then, I was indeed the vice leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, but I tried to stop the White Dragon Hall and the Thousand Mountain sect, but I failed. Qi Song shook his head. This, everyone found it hard to believe. If it weren't for the pavilion master, all of you would have been killed by Chen Xian. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have killed Chen Xian. Chen Xian was a third-grade saint, so his status in the White Dragon Hall must be high. Hence, the pavilion master didn't need to lie to you, Feng Jiang said. Indeed. The four-way pavilion master didn't need to do that. Now, all of you will join my four-way pavilion. After the four-way pavilion master finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, and he said, You're Yi Xian, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Previously, you defeated the Black Dragon Tower I established, so I asked Hu Feng to take you in. However, the situation is different now. Are you willing to continue to be my disciple? Qi Song asked. This, Yi Xian was a little hesitant because he still didn't know what kind of power the four-way pavilion was. Everything had changed too quickly. It's fine. You don't have to answer so quickly. However, I have some things that I want to ask you in private. Qi Song turned and left after he finished speaking. Yi Xian paused for a moment before following him. After a while, Qi Song brought Yi Xian to the edge of a cliff and asked through voice transmission, You've already obtained the Dragon Soul inheritance, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. What about the Mark of Annihilation? Qi Song asked again. This surprised Yi Xian. He didn't expect Qi Song to know about the Mark of Annihilation. It's also in my hands. Yi Xian replied directly. Qi Song sighed and said, Previously, I stopped the Dragon Slaughter Alliance because I wanted to see if the Black Destruction Dragon could control the Mark of Annihilation. Of course, I also wanted the Mark of Annihilation. However, I later found out that it's not something that humans can control. Even a great saint would find it difficult to control it. The one who obtained the Mark of Annihilation should be your Black Destruction Dragon, right? Faced with this question, Yi Xian nodded slightly. That's right. It fused with the Mark of Annihilation. Your Black Destruction Dragon should have the same bloodline as the Black Destruction Dragon. They should be of the same race, which is why they were able to fuse with it. Since it's already in your hands, I won't ask you for it. However, I have a condition. Chapter 1909. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, What's the condition? Qi Song looked into the distance and said slowly, Don't ever let the White Dragon Palace get their hands on it. Although Yi Xian did not understand why, he replied solemnly, This junior will definitely accomplish this. Good. Qi Song nodded in satisfaction and continued, As far as I know, the White Dragon Palace has recently refined something called the Pool of Purification. It can purify the World Destruction Dragon scale and allow those white dragons to absorb it. I estimate that the White Dragon Palace's current strength has most likely surpassed the 4 square pavilions and the Thousand Mountain sect. Just now, Chen Xian died at the hands of the 4 generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Once the news reaches the White Dragon Palace, they will definitely take action. Then what should we do? Yi Xian frowned. The 4 square pavilions and the remnants of the Black Dragon cult may not be as strong as the White Dragon Palace, but they are not to be trifled with. After Qi Song finished speaking, he summoned someone and asked him to arrange a residence for Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian stayed in the 4 square pavilions. Sure enough, within a few days, the people from the White Dragon Palace came looking for him. Qi Song, come out. An explosive shout rang out in the sky above the 4 square pavilions. Chapter 1910. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qi Song nodded. However, there's still an old man called Shui Ming in White Dragon Hall. He's the leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. I wonder if he's a 4th-rank saint? A 4th-rank saint was 1 realm higher than him. Adding on the fact that he was a Xiuyao, Qi Song might not be able to beat him even with the myriad beasts diagram. Then, let's wait for a while. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was a true sovereign now. As long as he broke through again, becoming a 4th-rank saint would be a piece of cake. Okay, I need to organize my men. Qi Song nodded. However, the White Dragon Hall Lord was dead and the Life Jade Tablet was shattered. White Dragon Hall would probably make a big move soon. Yi Xian didn't care too much and continued cultivating. During this time, people from the 4 Directions Pavilion would occasionally report on the situation. What was puzzling was that White Dragon Hall didn't come after the death of the White Dragon Hall Lord. It was as if nothing had happened, which was very strange. Could it be that they were afraid of an expert from the 4 Directions Pavilion or that the old man was in seclusion? Ding! Host has broken through to 6th rank True Sovereign. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through to 1st rank Half-Step True Emperor. After more than 10 days, the World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon finally broke through to Half-Step True Emperor. If Yi Xian were to combine with the World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon and go all out, his strength should be at the saint level, right? If that was the case, he could go to White Dragon Hall alone. The White Dragon Hall Lord has been dead for so long and they still haven't done anything. Might as well take the initiative, Yi Xian thought to himself. If he were to ally with the 4 Directions Pavilion, he would have to share the spoils with them. It was better to go alone. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly left through the void. The old tree had left the 4 Directions Pavilion a long time ago. Yi Xian had also left through the void to locate them. Now, he was leaving the 4 Directions Pavilion under the protection of so many people. White Dragon Palace, I'm coming. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he recalled the Sovereign Dragon Soul's final wish. Destroy the White Dragon Palace. After a few teleportations, Yi Xian finally arrived at the White Dragon Palace's territory. Fortunately, he had the highest grade Pearl of Annihilation in his body. Otherwise, the White Dragon Palace would have discovered him. Lightstream Invisibility Cloak. Yi Xian concealed himself and headed towards the White Dragon Palace. After a while, he stood outside the White Dragon Palace and sensed the powerful auras inside. The White Dragon Palace was much more powerful than the Black Dragon sect. Even though the Palace Master and 4 rank 1 saints had died, they were still powerful. Today, I'll give you an appetizer. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He merged with his body and charged in. The appearance of this aura immediately alarmed the experts in the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian's target was also these saint-level experts. He didn't wait for them to react before opening his mouth. Apocalyptic roar. Boom! The power of this attack wasn't any weaker than Qi Song's Wind Thunder Claw. With just one attack, it pierced through the dragon heart of a White Dragon Palace saint. Die! Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. This wasn't the end. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. Yi Xian kept summoning and instantly gained a lot of help. At the same time, the experts in the White Dragon Palace also charged out. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't weak now. He could even fight against a rank 3 saint, let alone them. Apocalyptic roar. Yi Xian didn't care about them and continued to attack. The corpses of the saints fell from the sky one by one. How dare you! Suddenly, a powerful aura spread. This aura made Yi Xian's heart palpitate. A rank 4 saint? The old guy from the White Dragon Palace had charged out. Today is the day that the apocalyptic ghostly dragon is about to unleash its apocalyptic divine might. I'll start with all of you. Yi Xian glared and directly flashed to the center of the White Dragon Palace Hall with the eye of assassination. Then, apocalyptic divine might. Kaboom! A dazzling black light bloomed and instantly enveloped half of the White Dragon Palace Hall. Although the apocalyptic ghostly dragon's current level was low, it had so many enhancements and the slaughter state. The power this time was probably no weaker than the apocalyptic black dragon's previous attack. Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, countless people in the White Dragon Palace Hall were blown to smithereens. A huge hole appeared in the White Dragon Palace Hall. Not only that, but many of the saints also died. Almost all the rank 1 saints nearby were killed, and the rank 2 saints suffered heavy casualties. However, the old palace master of the White Dragon Palace, Cui Ming, was unharmed. This is the apocalyptic mark? Cui Ming immediately recognized it. After all, he was the leader of the dragon-slaying alliance back then. Good fellow, you're quite strong. Yi Xian also noticed him and thought to himself. Now, his priority was to destroy the White Dragon Palace Hall because he was not short of money. The things in the devouring space were enough for him to break through 10 or 20 times. Once he finished breaking through, he would no longer be interested in the things in the White Dragon Palace Hall. Old man, let's fight. Yi Xian said to Cui Ming. Junior, you're courting death. Cui Ming was furious. After all, Yi Xian dared to rush into the White Dragon Palace Hall and unleash the apocalyptic mark. That attack just now killed more than 100,000 White Dragon Palace Hall disciples, including his tribe. How could he not take revenge for this? Whoosh! Cui Ming immediately charged toward Yi Xian, but he did not transform into his original form. Yi Xian quickly used the death hunting order to mark his opponent, then controlled the immortal slaying puppet and the immortal eliminating arrow to attack Cui Ming. At the same time, his original body opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of air. Apocalyptic roar. The apocalyptic roar that was infused with the apocalyptic mark was shockingly powerful. However, with Cui Ming's realm and strength, it would not be easy to kill him. Sacred Dragon Light of Purification. Facing this attack, Cui Ming threw out a punch, which collided with the apocalyptic roar. Although he had not transformed into his original form, he could use the sacred power in his body at any time. This attack actually dispersed the apocalyptic roar. It was not hard to imagine that if his original body had used the sacred dragon light of purification, he would have been able to attack Yi Xian directly. However, Cui Ming was afraid that if he killed Yi Xian in one hit, wouldn't the apocalyptic mark be gone? This old man is really strong. Even if I go all out, I won't be a match for him. I don't know if I can force his original body out. Yi Xian thought with a gloomy expression. He did not care too much and directly faced the attack. At the same time, he activated a formation. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation.